It's in the
There we go.
process now.
Perfect. It looks like it's all going. Sorry for the mix up there. Thank you, everybody. And I'll actually put my Zoom's Arena title on now.
And shall I close this, Mike?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, it's fun seeing people log in. I see Auburn, Cazadero, Maria from East Los Angeles. Welcome this morning. People from Castro Valley, Carmichael, Sacramento.
Oh, San Jose.
And Kathy, I'm going to start the pre-show.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everybody. I think we'll get started now. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I thank John Timothy for putting the music to those slides. My name is Kathy Kramer, and I'm your garden tour coordinator, and I'll be your host for this program. This is our 19th annual garden tour. It's our 4th online tour, and it's the second time that we have added a Green Home Features showcase to this program. And we're also happy that you could join us today. As people are registering and getting settled, I'd like to share my screen and begin by thanking the people who helped us get this program going today, this weekend, actually. So first, my husband, Mike. So lean in, Mike. I'd like to thank my husband for being my best friend and my IT guy for the last 30 years. And you'll be seeing him probably drift in and out of my screen today as he helps me with technical things. And now Jessica. Let me say hello to you. So this is Jessica Dickinson Goodman. She's a native plant gardener and Zoom expert extraordinaire who answered our call for volunteer help in 2021 when we were working on that tour, and has helped us every year since. And when she is not gracing us with her home online presence, she helps to run a 2-acre community edible and native plant garden in South San Jose, which was recently featured on the Growing Natives Garden Tour. She is also a new mother, and if we're lucky today, we might catch a glimpse of baby Alex, who just turned 5 months old. Thank you, Jessica, for being with us. If you should have technical issues, you can contact Jessica by direct messaging her through Zoom, or we can put a note in YouTube. If you can't figure out how to use the chat, you can text or call her. Grab a pen at 650-804-9044. It's now my pleasure to introduce my friend and garden tour host, Stephanie Puegle. Good morning, Stephanie. So Stephanie has been just a terrific help and support to me since we started the tour in 2020, and I have appreciated her cheerful support and creative ideas. Stephanie will be fielding questions today, and she'll also be giving a presentation on rain gardens on Sunday. And now let me thank our garden ambassadors who will be online staffing the YouTube and the Zoom chat today. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free and pop them in, and we will answer them as best we can, either verbally or online. I'd like to thank John Timothy for doing the post-production work. So this presentation will be recorded and put up on YouTube. And I'd like to thank Saxon Holt for allowing us to use a number of his beautiful photos. I'd like to thank Stephanie McKenna, map maker extraordinaire, for making our tour maps this year. So for the first time, you'll be able on your phone to click on a little house dot and get the address, and a description of it will come up as you're driving around, finding places. And then we have these beautiful maps on the upper right that you can print out and carry with you if you want to. And I'd like to thank videographer Rachel Steyer for volunteering to make the video of Barbara Leitner's garden, which you'll see tomorrow morning. If you know how to make videos and can volunteer to make a video of a garden for next year's tour, please email us. The time to start filming and taking still photos is now, when the gardens are looking their best. And we'd love to introduce you to a native plant gardener near your home and feature your work in the 2024 tour. We're grateful to Rachel for helping us when we need it. About 150 hosts and volunteer greeters, garden assistants, and electrification experts make this tour possible, and we're grateful to all of them. If you could remember to thank the hosts when you're out on the in-person tour. They put in a lot of work to fixing up their gardens and standing in their gardens all day long so they can answer questions from you. I'd like to particularly thank our major sponsors, the Alameda County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, the Clean Water Program, Alameda County, the Contra Costa Clean Water Program, and the Contra Costa Water District that have funded the tour for many years and really make the tour possible. It wouldn't be possible to run the tour without their help. These programs and I are hoping that you will help birds, bees, and butterflies by eliminating pesticide use in your gardens. None of the gardens you'll see this weekend or on the in-person tour use any pesticides. You'll keep yourself, your children, and your pets safer by gardening without the use of toxic chemicals. And I'd like to thank these additional sponsors for their support for the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. There's too many for me to list, but I'm certainly grateful to all of them for providing the base funding that allows us to put the tour on. Okay, now we'll move on to the logistics of this year's program. The online tour will run today and tomorrow from 10 to 3 Pacific time. The in-person tour will take place in 3 weeks on Saturday and Sunday, May 6 and 7. One registration covers you for both the online and also the in-person tour. On the in-person tour, the Bayside Gardens, meaning about 35 gardens from Pinole to Fremont, will be open on Saturday, May the 6th. And the Inland Gardens, meaning about 15 gardens from Martinez to Livermore, including Moraga and Orinda, will be open on Sunday, May the 7th. An email with a link to the addresses and maps for the in-person tours will be sent out the last week in April. Please check your spam box if you don't find this email in your inbox. This program is being recorded and it will be posted on the tour's YouTube channel for viewing in the future. You can subscribe to the channel to be notified when new videos are posted. Well, let me run through the agenda for today. We'll begin today's presentations with a talk by Doug Tallamy, followed by a tour of Susan and Bill Teefe's beautiful Castro Valley garden, a tour of my husband Mike's and my own garden and green home in San Pablo, and a talk on gardening for monarch butterflies. In the afternoon, we'll be previewing the gardens that you can see on, we'll be previewing the agenda for tomorrow. This will be followed by a presentation on the creation of a pollinator pathway in Berkeley, which was created by planting 1 traffic circle, 2 front gardens, and 7 parking strips with native plants. We'll hear how this project got started and how it grew, and you can visit the pathway on Saturday, May 6th during the in-person tour. And then we'll preview the Bayside Gardens that you can see on the in-person tour on Saturday, May the 6th. Later the afternoon, my friend and colleague Jennifer Durking will be giving a talk on our own local keystone species for sunny areas. And we'll end the day with a presentation from Ray Scampavia on how to design, manage, and maintain a monarch-friendly garden. We'll be asking the speakers and hosts to answer questions during their presentation session, if there's time, and to join you online and respond to your questions in writing after their presentation is over. If you should have any comments or questions, you can type them into the YouTube and Zoom. If you've enjoyed the tour, Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour in the past, or if you are with us for the first time today and expect to enjoy it, we hope that you'll support us. We rely on donations from viewers to keep offering these programs. It takes more than a year to coordinate each garden tour. And last year and this, when we have offered both online and in-person tours, it's been challenging. This online tour takes a tremendous amount of time to coordinate, and we hope you'll find it worth supporting. In addition to this 2-day online tour, the in-person tour is a 2-day event with 55 gardens open this year. And finally, we've added a new Green Home Features component to both tours. This year, I'm delighted to announce that 20 of the 55 tour homes that are open on the in-person tour are also featuring their green home attributes, such as heat pump water heaters, heat pumps for heating and cooling a house, solar panels and batteries, induction ranges, and more. And I'm really pleased to announce that you'll be able to go inside 4 of these homes where electrification experts will be on hand to answer your questions. I hope that you enjoy this year's expanded tour. Garden Tour hosts Ann Chambers and Ed McAlpin have generously offered a $500 challenge grant if these funds can be matched with donations from viewers. So if you haven't yet had the chance to contribute, please help by making a donation now. You can do so with your credit card or PayPal account via the donations button on the tour's homepage at bringingbackthenatives.net, through Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail in a check. Orinda Books has again made the tour a great offer. You can purchase any of the following books from Orinda Books, and a portion of the proceeds will be donated to the tour. You'll also be supporting Orinda Books, a local small business. In this case, the small business is owned by longtime garden tour host Pat Rudebush, whose lovely native plant garden in Orinda you may have visited in the past. You can call Orinda Books at 925-254-7606, or you can order online at orindabooks.com. So Doug Tallamy has a new book out now. It's Nature's Best Hope for middle school students. How you can save the world in your own yard. Purchase this book and help the children in your life take positive action to help wildlife in their gardens. These other books are also on the benefit list. They are California-specific native plant gardening books. Designing California Native Plant Gardens, Plant Community Approach by Allery Middlebrook and Glenn Keeter. Frederic Lavapoyer's Garden Allies, which is a really interesting book about the wild, the small things in your garden. Native Plant Gardening for Birds, Bees, and Butterflies in Northern California by George Oxford Miller. Or California Native Gardening, a month-by-month guide by Helen Popper. So it's my pleasure now to introduce Doug Tallamy, our first speaker. Doug is a professor in the Department of Entomology and Wildlife Ecology at the University of Delaware. And I'd like to start by telling two short stories about the impact that Doug has had on me and people I know. In 2019, I was thinking about retiring. It takes a lot of time to put this tour on, and there were many things that I wanted to do in life that I wasn't getting to. But then I heard Doug speak, and I realized that encouraging people to garden with native plants wasn't just a good thing to do. It was really a necessity, as he puts it, quote, if we are to continue living happily on this planet, end quote. So I set aside my dreams of reading more books and exercising and spending time with my family, and I redoubled my efforts with the tour. Doug's talk has changed not only my life, but those of many other people who've heard him speak or read his books. So I'd like to tell you about my friend Ruth, who I have known for decades, and my friend Shannon, who I've known for 6 years. And I know that both of them love me and would do anything for me, but they had both heard me talking about native plants for years, and they just shrugged it off. I think that they thought it was like I was a Hare Krishna or something, and that it was fine for me, but they were not going there. And then they heard Doug speak during the first online Bringing Back the Natives garden tour that we put on in 2020 when the pandemic came, and they were both suddenly and unexpectedly and completely convinced. And they both told me separately, immediately after hearing him, that they were putting in native plant gardens, and they both did. And you can see Ruth's beautiful Berkeley garden on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour this year on Saturday, May 6th. She had her garden on the tour last year also. And we would have had Shannon's Richmond garden on the tour, but sadly she has moved. So I hope that this talk has the same effect on you that it had on me and my friends, and that I have all of your gardens on the tour one day. With that, let me introduce Doug Tallamy, who'll be giving the talk, Restoring the Little Things That Run the World, Why It Matters, and What We Can Do. I think you're ready. Go ahead.
Okay. We do want to talk about restoring the little things that run the world because they are declining. But before we do that, I want to mention that Kathy asked me to make an attempt to westernize my talk. Of course, we do our research in the East. All of my slides are from the East. And just to make it a little bit more relevant to folks in California, she sought a number of photographers and sent me a whole bunch of slides, including her own, which I've incorporated in here. So hopefully you'll be seeing some things that you recognize on a day-to-day basis. So thank you to Barry and Kitty and Amy and Sally and Pam and David and Alan and Mark, and then Kathy herself. Okay, we have two choices. We can create landscapes in which nature thrives, such as this, or we can create landscapes that are ecologically dead. The first option is going to sustain us as humans. The second will not. So to restore nature, to create these functional landscapes, we've got to restore the specialized relationships that are nature. And likewise, if we're going to restore insect populations, we have to restore the specialized relationships that sustain them, such as this one. This is the Doll Sphinx caterpillar. It's a specialist on Western species of juniper. Not only does it have the physiological ability to eat juniper, which is a pretty toxic plant, it also looks exactly like them, so it can do that without being eaten by birds. Acorn weevils, of course, depend entirely on acorns, and you don't have acorns unless you have your wonderful species of California oaks. And if you have your California oaks, you often have mistletoe. And if you have mistletoe, you may have this beautiful moth, the beloved Emarginia, which is a specialist on mistletoe. You're not going to have the beautiful Pacific green sphinx moth unless you have evening primrose. You're not going to have 13 species of native bees that specialize on sunflowers. They can only reproduce on the pollen of sunflowers unless you have those sunflowers. You're not going to have pileated woodpeckers unless you have lots of carpenter ants, because that's what they rear their young on. And you won't have carpenter ants unless you have the big trees to produce them. So specialization of these types is in the natural world is, it's the rule, particularly specialization focused on food webs. It's the rule, not the exception, and it always starts with plants. There are lots of animals that depend on the specialized relationships that insects have with plants. So let's point out a few of those. This is the chestnut-backed chickadee. Most people think of chickadees as being seed eaters because they're one of the most common birds that are feeders all winter long. And of course they are eating seeds, but when it comes time to make more chickadees, when it comes time to reproduce, they can't feed their baby seeds. Their babies cannot eat seeds. So they switch to insects, and most of those insects are caterpillars. We have Carolina chickadee here in home. I'm in Southwest Pennsylvania, and we have the Carolina chickadee. It also is a seed eater during the winter, but during reproduction, it switches to caterpillars. And if it's in a healthy environment, it will feed its young exclusively on caterpillars. And in fact, most birds in the lower 48 states are rearing their young on insects, and most of those insects are caterpillars. We actually have data to support this. You're looking at 20 families of birds. The green bars are the percentage of the nestling diet that are caterpillars. And in 16 of the 20 families, caterpillars dominate the nestling diet. So imagine what would happen to bird reproduction in those 16 families if caterpillars were to disappear. Caterpillars turn out to be essential to most terrestrial food webs. It turns out that they are transferring more energy from plants to other animals than any other type of plant eater. So they're critical insects in our terrestrial ecosystems, and we might want to ask why. What is special about caterpillars? Why do so many things want to eat them? Well, there are a number of reasons. One is that they are, most of are relatively soft. So if you think of this caterpillar as a little sausage with a thin wrapper, the thin wrapper is its exoskeleton, which is not digestible, so birds don't want a lot of exoskeleton. And then it's packed with lots of good things to eat. And because it's soft, you can stuff it down the throat of your offspring without fear of injuring them. And if you've ever watched a parent bird feed their young, that's what they do. They're pretty rough. It's like a plunger. They just stuff it down there. So they're soft, but they're also relatively large. One medium-sized caterpillar is equal to the biomass of 200 aphids. Some of our smaller birds do chase aphids around, but you want to chase 200 aphids or get one caterpillar. They're nutritious, they're very high in protein, very high in fat. They have a very low percentage of chitin, of exoskeleton, compared to things like beetles, which are not like sausages, they're like little tanks. Lots of exoskeleton that's not digestible, and they have a lot of pointy edges too. And it turns out that caterpillars are the best source of carotenoids for birds during the breeding season. Now, I mentioned carotenoids not because I love organic chemistry, but because I am a vertebrate. You are vertebrates, I presume. And vertebrates don't make carotenoids. Only plants make carotenoids, yet they are an essential component of vertebrate diets. So we need carotenoids, the birds need carotenoids, and we have to get them from plants. And that's why my wife Cindy says I should eat my carrots to get my beta carotene, and my tomatoes to get my lycopene, my whatever that is to get my lutein. She makes sure I get all of those things because they stimulate my immune system. I am generally healthier when I have access to lots of carotenoids. They're antioxidants. They run around our body and protect our DNA from oxidative damage. They improve color vision. When your mother said, eat your carrots, you will see better, she was right. She didn't know she was right, but it turns out she was right. They improve sperm vitality, improve sexual attractiveness. We're talking about birds here now. This is a prothonotary warbler, male, and he is bright yellow because he's taken carotenoids and made pigments out of them. He's had access to lots of luteins, and he puts those pigments in his feathers, and the brighter yellow he is, the more ladies he attracts. Well, chickadees are birds. They're not making their own carotenoids, so they have to get them from plants. But again, they're not eating plants during reproduction, so they have to get them indirectly from plants by eating something that did eat plants. And if we look at the carotenoid content of typical bird prey items, we see that they're not equal. The first two bars here are caterpillars, and they have the most carotenoids by far, followed by orthopterans, things like crickets and grasshoppers. The adult caterpillars, the butterflies and moths, are way down here because the adults are not eating green leaves. That's where the carotenoids come from. Then way over here, we've got earthworms. So the early bird gets the worm, but he does not get any carotenoids when he gets the worm. Does this matter? Well, it does, according to work done by my PhD student, Ashley Kennedy, who put GoPro cameras on the tops of bluebird boxes. She had a lot of bluebird boxes and a lot of GoPro cameras, and they took a picture once every second. So she actually had to go through more than 1 million pictures to get the data here. But there's a direct correlation between the frequency with which a prey item is brought back to the nest and the amount of carotenoids that that prey item has. So caterpillars are brought back more often than anything else, followed by those orthopteroids, and then everybody else is nestled down here. So what this is saying is that caterpillars may not be optional parts of bird diets. It's starting to look like they are essential components of bird diets. And that means you're not going to have chickadees if you don't have enough caterpillars. And that's true for so many other types of birds. And that means we need to know how much is enough. How many caterpillars does it take to make a clutch of birds? Well, again, let's look at chickadees. We've got data for chickadees. I wanted to know what chickadees were feeding their young several years ago. So I put a box up in my backyard. I set my camera up so I could take pictures of what those chickadees were feeding their young. And I found out that it takes a lot of caterpillars to rear chickadees. A pair of chickadees can deliver a caterpillar to the nest once every 3 minutes. I watched them for 27 minutes at one point, and they brought in 30 caterpillars. How did they do that? By bringing in more than one caterpillar at a time. And sometimes they brought in a whole bunch. And they're working very hard. They're doing this from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. at night. Well, the next question is, how many species of caterpillars do chickadees bring back to the nest? And it turns out this is a very important question. I watched them for 3 hours, and during that 3 hours, they brought back 17 species of caterpillars. Now remember, this is in my yard, and chickadees only forage about 50 meters from the nest. So they got 17 species of caterpillars in my yard within 3 hours, within 50 meters of the nest. Why is that important? It's important because if I had 1 or 2 species of caterpillars in my yard, and it happened to be a bad year for those species, like this year, I'm predicting this is going to be a tough year for caterpillars because it's been so cold and so rainy here. There wouldn't be nearly enough caterpillars for the chickadees to be able to successfully reproduce. But if I have 17 species of caterpillars, or 34, or 134, and this got me curious to ask how many species of caterpillars are there in my yard. So I started counting them. I am up to 938 species, and I'm still going. Get new ones all the time. That means that some combination of all these species, no matter what the weather is, will create enough food so that chickadees get to reproduce any year, again, regardless of the weather. So this type of diversity, I've got that many caterpillars in my yard because I've got the plants that make those caterpillars. This is stability in the food web, creating stability. This is diversity in the food web, creating stability in that food web. You've heard that diversity is a good thing, and this is one of the main reasons it is. It means that you can have creatures reproducing every year, regardless of the variability around them. It stabilizes ecosystems. There was a guy by the name of Brewer way back in 1961, Richard Brewer, who was working on chickadees. And one of the things he needed to know was how many caterpillars they brought back to the nest every day. So he watched a whole bunch of nests, and it turned out to be between 390 and 570 caterpillars per day, depending on the number of chicks in the nest. And they're in the nest for 16 days. So that is 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars just to get them to the point where they leave the nest. Now, at that point, he couldn't count them anymore. They're flying all around, but the parents continue to feed the babies for another 24 days after they leave the nest. So who knows how many thousands of caterpillars are required to make one clutch of chickadees. Is this true for other birds? Absolutely. There's data from a number of birds now. You have Wilson's warblers breeding there in California. A guy by the name of Stewart watched Wilson's warblers for 5 days. Pair brought in 4,060 caterpillars just in 5 days to the nest. And these are tiny birds, around 1/3 of an ounce. What if I wanted to have a Lewis's woodpecker in my yard? It's 9 times heavier than a chickadee. How many caterpillars does that take? And I don't want just chickadees and Wilson's warblers and Lewis's woodpeckers. I want a whole community of birds. And if I lived in California, I would want Steller's jay. I would want spotted towhees, white-breasted and red-breasted nuthatches. I would want fox sparrows, black-headed grosbeaks, downy woodpeckers, hairy woodpeckers. I'd want both ruby crown and golden crown kinglets, western bluebirds, the varied thrush, western tanagers, brown creepers. I'm very selfish. I want all of these birds in my yard. I want evening grosbeaks and black phoebes and bush tits and Buick's friends and Oregon juncos, tree swallows, western wood peewees, oak titmice, blue-gray gnatcatchers, and then I want all the warblers too. I want black-throated gray warblers, orange crown warblers, Townsend's warblers, common yellowthroat, yellow warblers, and of course, I want Anna's hummingbird and the other hummingbirds. You might say, wait a minute, hummingbirds don't eat insects, they eat sugar water. And of course they do, but first part is wrong, they do eat insects. 80 to 90% of a hummingbird's diet is insects and spiders, and then they go get the sugar water. We only see them getting the sugar water, but you don't make a bird out of sugar water. And that is true for 96% of the terrestrial birds in North America. They are rearing their young on insects, not seeds and berries. And this is news to a lot of people. Most people think that birds do eat seeds and berries. That's why we see them in our feeders. And many do after they have reproduced. But when they're reproducing, when they're making more birds, which happens to be a really important time in their life history, they need the protein from insects and other arthropods. So no insects, no baby birds. A bit of a generalization, but not much. That means we need to design landscapes that are capable of producing a lot of insects. How do we do that? How do we get the diversity and numbers of insects that we're talking about here? Well, to answer this question, we have to return to specialized relationships. We have to consider the most common type of specialized relationship that happens all over the planet, and that is the one between the insects that eat plants and the plants themselves. Plants don't want to be eaten. They want to capture the energy from the sun and use it for their own growth and reproduction. So they've loaded their tissues with nasty tasting chemicals, secondary metabolic compounds that make those tissues either bitter or downright toxic. And it's an extremely effective defense that keeps most of the insects of the world from eating most of the plants of the world. And that's why it's green out there. It's not because there are no insects that want to eat those plants. It's because most of the insects that are out there cannot eat those plants. And if you don't believe me, when you go outside, first leaf you see, eat it. See if you like it. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it. But we do know that insects eat plants. So how do they do that? How do they eat all those toxic plants? Well, this is where the specialization comes in. 90% of the insects that eat plants are what we call host plant specialists, which means over evolutionary time, they develop a very tight relationship with a particular lineage of plants. They get good at circumventing that lineage of plants' defenses. They build the enzymes that detoxify and store and excrete the nasty compounds, the behavioral adaptations and the life history adaptations that allow them to reduce their exposure to all the plant defenses. But again, it takes a long period of evolutionary exposure before all of those adaptations fall into place. It does not happen overnight. Let's use the monarch butterfly as an example, because many of you know at least part of the story of specialization in the monarch. You probably know that monarchs are specialists on milkweeds, and you may know that milkweeds are toxic plants. So when you're outside eating plants, don't eat a milkweed. They're filled with cardiac glycosides, and if you eat enough of it, it will stop your heart. That's what cardiac glycosides do. Well, it doesn't stop the monarch's heart, and they do have a heart, by the way, because they've got the enzymes that detoxify those cardiac glycosides. But what about the sticky latex sap that gives milkweeds its common name? When you break open a milkweed leaf, all this white goo comes out. If you get it on your finger, you typically wipe it off right away. But if you don't wipe it off, if you let it sit there for a few minutes, it starts to gel. When it's exposed to oxygen, it turns into a chewing gum-like substance. And if that gets on the mandibles of a caterpillar, it will glue its mouth shut. And then the caterpillar starves to death. So it's an effective defense. Well, this, of course, is a caterpillar that eats milkweeds. That's the monarch caterpillar. How does it eat milkweeds without gluing its mouth part shut? This is something you can watch in your yard if you have milkweeds. The caterpillar will walk onto a new leaf, typically goes to the end of the leaf, and it starts to eat. And if it encounters any latex sap at all, it'll stop eating immediately, turn around, crawl back up that leaf, maybe 2/3 of the way, and it starts to chew through the midrib. And it chews till it has completely severed the midrib. And what it's done is block the flow of latex sap from this end of the leaf to this end of the leaf. So now all of this part of the leaf, the distal part of the leaf, is latex free. Now the caterpillar can turn around, go back down to the end of the leaf, and it can eat without any latex sap coming out at all. It's a very simple behavioral adaptation that it diffuses that effective defense of milkweeds. It also flags milkweed leaves. So if you're a monarch hunter, you can drive down the road, look at a milkweed patch. If you see flagged leaves like this, you know that monarchs have been around. Well, those are the upsides of specialization for the monarch. It gets to eat a plant that is unavailable to most other insects because they don't have the specialized adaptations to get around milkweed defenses. There is a downside to specialization, though, and it is that now anything it specializes on a particular plant ends up only being able to eat that particular plant. Now, monarchs can only eat milkweeds. And that is fine as long as there are a lot of milkweeds around. But if we take them away, it doesn't work for the monarch. We have 2,137 plant genera in North America, and monarchs can only eat one, the genus Asclepias. And because we have lost so many of our milkweeds, on both sides of the Rocky Mountains, in California, your monarchs are in deep trouble. They've declined 99% since 1976 because of development, agriculture, drought, and fire. You've lost a lot of your milkweeds. So if you want to keep the monarchs around, we've got to plant milkweeds. Okay, we can use this knowledge of specialization, host plant specialization, to consciously rebuild food webs wherever we want. If we're talking about doing it at home, let's rebuild them in our yards, if we understand what the components of those food webs are. And I'm going to use the white-eyed vireo as an example. That's a bird from my yard. I'm going to use it as an example because this is the nest that my wife Cindy found a few years ago. Now, in order to reconstruct the food web of the white-eyed vireo, I have to take pictures of the caterpillars that they're bringing back to the babies. If I can identify the caterpillar, we know a lot about what caterpillars eat. Then I will know what plant was necessary to make the food that feeds these babies. Apparently they knew all that, so they built their nest really low, and I could set my camera up again and take pictures of what was happening. And this is what was happening. They were bringing back caterpillars like the blinded sphinx moth. It's a specialist on black cherry in my yard. We have a lot of black cherries making blinded sphinx moths, so the babies get to eat. This little guy is the chestnut schizura. It's a specialist, despite its common name, a specialist on native viburnums. At our house, that's viburnum dentatum, arrowwood viburnum. I know we have arrowwood viburnum because we planted it. Our yard was mowed for hay before we moved in, and there weren't many plants here. So we put in the viburnums. Chestnut schizuras are here, and the babies get to eat. This guy with the white stripe is the drab prominent, a specialist on sycamore. Now, we did not plant sycamore, but there was a big wind maybe 2 years after we moved in and blew in some sycamore seeds. So it's been 18 years since then. One landed in my cold frame and germinated. I'm not very good at weeding things out. It's got to be 80 feet tall at this point. So I don't have a cold frame anymore, but I do have lots of drab prominence, and the babies get to eat. So on and on we go. This is the 8-spotted forester moth, a specialist on native grapes. We have lots of those. The lunate zale, another specialist on black cherry. This is the spicebush swallowtail. It's a specialist on spicebush and a close relative sassafras. This is one of the caterpillars that when it's attacked, it blows up its prothorax and exposes eyes on its back that make it look like a tree snake. It's supposed to scare the bird. It didn't work this time. This is the tufted bird dropping moth, another specialist on black cherries. So black cherry is emerging as a really important component of this bird's food web. But these guys are hungry. They need a lot more than that. So let's put some black walnut into the landscape. If we do that, we get the walnut sphinx, the gray-edged bomoloca, the black blotched caesura, the bride. These are all specialists on black walnut in my yard. Native maples that give us Plagodes inchworms, the green striped maple worm, the maple bantam dagger moth, and of course, many other species. Native elms give us the four-horned sphinx, the double-toothed prominent, the interrupted dagger moth, and again, many others. Remember, 90% of the insects that are required to keep these birds alive will not be in our yards unless we have the plants on which they specialize with, which they have co-evolved. So if I want the mustard sallow, I need witch hazel. If I want the hackberry emperor, I need hackberry. If I want Coculio asteroides, I need native asters. The Arcigera flower moth and the brown hooded owlet need goldenrod. The hog sphinx, Pandora sphinx, abbot sphinx all need Virginia creeper. Redbud leaf roller needs redbud. The gray furcula needs native willows. The turbulent phosphophila needs greenbrier. And the orange tufted oneida, the yellow vested moth, the spiny oak caterpillar, the two-spotted oak punky, the variable oak leaf caterpillar, the red humped oakworm, the orange humped oakworm, the pink striped oakworm, the delightful dagger moth, the pleasant dagger moth, the lesser oak dagger moth, the greater oak dagger moth, the streaked dagger moth, the afflicted dagger moth, the crown bucolatrix, the white blotch heterocampa, the oblique heterocampa, the red line panapoda, the laugher, and literally hundreds more will not be in our yards if we don't have oaks. Because it turns out oaks are the most powerful plant we can put in our yards to maintain food webs, not just in my yard, not just in your yards, but in 84% of the counties of North America. Why do we want all these insects? Well, we talked about birds. They want them, but it turns out insects are critical components of most of the terrestrial food webs that are out there. All spiders need insects, or they eat other spiders that ate insects. And I know a lot of people don't like spiders, but look who does. It is the second most important component of bird food webs. And of course, they're valuable predators. If we lost our spiders, we'd have a lot more mosquitoes that we don't need. We have a lot of insect predators that are eating those insect herbivores. So again, if we lose the herbivores, we'd lose the predators, and they themselves are valuable components of food webs. If we lost our insects, we'd lose our frogs, we'd lose our toads, we would lose all of the amphibians because they all eat insects. So do our lizards, so do our bats, so do our rodents. Excuse me. Why do these creatures all want insects? Because they're really good food. Pound for pound, there's twice as much protein in insect meat as there is in beef. And insects have organs in their abdomen called fat bodies that are loaded with fats and lipids that are high energy compounds. It allows these little guys to grow quickly, reproduce quickly. And if you're a rodent, that's what you want to do because you're an important component of food webs too. But it's the same reason that larger organisms are eating insects. They're just really good food. This is a skunk. They eat insects. Are digging up your yard to get the grubs that are in your yard. Possums eat a lot of insects. Raccoons eat a lot of insects. And even things we don't think of as insectivores eat a lot of insects. Like our friend the red fox here. 25% of its diet is insects. A full quarter of its diet is insects. 23% of a black bear's diet is insects. So even the big guys need insects. And even if you don't eat insects, you need insects. This is a sharp-shinned hawk. It's a bird predator. You might think, well, I can get rid of all the insects in my neighborhood and still have sharp-shinned hawks. But think about it. If you got rid of the insects in your neighborhood, you would get rid of the birds that this guy's eating. So he needs them indirectly. Same with the garter snakes, not eating insects directly, but it's eating the frogs and the toads that ate insects. Point is that a world without insects is a world without biological diversity. And Edward O. Wilson, E.O. Wilson, told us decades ago that a world without insects is a world without humans. And that makes it something that's pretty important here. He wrote this paper, The Little Things that Run the World, back in 1987, where he predicted if insects were to disappear, lots of nasty things would happen. First of all, most of the flowering plants would go extinct, and that would end energy flow through our terrestrial food webs, which would cause the collapse of the food webs that support the animals that we know and love. So we would lose our amphibians and reptiles and birds and mammals. the biosphere, the living portion of the earth would rot instead of having the rapid turnover of nutrients because of the insect decomposers. We would lose those decomposers and be nothing left. And of course, humans would not survive any of those drastic changes. Well, we ignored Wilson's warnings, and that's why we now have headlines like this. Insect apocalypse is here. What does it mean for the rest of life on Earth? Well, they have to go back and read EO's paper because he outlined it very clearly. It's not good news. Insect declines are being reported at least all over the temperate zone. Not much work in the tropics, but again, not good news. And these headlines are coming one after another. This one, the UN is now predicting we're going to lose 1 million species, possibly in the next 20 years. And humans will suffer. You bet. You bet we'll suffer. We can't afford to lose these species. And most of the species, again, are insects. So we have serious insect declines. A lot of people want to study it more. That's great, but we also have to stop them. We've got to reverse it. We don't need any more research to convince us that it's real. And these are some of the causes: misuse and overuse of pesticides, the omnipresent habitat loss. Every time you build a house, you don't have the insects that used to be on that property anymore. The profligate use of non-native ornamental plants from someplace else that don't allow those specialized relationships to develop. They often escape into our natural areas and become invasive species. We've got problems with security lights at night. We've got roadside mortality. And of course, we have climate change. There's good news here. And that is the first, 6 causes here? The first 6 causes are easily addressed. Each one of us can address each one of these causes, and I'll tell you how. Climate change is a little bit tougher. If I asked you to solve climate change yourself, you wouldn't be able to do it. You could stop driving your SUV, and yes, it would help, but you'd see no measurable difference. You can address the problem up here and see measurable differences, and we'll talk about how to do that. What's happening to insectivores, the things that eat those insects? Well, let's again look at the birds. Birds are now our charismatic megafauna. A lot of people like birds. And of course, the news is not good. Another headline we just had a few months ago: we've lost 3 billion birds in the last 45 years. Let me remind you what a billion is. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 31.7 years. So 1 billion is a big figure. We now have 3 billion fewer breeding birds in North America. 432 species of North American birds now considered at risk of extinction. Not because there's only 5 left of each one. Many of these are common birds, but because their population trajectories are heading down so rapidly. That's the signal for impending extinction at this point. So again, not good news. I think that our only viable option is to learn how to live in ecological harmony with the natural world that sustains us. To learn how to live sustainably with a natural world that sustains us. So let's look at some of the problems we have. One is, we have parks and we have preserves. You certainly have some wonderful ones in California. Why can't they preserve the biodiversity that we need? It's a good question. And the answer is, they're too small and they're too isolated from each other. When you take a large area like this and you shrink it down to a little habitat fragment, and through most of the country, this is what we have. It doesn't have to be this small, but you're taking large populations and shrinking them down to small or tiny populations. And that's the big problem. Small populations are highly vulnerable to local extinction. Why? Well, when you have a large population, the top line here, all populations fluctuate. In good times, they go up. Bad times, they go down. But if you're a large population, even in your down cycle, there's enough individuals that you can increase quickly when times get better. But small populations in their normal fluctuations often hit 0. They blink out of their little habitat patch. And then they're gone. Unless they recolonize, that becomes local extinction. And picture a box turtle, for example, crossing a major highway. It doesn't happen anymore. So local extinction is what we need to worry about. A lot of people only worry about global extinction. I don't care if box turtles are doing fine in the Great Smoky Mountains at this point. We need species to run the ecosystems where we are everywhere, because the number of species in an ecosystem determines how well it functions. And we need highly functioning ecosystems everywhere because we need to produce ecosystem services everywhere because we have so many humans everywhere, not just in our parks and our preserves. David Quammen has an excellent analogy between a Persian rug and ecosystems. This is a Persian rug, a functional Persian rug. This is not 71 Persian rugs. It's 71 fragments that are not functioning as a Persian rug. And this is pretty much what we've done to our ecosystems. So there's data from all over the world, and some of the studies are quite long, over 100 years in length at this point, but they're all telling us the same thing. We have not left enough nature out there to sustain the species that run our ecosystems. Not only that, so we're just doing a little bit of bad news here. The viable habitats we have left are fragmented, but they are also invaded with what we call invasive species. Let's just talk about invasive plants. Now, you people in California know about invasive plants. People everywhere know about invasive plants. They are every place. This is one of those little habitat fragments near where I live called White Clay Creek State Park, and every bit of green you're seeing there is a plant from Asia. Took this picture in March before our deciduous plants leaf out. The plants from Asia leaf out first. So it's a very good time to see what your alien plant load is. And it's about a third of the vegetation in parks, most places are unable to support the insects that run our ecosystems because they are plants from someplace else and our insects have not adapted to them. How do we know this? Well, that's what we've been studying in my lab at the University of Delaware for, I don't know, 13, 14 years now. We can measure it. We can measure what happens to local food webs when we take away the native plant communities that used to support them and replace them with plants from outside of those communities. Here's one simple study that was recently published. We simply went into hedgerows in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and Delaware that were invaded by non-native plants. So here you see a lot of autumn olive and a lot of porcelain berry and multiflora rose and the other things we have here, and compared the caterpillar communities in those hedgerows with caterpillar communities in hedgerows that were not invaded, that were mostly native plants. We found a 68% reduction in the number of species in those invaded hedgerows, a 91% reduction in the abundance of the caterpillars in those hedgerows, and a 96% reduction in the biomass, the amount of energy flowing through that food web in the invaded habitats. So if you think of caterpillars as bird food, you got a 96% reduction in the amount of bird food in areas where these non-native plants have invaded. Does this matter? Well, it matters if you're this common yellow throat trying to feed your young. Some people have said, well, you know, he can just forage 96% harder to get the same amount of food, but he can't. He's already foraging all day long, 156 trips a day. He can't do that 96% harder. So the prediction is you'll have 96% less bird biomass in a habitat that's been invaded by these plants. And that's reflecting very much those terrible figures we just talked about. Trying to personalize this a little bit. What if I said, introduced plants have reduced your bank account by 96%? I think you would get it right away that this is not good. This is not good. Well, insects are the currency in our ecological bank account, and we have to start thinking seriously about getting those populations back up. I want you to think about it from the perspective of the birds that require these insects. So think of yourself as this magnolia warbler. You're now this magnolia warbler. You have just finished overwintering in the Talamanca Mountains of Costa Rica. It is time for you to fly north to reproduce, and you're about to undergo the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do: migration. Predation risks are high. The energy expenditure is fantastic. Migrants lose 35% of their body weight on long flights like crossing the Gulf of Mexico, but any long flight they do. And when they stop, they have to put that weight back up. People are looking at the stomach contents of tiger sharks in the Gulf of Mexico. And during migration, they're filled with migrating birds that just don't make it. They come down right in the middle of the ocean. So migration is hard, and you might ask the question, the legitimate question, if it's so hard, why did it evolve in birds? Why would they bother to do it? Why don't they stay where they are? Well, migration evolved for the same reasons that anything evolves, the benefits of migration outweighed the costs. The costs are high, but the benefits are even higher. What are those benefits? Well, in the temperate zone in North America, in the spring, we have this giant flush of new leaves. And following that giant flush of new leaves is a giant flush of the insects that eat those leaves. So you have this big flush of food that enables birds that come up and take advantage of that to actually make more babies. That does not happen in the tropics. The tropics are much more steady. There's a lot of competition for food in the tropics. So if you take advantage of this spring bonanza of food in the temperate zone, instead of rearing 2 to 4 offspring per year, you can rear 3 to 6 offspring per year. Doesn't seem like a big difference, but it's enough to balance the costs of migration. So let me emphasize this. Bird migration was only adapted because there were so many insects that were seasonally available in the temperate zone. This study came out 2018, talking about, I don't know how they measured it, but they claimed that birds eat 500 million tons of insects each year. And they presented it as if, well, this is great because birds are eating 500 million tons of pests each year. Believe me, insects are not all pests. Let's rewrite it and just say birds require 500 million tons of insects each year. And if you take away that tonnage of insects, you're going to take away the birds. So these types of insect declines are not just affecting a few obscure migrating birds. It's most of the birds that we know and love. There are 386 species of neotropical migrants that may no longer have enough insects to justify that migration. It's our swallows and our swifts, our orioles, our hummingbirds, our vireos and tanagers, our buntings, our flycatchers and thrushes, our warblers, and we have a lot of species of warblers, our bobolinks, our nightjars. All of these birds are at risk because the reason they're coming north is to get all the insects, and we don't have those insects there anymore. So which plants should we be sure to have in our landscapes? The plants that are going to make the most insects, and there's 2 ways of finding out what those plants are. We helped create a tool that is now launched on the National Wildlife Federation website called Native Plant Finder. You go to this tool, put in your zip code, and the ranked list of woody and herbaceous plants for your county will pop up. So the excuse, I don't know what to plant to help wildlife in my yard, is no longer a good excuse. You can find out what it is. And this works really well in most parts of the country, except in California, for 2 reasons. You've got a number of biomes in California. You've got these mountains right in the middle that depends on which side of the mountain you're on. And your counties are huge. So there's no one plant that's going to work in all places in a county. So luckily the California Native Plant Society created CalScape, and you're going to get a little workshop on how to do CalScape at the end here, it's an excellent tool. I wish every state had a CalScape. They've got GPS coordinates for where every single native plant in the state is located. So you can look at those maps and very quickly identify the plants that are appropriate for exactly where you live. Very powerful tool. But when we made these tools, a very striking pattern jumped out at us. And that was that it's actually a very few species of native plants are making most of the food. About 5% of our native plants are making about 75% of the food that drives these food webs. So I started calling those keystone plants. And what it means is that all natives are not created equal. Some are really good, some are okay, and some aren't making a whole lot of food at all. So the question is no longer, are natives better than non-natives? On average, they certainly are. But the question really should be, do I want an ecologically powerful plant in my yard? Or do I want a benign one that's not going to contribute anything, or even worse, an unproductive plant that's going to escape and invade local habitats? I get emails a couple times a year from people saying, don't I know that ginkgos, Ginkgo biloba from Asia, actually grew in North America 7 million years ago. So that makes them native, and that's why we can plant them. Well, if being native was our only criterion, well, I'd still argue with that, but That's not our metric anymore. Our metric is how many caterpillars is it making? Ginkgos make 0. So I don't care if it grew on the moon 7 million years ago. It is not a productive plant in North American landscapes now. It's good for other reasons, but if you want to help wildlife, ginkgo is not going to do it. Compared to your oaks, 270 species of caterpillars produced by California oaks. Which are you going to plant if you want to help your local birds? Eucalyptus. Californians love your eucalyptus. Only support 5 species of native caterpillars. Compared to your local prunus, 246 species of caterpillars. These are your cherries like holly leaf cherry. Your zelkova, no caterpillars. Compared to ceanothus like California lilac, 93 species of caterpillars supported by that. Mike, Kathy's husband, made this very handy graph, which might be a little hard for you to read. So we're gonna dwell on this a bit at the end of the talk. But the green bars are some of the native ornamentals that can be used in California landscapes, and the red ones are typical ornamentals that are non-native. And this is the number of caterpillar species that they support. So look, here's the difference between regular species and those keystone species. Look at how big the oaks and the cherries are compared to everything else. But look how big all the green bars are compared to the red bars. These guys are not gonna support life in our ecosystems. So think of your yard, your plants in your yard, as if they were bird feeders, because they can be if you pick the right plants. So there you go, they're bird feeders. Now you get to decide how well you're going to feed the birds. You can feed them a lot, or you can feed them just a little bit. This is what the landscapes around me look like, giant lawns with very few plants in them. You can choose the plants that actually make the caterpillars. You can have food in your bird feeders, in other words, or you can have plants where the bird feeders are empty. There's the ginkgo back there. No caterpillars, it's a big tree, but it's just not contributing. And when we don't think about the role of these keystone species or genera in our landscapes, we're not fooling the birds. I'm going to share a little bit of data from my PhD student, Desiree Narango. She's not my student anymore, she's graduated, but she looked at Carolina chickadee reproduction in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. As a function of the landscape plants around where the nest box was. She got to compare when most of the landscape plants were native and most of the landscape plants were non-native, and compared chickadee breeding success. So this is a typical breeding territory of a pair of chickadees. The star is where the nest is. Again, it's about 50 meters from the nest is where they're foraging. The blue areas are the trees on which they did 95% of their foraging. So let's look at what those species are. You may not recognize them, but these are all native species in the DC area. Basswood and sweet gum and American elm, black cherry, 2 species of oaks. Let's also look at the plants that the birds did not forage on. And they're all the plants from Asia. We got Japanese maples and silk tree. Here's our friend the ginkgo, black poplar, crepe myrtles, saucer magnolia. And it's very easy to picture a landscape where these are the dominant plants. So that allowed Desiree to compare chickadee reproductive success in those 2 types of landscapes. And when they were dominated by non-native plants, they produced 75% fewer caterpillars. So right away, you've reduced the amount of food for the chickadees by 75%. Those landscapes were 60% less likely to have breeding chickadees at all. So even though there's a nest box up, and nest box, chickadees are tree hole breeders that's always in short supply, the birds would come, they'd look at the landscape and say, there's simply not enough food here. We're not even going to bother. If they did bother, they laid 1.5 fewer eggs. Those nests were 29% less likely to survive at all. They produced 1.2 fewer fledglings. It took them 1.5 days longer to do it. And the chicks that left the nest were lighter than the ones that were in more native habitats. And you might say, well, these aren't huge differences. But when you put all that together in a population growth model, this is what you get. As a percentage of the non-native plants in the landscape, from 0% to 100%. This dotted line represent replacement rate. The population at this dotted line is reproducing as many chicks, as many offspring as adults that are dying. So it's a sustainable population that's not growing, but it's not shrinking. Anything above that dotted line is a growing population, but anything below it is a shrinking population. And right here is where they overlap, around 30% non-native plants. So if you have a landscape where 70% of the plant biomass is our productive native plants, you can have a sustainable breeding bird population. So that's good. This is the first time this has been measured for any bird anywhere, but it also suggests that there's room for compromise. 30% of your landscape can be non-native plants that aren't contributing much. As long as they're not invasive, they're not going to destroy your ecosystem. And this is good news. If I told people that you weren't allowed to have any non-native ornamental plants, I'd have very few people listening to me. But you can, as long as you get those big dominant productive keystone plants in your landscape. Desiree also looked at the number of migrating birds that passed through her study sites in Washington, D.C. It was 51 species. And remember, migrants fly all night long. They do not fly around our cities. They fly right through them. And when it comes dawn, around 4 in the morning, they come down, and what they have to do, everybody says they've got to rest, but what they really have to do is gas up. They've got to refuel by eating the insects that are going to put that body weight back on. And if they come down in the land of ginkgo, there's nothing to eat, and that's the end of the migration. That's the end of the bird. So a lot of people say, well, I don't own a property that's big enough to support a breeding bird. And that may be true. But if you own a property big enough to support a single plant that makes caterpillars, you can support migrating birds. And believe me, they will appreciate it if you do that. They will stop. They will eat those caterpillars. So what we're talking about here really is nothing less than rebuilding the Earth's carrying capacity, its ability to support life. We humans have steadily eroded the carrying capacity by taking plants away. So what we have to do is put them back. Where are we going to do that? We have to do it as many places as we can, but we can't avoid privately owned property. 78% of the entire U.S. is privately owned. 86% east of the Mississippi is privately owned. If we ignored the places where we live and work and play, conservation would not work because it would be confined to, at best 15% of the U.S. And again, those sites would be too small and too isolated for it to sustain the species we want it to sustain. So on these private properties, we have to restore nature's relationships. We have to raise the bar about what we've asked our landscapes to do. So in the past, we've asked them to be pretty. That's good. We can keep doing that. But now they also have to support viable food webs. They have to support life. And they're going to do that by putting the right plants back. They have to sequester carbon. Everybody needs to be sequestering carbon now. And it's plants that do that. I had a student a few years ago that said, we need to invent a machine that pulls carbon out of the atmosphere and locks it up and then pumps it into the ground. I said, well, that would be nice, except we already have that machine. It's called a tree. And if we put the trees back, they're pumping carbon, or a lot of our herbaceous plants too, are pumping carbon into the soil as long as they live. We also have to clean and manage our watersheds. Everybody lives in a watershed, everybody. And nobody has the ethical right to destroy that watershed. You manage it by putting the plants back. We have to enrich our soil primarily with carbon, pump that carbon back in, and we've got to support pollinators. Supporting pollinators has been politically correct for a while. And the argument is, well, we have to support them for agriculture. That's not why we have to support pollinators. They say, well, they pollinate a third of our crops. They pollinate 80% of all plants and 90% of all flowering plants. If we were to lose our pollinators, we'd lose 80 to 90% of the plants on the planet. That is not an option. It is simply not an option. Far more important than a few of our fruit trees. So we're not talking about good land stewardship here. We're talking about essential land stewardship. Roy Dennis is a land manager in England who recently said that land ownership is more than a privilege, it's a responsibility. And I couldn't agree with that more. What he's talking about here is the biosphere of the planet, that very thin film of life on the surface of the planet. If the planet was an egg, the biosphere would be thinner than the eggshell. Yet that is where all the life that we know about exists. And who knows, maybe it's all the life in the universe, and it's certainly all the life that we're ever going to interact with in the universe, right there on the biosphere. But we have chopped up that biosphere, into private land ownership. So Tom owns this, Dick owns this, Mary owns this. Harry, don't forget Harry, he owns something too. Okay, but along with that private land ownership comes the responsibility of stewarding all the life in the universe. I can't think of a more awesome responsibility than that. This is a church I drove by in Mississippi not long ago, and everybody's inside worshiping God's creations, and on the outside, they're killing them all with this giant dead lawn. We're not thinking. We're just not thinking. So in the past, we've gone to the nursery and we look for plants simply for aesthetical reasons. We thought plants were just decorations. So we buy something that's pretty and then we're happy. But when we landscape with plants just as decorations, it ends up being pretty. It is. But then landscaping equals ecological destruction. We could pick pretty plants that produce ecosystem services, that support our food webs, protect our watershed, that create pollinator habits, support natural enemies. And if we make function one of the criteria that we use when we choose landscape plants, then landscaping equals ecological restoration. And I'm going to call this 21st century landscaping. We've done 20th century landscaping and we're now in the 6th grade extinction. So I'm not impressed with it. Let's give this a try. All right, here are 9 things that you can do to restore the insect populations and thus the ecosystems in your yard. Let's start with the first one. Cut your lawn in half. Now, I know a lot of people in California don't have giant lawns, but it's something to think about anyway, because we got a lot of lawn. Got a lot of lawn in North America. We have an area the size of New England that is in lawn. It's over 40 million acres, and it is a dead zone. And the stuff we put on our lawn and all the mowers that we cut them with are poisoning our environments and our watershed. So let's think about cutting that area in half and putting those keystone plants in the area we take out of lawn. We also want to think about planting for specialist bees. Now, I didn't get a chance to talk about bees in this talk. It's just too long. But bees, of course, critical. We need them to pollinate plants everywhere. And there are a lot of bees that are specialists, meaning they will only reproduce on the pollen of particular plant genera. So in a lot of areas of the country, there are about 13 species of bees that only use sunflower pollen, 12 species that only use aster pollen, 11 species that only use goldenrods, and so on. So if you have sunflowers, asters, goldenrod, evening primrose, willows in your yard, you're supporting more than 50 species of bees. If you don't have those, you've just lost 50 species of bees. The generalist bees will follow these plants. They can use these plants as well, but you lose the specialists when you don't pay attention to these relationships. Remove invasive species from your property. This is a no-brainer, and don't go to the nursery and buy new invasive species. By the way, let's be clear about what an invasive species is. I hear a lot of people talking about native plants being invasive. The definition of an invasive plant is a non-native that's displacing native plant communities. There are natives that can be aggressive, but that's not what invasive means. So if you have a non-native that can easily escape your yard and penetrate your natural areas, remove it and put in one that is not invasive. Okay, use those keystone plants. We talked about that. We want to use those top performing plants. They don't have to be the only plants we use. But if we don't use them, it's like building your house without the 2x4s. Those are the plants that are holding up the relationships in your landscape. You can then decorate around, but we don't build our houses out of wallpaper, and we can't build landscapes without keystone plants. Preserve your leaf litter. What am I talking about? And your ground covers. Again, where I live, Pennsylvania, there are 511 species of caterpillars that develop on oaks in Pennsylvania. A few of them complete their development on the oak tree. This is the Polyphemus moth. It spins, caterpillar eats the leaves, and then it spins its cocoon. And then it emerges as an adult and does everything on the tree. And I wish all of the oak beaters did that, but they don't. 94% of them, 480 species, drop from the tree and pupate in the soil. They tunnel underneath the soil and form their pupa, or they spin a cocoon in the leaf litter under the tree. And that's where the problem comes in, because we don't leave leaf litter under our tree, and we compact our, come back here, we compact our soil and mow it. So this becomes a no man's land for any caterpillar that's trying to complete its development. So these might all be oaks or really high producing trees, but it becomes an ecological trap. You're calling in the moths to lay their eggs, the caterpillars develop, and then they die. And of course, the cement landscape is an even worse alternative. I'm not trying to discourage trees in trees, but I would like to see less cement. This is just laziness in terms of landscaping, and it destroys our watersheds. This is the typical scenario. We have trees growing in the middle of a lawn, and I would like to measure, nobody's measured caterpillar survivorship when they drop out of the trees in a situation like that. I'd like to try to do that this summer if we can. But I can guarantee, and this of course, is that compact soil and no plants here at all. Very tough on a caterpillar. This is what we're going for. We want the tree, but then we want a layered landscape underneath it. We want our native, this is a native azalea here, and our ferns, and biome specific, but you want plants under those trees that are going to be over ground that is undisturbed. You're not going to go walking through this spring ephemeral garden. You're not going to trample it. You're not going to mow it. And the caterpillars that fall down in here will be able to complete their development without any problem. It's a great place for ground covers, like your yerba buena, good ground cover in California. Caterpillars drop into here, and it's a safe zone. Okay, night lights are killing our insects by the billions. So we need to address this. And this is probably the easiest thing to address. We light up the skies at night, and the excuse is always for security. I think it's just a habit. If you're really worried about security, put a motion sensor on your security light so that it only turns on when the bad man comes. And you would be surprised how often the bad man does not come. Even better, put a yellow light bulb in your security light, or a yellow LED bulb is the best. It's the least attractive to insects. So overnight, if we replaced all of our night lights with yellow LED bulbs, we could save billions of insects almost instantly. Oppose mosquito spraying. We're fogging for mosquitoes all over the country, and we're doing it really for no good reason. Mosquitoes do transmit diseases, but we don't have most of those in this country. We don't have any Zika virus now. This is Mosquito Joe, and he will tell you where these fogs are only killing mosquitoes. Not so. This is pyrethroids. It's killing all the insects it attracts. So, we're trying to build insects in our landscape, and Mosquito Joe comes and kills them all. And it doesn't just stay where he's spraying. It floats over to the neighbors and kills them as well. And he says, well, it's organic. It's totally safe. Organic meaning it comes from a plant, and it does. But cyanide comes from a plant too. That does not make it safe. If you really have a mosquito problem, and I don't know how big your mosquito problems are in California, but this is how you can control them. Get a bucket, fill it full of water, put in some straw or hay, and let it ferment for a day or so, and it becomes irresistible to ovipositing mosquitoes. They lay their eggs in there. When the larvae hatch, you put in a mosquito dunk that you get at the drugstore, hardware store. Put it in, the mosquito larvae eat it. This has got Bacillus thuringiensis in it. It's a mosquito-specific bacterium that kills mosquitoes, only mosquitoes. So you're not hitting any non-targets. It's very effective. It's not very expensive. And if everybody had mosquito dunk traps out there, we'd have far fewer mosquitoes. Minimize insecticide use overall. You realize homeowners use more insecticide per acre than agriculture. And most of it is absolutely unnecessary. It's, we've got this thing, we've got to kill all insects, but we're not actually sure why. We don't. Then finally, there are a lot of rules out there from your homeowners association or your township saying, well, you have to have dead landscapes because we say so. Join your HOA, change from within, penetrate them, infiltrate them. These rules were made by people who didn't understand the ecological relationships around them. We can change those rules. There's nothing sacred about them. So I'm going to end this part of the talk by talking about a book that E.O. Wilson wrote in 2016 called Half Earth. I don't know if any of you read it, but he's making the argument that if we're going to save life on Earth anywhere, we have to save it on half. We have to have ecosystem function on half of planet Earth. And he spends most of the book talking about the science that supports that statement, and then he ends the book. Well, this is a wonderful thing. I'd love to see it happen, but we're scratching our heads saying, well, how can this be possible? Remember, agriculture is already in half of terrestrial planet Earth, and we're stuck in the other half. All 8 billion of us with all of our infrastructure and our airports and our roads and everything else. How can we have functioning ecosystems where we have all of those humans? Well, I actually think we can do it. We can do it by enacting the things I just talked about. We can realize Eo's dream, but we need a new approach to conservation. We've had this idea that humans and nature cannot coexist. That's nonsense. Of course we can coexist. As a matter of fact, I think coexisting is now our only option. This is what we have to do. We have to have functioning natural relationships where humans abound. The UN designates biosphere reserves as places of ecological significance, as if not all places have ecological significance. Another crazy thing, every square inch of the planet has ecological significance, including your yard. We can't leave conservation to the conservationists anymore. There's way too much conservation that has to be done and not nearly enough conservationists, so we all have to participate. It doesn't mean you have to save biodiversity for a living, but you really can save it where you live, or if you're ambitious, you can save it where you work as well. I like this approach because it empowers each one of us. And this is a time in our human existence where we want to be empowered. There are a lot of giant environmental problems out there, and most of us feel helpless. But this is one where you can plant that oak, you can plant that native plant and watch the life come to it, make a difference, either on property you own or volunteer in a nearby park or preserve. It also shrinks the problem to something that's manageable for each one of us. Don't worry about the Earth's giant problems. Just worry about your own property, your own little park. Do something, get rid of those invasives, cut that lawn in half, put in those keystone plants, and we'll be happy. So as property owners, each one of us has the power, and we certainly have the responsibility to fix dead landscapes like this. None of us are going to be able to fix it alone, but we really can fix it if we work together. Thanks very much. So I'm not going to do questions right now. What I am going to do is return to this graph, the one that Mike made, and we're going to talk about many of these, not all of them, and make some stark comparisons. And when I was in San Francisco last year, at some point, and I noticed a lot of sweet gums. That's a plant, of course, from the east. I've got sweet gums right in my yard here. It's not a terribly powerful plant. It supports 37 species in my county, but in your county, near San Francisco, it supports one introduced species. So you can't call it a native just because it's from North America. It's not from California, not producing a lot of food. So you can use that, or you can use that ginkgo we talked about several times and make no caterpillars at all. Or you can put in one of your 39 species of oaks. I think California has more species of oaks than any other state. And of course, then you have the option of making 270 species of caterpillars. That's the pinnacle of our keystone species. You can put your eucalyptus in, or get on one of the committees to save the eucalyptus. They're making 5 caterpillars. I'd love to find one of those because they're sure not very common. Or crepe myrtles, beautiful, but make no caterpillars, just a decoration. Or you could put in one of your 15 species of native prunus, the native cherries, 246 species of caterpillars, just things like your holly leaf cherry, very powerful plants. Tree of Heaven, highly invasive in the east here. That's Ailanthus, supports 2 species of caterpillars. Could be one of your 8 species of native maples. Acer, support 85 species. You see the differences here, stark contrast between the natives and the non-natives. You have 8, or I don't know how many species of acacia. You've got a lot of species of acacia. None of them are native to California. It's a legume. Legumes do make a lot of nitrogen. So you've got 8 species of caterpillars eating them, but it could be a manzanita. You've got 103 species of types of manzanita, support 41 species. There's always a better alternative than a native. Your English ivy, again, highly invasive, supports 6 species. I've never found anything on an English ivy. But you've got 69 species of ribes that together support 83 species of caterpillars, just in California. Those are the currents. And of course, they're very beautiful. That's a good bonus. Cotoneaster, another common non-native a lot of people use, supports 7 species, but it could be a California lilac, one of 100 species of California ceanothus that supports 79 species of caterpillars. Much better alternative. Ocean spray, Holodiscus discolor, is a pretty, and there's only 1 species, but it supports 24 species of caterpillars. It's a good native. Forget-me-nots, very popular, I guess, support 3 species, but it could be a lupine. You got 100 species of lupines in California that support 49 species of caterpillars. Fennel. Now, pollinators, look at these, all honeybees, by the way. That's an introduced native generalist bee. They support 4 species of caterpillars, but the native asters. Now, the asters are broken up into several genera. There are 95 species in California of aster-like plants that look like this. Nobody's measured the number of caterpillars since they broke up the genera, but it is many. It's a top producer back here in the East, and I'm sure it is in California as well. Another non-native, lily of the Nile. Now you see why we're using them. They're pretty. I agree, they're pretty, but no caterpillars. No caterpillars. It's just a decoration. Could be a native goldenrod. You've got 11 species of goldenrods that support 27 species of caterpillars, and boy, that seems low to me. In my yard, it's 110 species. I bet there's more out there in California if we look for them. Periwinkle vinca, another non-native, supports 2 species. Could be a California rose. And you plant them densely enough, you can get a nice ground cover. You've got 21 species of roses, native roses in California, and they support 70 species of caterpillars. Ice plant, another non-native, 0 species of caterpillars. Could be one of your sages, your Artemisia, support 21 species. Point is, with natives, we can create landscapes that are both beautiful and functional. Thanks for listening.
Okay. All right, so Doug was not able to stay with us today to answer questions. I'm going to answer some of the questions that I saw on the chat for the next few minutes as I talk. This is Kathy Kramer. I'm the garden tour coordinator. So my husband Mike and I made this chart, and Doug went over it, which I was glad to see, but I just want to point out on the right, the species that he talked about that have 0 ecological value. If you have any of these in your own garden, grass, for example, ginkgo, crepe myrtles, tea trees, red hot pokers, periwinkles, ice plant, agapanthus, ivy. These support like 6 or 8 species of caterpillar, tree of heaven, impatiens, fennel, forget-me-not, eucalyptus, cotoneaster, acacia. So there they are, the unproductive plants that are so often in people's gardens. People asked if this talk will be recorded and put up on the YouTube page, and yes, it will. And you can subscribe to the YouTube channel to be notified when videos are put up. So here are photos of non-native ornamentals: cosmos, hot lip sage, pride of Madeira, lavender. You might have some of these in your own garden, and you might be thinking to yourself, well, I have a lot of non-native ornamentals in my garden, and the butterflies and bees love them. But as Doug said, butterflies are generalists when it comes to finding nectar, but as you just heard, they require specific native plants in order to lay their eggs. And the analogy that comes to my mind is, what if you and I could have all the free coffee at Starbucks that we wanted, but we couldn't reproduce? So we would soon have a population crash also. So I hope that after this morning's talk and through the presentations this weekend, you'll take a Marie Kondo, look at your own garden and ask yourself, does this non-native ornamental spark joy? And if it does, then keep it. If it's a plant that your mother gave you, or you just love it because it's beautiful and you feel you need it in your yard, then you should have that in your yard. But if it doesn't, then consider replacing it with a California native plant that will provide food, shelter, and nesting areas for wildlife. And I know that you're dying now to find out what those keystone species are. And we have a talk on them this afternoon by Jennifer Durking. We also have a keystone species section that's new on the Garden Tours website. We also have a really nice Doug Tallamy section on the Garden Tours website, if you haven't seen that yet. So just to go over some of the things that Doug talked about, I have my 3 things you can do in your garden. Shoot for 50 to 70% native plants in your garden. That still gives you, 30 to 50% of your garden to have other plants that you like. Use Keystone plants, and you can find the Keystone plants on the Garden Tours website, and stop using pesticide. None of the gardens on the garden tour, whether you see them this weekend or in person in early May, use any pesticides in their garden. So whether you start small by just changing out a few plants, or whether you go whole hog, then you might want to really work toward having at least 50% natives in your garden. So I'll spend a little bit of time here talking about the garden study that was done by the city of Santa Monica, in case you're not yet convinced to include natives in your garden. This was a 9-year-long study where the city of Santa Monica compared water use, green waste generation, and the number of maintenance hours between a traditional garden, which had a lawn and Mediterranean climate plants, and a native plant garden. Here you can see the two gardens, which were side by side in downtown Santa Monica on Pearl Street. And here are the results of the study. On the left in blue is the amount of water used by the traditional garden. On the right in blue is the amount of water used by the native plant garden in the same time period. The native plant garden used about 80% less water than the traditional garden did. The middle garden in green, the middle column, is the amount of green waste that each garden generated. And what this translates into is either you mowing every week and pruning, or you're paying someone else to do that. And the right side in green shows how much less green waste is generated in a native plant garden. And you can see that the traditional garden generated twice as much green waste as the native plant garden did. Finally, the purple shows the number of maintenance hours required to maintain each garden. So when the people in the traditional garden are spending 80 hours working in their yards, the people with the native plant garden on the right are spending just 15 hours to maintain theirs. So, yeah, okay. So, all right. So let's move on now to see how you can create the garden of your dreams with an East Bay Mud landscape rebate. It's very exciting that East Bay Mud has doubled the rebate amount if you plant a native plant garden. For a limited time, the super rebate is $2.50 a square foot, which is double the standard rebate. Plant natives, sheet mulch to remove the lawn and build healthy soil, and plant in the cool season to take advantage of the rain that will help get your garden established. You can use plants like these. On the left, the beautiful California lilac. On the bottom right, California fuchsia, and on the top, the lilac verbena de la mina, to dazzle your neighbors and support pollinators. And EbMud also offers mulch and compost coupons, which are available at eastbaymud.com/mulch. As EbMud says, we may be out of the drought, but water-wise gardens are always in style. So let's go now and see one of those water-wise gardens. We'll start our garden tour with a visit to Susan and Bill Teefe's garden in Castro Valley. You can visit this garden on Saturday, May the 6th. It was designed by Michael Filgen from 4 Dimensions Landscape. And this is the Teefe garden before. Inspired by gardens that they saw on the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour, Susan and Bill decided to save water, create habitat for wildlife, and plant natives. And this is garden was transformed in 2016, and EbMud's lawn conversion rebate program helped pay for this transformation. And I love how the plants softened the lines of this retaining wall, which was already in place when the garden was redone. This garden has multiple seating areas. And now that the garden has been established, the drip system has been shut off, and only plants that need it are watered by hand. Woodpeckers, nuthatches, chickadees, and spotted towies have all nested in this garden. So let's go now and meet Susan Teefe. Is Susan with us? Hi, Susan. I can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
So maybe you can tell us before we start, what are some of the things that you enjoy most about your native plant garden?
What you're showing right there, the birds. That was what pulled me in. I really wanted to draw in more birds to the yard.
And how many species of birds have you seen in your yard?
At least 60. I have a list. I have a high bar. I only keep them on my list if I've snapped a photo of them. So I have about 60 that I've taken photographs of. I've seen other things, but I haven't been able to capture them on I was going to say on film, but with my camera.
Well, Susan is a beautiful photographer, and I think we'll be seeing some of her stills in this presentation. So let's go now and watch the video of Susan's garden.
Hi, I'm Susan, and we're here in Castro Valley in our mostly California native garden. We've been here over 30 years, and the yard's gone through quite some significant changes in that time. The property's on a hillside, so shortly after we moved in, we flattened out as much as we could, and we put in some retaining walls, we put in a lawn, and we created a walking path around the outside with narrow planting areas along the fences. And that worked out really well, especially when the kids were small. We played a lot of games on that lawn and had Easter egg hunts and bouncy houses out there. I did spend a lot of time mowing the lawn. As we know, in California, drought's a way of life, and it didn't take long to realize that low water use plants are a good idea. I bought this book from East Bay Mud about using water conserving plants, and I used it as a guide. It had some California natives, but not too many. It's come a long way since that time, since that first edition, and it now includes a lot more California natives. Mine's pretty dog-eared and marked up. But once the kids were grown, we decided to get rid of the lawn and transition to a more bird-friendly yard. I really like to photograph birds, and I love the idea of bringing more birds into the yard. I had gone on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden tour, and I was really inspired by the beautiful native plant gardens that I saw. So we hired the wonderful team at 4 Dimensions to help us develop a plan and carry it out. We took advantage of East Bay Mud's lawn conversion rebate program, and so for about 2.5 years after we did it, we didn't pay a water bill. So they also have a super rebate program if you plant mostly California natives. We had one significant native plant we really wanted to keep, and that was a coast redwood tree that was only about 6 feet tall when we moved in. It's probably 35 or 40 feet tall by now. It should live 2,000 years and get about 300 feet tall. We planted another one on the other side of the yard, and it's about 20 feet tall today. There are quite a few redwoods in the neighborhood. Historically, this area was full of them. And a lot of them in the neighborhood are really tall, and they often have nests of larger birds like crows, Cooper's hawks, red-shouldered hawks, and white-tailed kites. In our yard, we mostly host hummingbirds. We did put up an owl box, but we haven't had any owls yet. And there was another tree I really wanted to keep, and that was an old apricot tree. It was pretty much dead, but it hadn't fallen over yet. A Nuttall's woodpecker had made a cavity nest in there. And it turns out that several other local bird species use old woodpecker holes for their nests. After the woodpeckers left, we had Bewick's wrens nesting in there, and then nuthatches, and oak titmice, and then finally the old tree fell over. So if you have an old tree that's dying, it's totally worth it to leave as much of the trunk for habitat if you can do that safely. After the apricot tree fell down, we put up nest boxes. We used the instructions we found on the Cornell Lab of Ornithology website, and they worked out really well. These boxes mimic the cavity nests that these birds would find in the wild. And the website has tips about the size of the holes to exclude unwanted species like house sparrows, and other tips about how to keep them safe from predators. The chestnut-backed chickadees especially like them, and they fill them up with shredded redwood bark, which matches the color of their backs. So the hillside's a bit of a challenge. We were always fighting the slope when we had a lawn. Now we've got 3 flat areas on different levels, each one with its own patio. The upper 2 patios are flagstone, connected by these wonderful natural stone steps. We have a big table and chairs in the middle under a redwood arbor, and we eat outside here a lot in the summertime. The yard's kind of an extension of the house. It's like having an extra room in the warmer months. The upper patio's a little smaller, and it has a nice bench and some pots on it. There's still a pathway around the outside, but it's a bit closer in, so the planting area is larger. And we have a couple of sets of stairs topped with the same flagstone in places where it's really too steep. So it kind of divides the yard into 6 or 7 separate areas. One of my favorite areas is the hammock. We've got a post to hold up one end, and the other end is held up by a tree. It's a great place to take a nap in the summertime. And I've got a lot of heucheras along one side, and they smell really nice. We have an irrigation system. It's a drip line with built-in emitters, and it's underneath the mulch and operated by a timer. The yard's divided into 6 different zones, and each one can be set independently. But it's turned off most of the time. I find that I just hand water new plants or supplement the water every 2 or 3 weeks if I need to, if it's a particularly dry summertime with the hose, and that seems to be sufficient. The mulch seems to keep the water in pretty well. The pathways are made of stabilized, decomposed granite, and these are really porous, which is awesome. We had a ton of rain this year, and it goes right through them. They actually grow moss along the edges, which makes them look even more like a dirt trail that you'd see out in the East Bay parks. The only problem is they're a little slippery when it's wet. We have a lot of mulch, mostly wood chips and fallen leaves. The mulch is really helpful in keeping the weeds down, and the weeds that do grow are pretty easy to pull out. And the mulch slows down the water quite a lot when it rains and keeps it from running off too fast. I try to avoid moving it around too much. There's a lot of bugs living under there. And every now and then I need to rake the mulch back uphill after it's shifted, and it can overwhelm small plants, and I need to kind of move it around and push it aside. Recently, I invested in an electric chipper shredder. I spend a lot of time trimming tree branches and shrub branches and filling up my green waste bin. Plus, the redwood tree and the larger deciduous trees drop a lot of sticks and branches when it's windy. I thought it would be better to make my own mulch from the tree trimmings, and it works really great. Once the chips are made, it's pretty easy to spread them around the yard to supplement the mulch. The only problem with the mulch is that the ground-dwelling birds, like the towhees and the sparrows, kick it onto the path all the time. I could sweep these paths every day, and the birds would just kick the mulch right back onto the path. Towhees seem to have a thing about tidy gardens. They really don't like things to be tidy. It's important to have fresh moving water, both for the birds and for other wildlife. We've got a small pond with a recirculating waterfall, and there are lots of birds that come to drink and bathe there. It's made of resin. It's really lightweight. It's important to be able to completely empty it out on a regular basis and scrub it and refill it with fresh, clean water. And as a bonus, we've got arboreal salamanders and slender salamanders living underneath it. But the best part about having the fountain is the opportunity to take photos of birds from the comfort of my kitchen. I've tied up some bare branches as perching sticks, and the birds will usually land there for a moment before they come into the water, and this makes for great photo opportunities. As the garden's gotten older, we've had a few new species show up. We always get the regulars, the house finches, purple finches, chickadees, nuthatches, titmice, woodpeckers, scrub jays, and mockingbirds. But now we're getting orioles and tanagers and Wilsons, Townsends, yellow rumps, and even Nashville warblers, which is super cool. I put up a hummingbird feeder, and if you've ever left anything with sugar in it outside, you know it attracts ants. And the perfect fix is an ant moat, an ingenious invention. The only problem with ant moats is that the small birds find them irresistible, so you might have to refill them more often than you would expect just due to evaporation. We get quite a few different kinds of bees. There are the European honeybees, of course, but we also get several kinds of native bees. Most of these are solitary and they live underground part of the year. The easiest ones to recognize are the yellow-faced bumblebees, which have these yellow bands around their backs and abdomens. And then there's the enormous valley carpenter bee, which is shiny black, and they don't sting. We get a lot of butterflies and other types of flying insects around the flowers too. And then there's a short period of time, usually in November or December, when the ground is just starting to get soaked, that we get a lot of mushrooms too. Even before we planted natives, we had house finches nesting under the eaves every year, and we didn't want to do anything to discourage them. House finches are one of the few species that feed their babies mostly regurgitated seeds. Most other birds need bugs for their babies. Even birds like brown-headed cowbirds who lay their eggs in other birds' nests need bugs as they're growing up. And it turns out that cowbirds don't do very well in finch nests for that reason. It's really important that nesting birds have access to a lot of bugs to feed their babies. A lot of birds switch to eating seeds as they get older, but they need that extra nutrition from things like caterpillars to raise their young. We sit outside in the summertime and watch them bring back more and more bugs to their nests, and it's amazing how many bugs they can catch. There are several larger shrubs that provide structure around the garden. And these are solid, fairly dense shrubs that provide kind of a framework for the rest of the garden, and the rest of the stuff fits in around them. Coffeeberry is an evergreen shrub that I love. We've got 3 of those. These are wonderfully full, they're always green, and they look great all year. They grow berries that start out red, and then they gradually turn purple and then almost black, and the birds love them. The ones we have are about 6 years old now, and they only get to be maybe 6 or 7 feet tall. I don't do anything with them. I don't prune them or fertilize them or anything. The Buick's wrens are often hopping around underneath them. I have trouble getting photos of the berries because they don't last very long. The birds eat them pretty fast. Toyon also grows berries, and birds love those too. I've got 3 Toyon, and they're slowly filling in the spots that they're in. The branches are kind of thin, and so when they're really full of berries, they sort of droop down, and hermit thrushes will jump up from the ground and pick a couple and then fall back down to the ground. It's pretty entertaining to watch them. The waxwings are much more graceful in their berry eating habits. I do have to tie the Toyon up. They will kind of slope downhill if I don't do that. And I've seen them cut back fairly severely, but I haven't cut mine at all. They seem to do fine with a good bit of pruning. Another great shrub is the Ribes aureum, and I've got 3 of these too. They're deciduous. They lose all their leaves in the winter. In about February, these ribes grow a lot of small yellow flowers, and then they fill in with these light green leaves. They've got long arching branches that are kind of wispy if you let them grow. I keep the ones near the walkways trimmed back so they don't smack people when they're walking by, but otherwise I let them go. Then there's Muhlenbergia, which is deer grass. It's a really cool shape, pretty different from everything else in the garden. It starts out really green, and then they slowly turn golden by the end of the summer. By late summer, they grow these crazy spikes that can get to be about 4 or 5 feet tall. You can leave them as they are, or you can trim them back nearly to the ground every 2 or 3 years so they don't look so much like a haystack, and they come back nice and green the next winter and into the spring. Ceanothus is another wonderful plant. These are evergreen too. I've got 3 of the Julia Phelps variety. They get to be about 6 feet tall and about the same width. This is a really popular native plant. It's really easy to find in most nurseries. For a couple of weeks in the spring, they are just beautiful with their deep purple flowers, and they are a magnet for bees and other pollinators. Once their flowers are gone in late spring, they stay pretty dark green, and they make a really nice backdrop for other flowers. And the birds love to hide in there. Last year, the bush tits made a nest in there. It's kind of a woven basket that hangs down from a branch. I've got another one called Skylark that's really pretty too. It blooms in the spring and then again in the fall if it's happy. It's a lot shorter than the Julia Phelps variety. It's about 3 to 4 feet tall. And then I've got some low ground cover types. This one's called Yankee Point. It does really well, spilling over the top of walls and filling in spaces. It's supposed to be one of the most garden-friendly California lilacs. I've got 4 or 5 different kinds of manzanita. These Big Sur variety are my favorite. They've filled in this area along the front of the retaining wall, and they're a nice dark green all year. They're fairly dense, and not too many weeds grow up through them, and they have these tiny urn-shaped flowers that pollinators love. They provide really good cover for bluebellies and occasional alligator lizards. I don't do much with them, just trim them occasionally. And I've got another variety called Pacific Mist, which is also a ground cover and super easy to grow. It takes pruning really well, and it fills in the area alongside the steps or over a wall. Although I got rid of most of the old lawn, I do still have a small meadow in the front yard. This is seashore bentgrass, also called thin grass, Agrostis pallens. It takes a surprising amount of work to keep it looking like a lawn. I rake it and mow it an embarrassingly large number of times, and I reseed it every few years. But this is the only part of the yard where I regularly see bluebirds and phoebes and flycatchers who seem to like a little more open space. We've had Pacific slope flycatchers nesting on the front porch a few times, and I see them flycatching over the meadow, so it's totally worth it. I love California poppies. They're just spectacular, and nothing can compare to that bright orange. The poppies will reseed, and if they're in a spot where they have some room, I leave them alone or dig them up and replant them in other open areas to spread them around. I've got several beautiful flowering perennials, like the iris, epilobium, buckwheat, penstemon, Gambelia. And I like to add a variety of annuals in the spring, like tarweed, which have a great scent. And pink and magenta clarkia. The blue flax. The aster. And Leysingia to fill in between the mature shrubs and the perennials. There are lots of choices in flowering annuals. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed the garden tour, and go out and plant some native plants.
Well, that was just beautiful, Susan. I think you're muted. I know
I am. Yeah.
a lot of hard work to make those videos. And Susan, you'll be surprised to hear, is not a professional video maker. She has another day job, and she and her daughter worked very hard on this video. So I want to congratulate you. It was beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to be so. It was a late night last night. We got it all done.
I'm sorry, but I want to thank you and Michaela for putting in the time. It was really lovely.
It was fun. It was really fun.
There's another beautiful video by Susan and her talented daughter, Michaela, on the Garden Tours YouTube channel, Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel. If you look under Susan Teefy, you'll see it. And you can find out more information about this garden by looking at the Garden Tours website in Castro Valley. So Susan, will you tell us something about the maintenance of the garden? Does it take a lot of time, or how does it compare to a lawn, or what can you say about it?
It doesn't. It really, I would say it's as much as you want to make it. If you don't want to do anything, the plants will all live. They'll be fine. But if you want it to look tidy, I like the paths to be swept. I like to trim off the dead branches. You can spend more time if you want to. I think I've tended to plant things that take a little bit of gardening, but they don't have to. So if it gets busy and I haven't been able to get to things for a while, it still looks fine.
Our own garden was really abandoned for a year and a half when we remodeled, and I was amazed when we came back. It was a mature garden; it was 12 years old, but it looked great when we came back after no watering, no weeding, no pruning, no deadheading, no nothing. And it was amazing how well it held up to.
Yeah, it's almost like they're meant to be here.
Well, they were.
Yeah,
So,
but I do like there are some things like after a while, the Muhlenbergia in particular, I they look kind of like a stack of hay, and so I do like to cut them back. It takes a lot of time to do that, but then they look really nice and green again. So you can garden or not garden depending on what you want it to look like. It's pretty neat.
so what are some of your favorite plants in the garden? If you were to choose like a handful of plants to say to people, oh, you might want to really try these.
I like the ceanothus, the California lilac. That's probably my favorite. Unfortunately, I think by the time the tour comes around, the flowers will be gone. But it's so pretty, and it's just full of bees and bugs. And I was really entranced by the bush tit nests. The bush tit nests are just amazing. They're like a little, I don't know, a woven basket that they make, and they nest in there. It's really neat.
Well, let me say that we should probably push on. Susan, can you stay in the chat if people have further
Sure.
questions? Okay, so this is Susan Teefee. Her beautiful garden is in Castro Valley. You can visit it on Saturday, May the 6th. This is the first time her garden will be on the tour because she was scheduled to come on the tour in 2020, I think, when we had the pandemic. Isn't that right? So we've been waiting all this while, but if you want to see it, visit Susan then. And Susan, I want to thank you and Michaela so much for making this video. It was beautiful.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go on now, and Susan's garden, and actually my own as well, were both designed by Four Dimensions Landscape Company. And if you would like help, oh, can you help me? I'm still small. If you would like help, here we go. Designing and installing a native plant garden, you might want to contact Four Dimensions Landscape Company. Four Dimensions is an award-winning landscape design company whose motto is restoring the earth, one garden at a time, and whose goal it is to bring people and nature together. Four Dimensions creates well-planned, carefully crafted environments that enrich both human and natural life. You can call on Four Dimensions to design, build, or nurture your garden, and you can reach them at fourdimensionslandscape.com or call them at 510-893-1999. So we'll go now and tour my husband Mike's and my garden. We live in San Pablo. And so the goals of this talk, I hope to help you avoid the arduous and circuitous gardening path that I took to get to the garden that I have today. I'd like to inspire you to garden for wildlife if Doug didn't already do that for you. I'll show you how we transformed our garden, feature great native plants for the San Francisco Bay Area. And I'd like to show you some of the photos of birds, butterflies, and bees that I have seen in my garden and that you could see in yours as well. So let me start my garden journey where probably many of you did as well. I was raised in a house with a lawn. I'm from Los Angeles. I was raised about 6 miles from the airport. In my late teens and 20s, I spent 6 years living overseas, 3 years in the Caribbean and 3 years between Australia and New Zealand. And I dog trotted around much of the rest of the world. And this is me actually in the blue shorts on the bow of that boat, working as a dive master in the Bahamas. And on the left, I'm visiting a large grouper named Hot Lips. The reason I mention this is that this was a really fun and interesting life, but the reason I brought it up is that when I bought my house in San Pablo in 1988, I had no gardening experience. The house had pyracantha, Himalayan blackberry, ivy, junipers, box hedges, weird South African plants, and that was not the kind of garden that I envisioned. So I put in lawns. I live on a hillside. You can see I have a lawn, my sloping front lawn there, and even a lawn on this like pretty, slopey part in the back. And I felt that, I had done the right thing as a new homeowner. I also put in the roses that are there on the right. And that was a hard job. They were I was a single woman. It was hard for me to dig those roses in, but I worked hard and I felt like that's what I should do as a new homeowner. But after a while, I realized that I didn't want to be using all that water on a lawn or spraying my roses to get rid of the rust. And I realized that the lawns and roses should go. So I got a recommended plant list from our water district, East Bay Mud, and took out the lawns and replaced them with plants from the Mediterranean, South Africa, and Australia. And I felt good about this, as it seemed like that was really what a responsible homeowner was supposed to do. And then I heard Malcolm Margolin speak, and he is an author and the founder of Heyday Books here in the San Francisco Bay Area. And he was a hypnotic speaker. He wrote this book, The Ohlone Way, about Native American life in the East Bay before Europeans arrived. And in his talks, he painted pictures of what the Bay Area was like 300 years ago. This land of plenty, this kind of enchanting land where Tule elk could be seen grazing in herds of hundreds, and pronghorn antelope bounded through bunchgrass meadows, leaping 10 to 20 feet in a single bound. And in those days, 5 runs of salmon migrated through the bay and up into the creeks to spawn. The creeks were so full of them that early European settlers said you could walk across the creeks on the back of salmon and not get your feet wet. And migrating birds in flocks of millions darkened the sky for days on end, and how, when they were startled, the flapping of their wings sounded like thunder. Condors with 9-foot wingspans soared overhead. River otters were a common sight in streams, and there were thousands of sea otters in San Francisco Bay. Red-legged, yellow-legged, and Pacific chorus frogs sang love songs from the edges of streams, ponds, seeps, and vernal pools. There were so many red-legged frogs that they became a delicacy during the gold rush and were served to hungry miners in San Francisco restaurants. The magnificent oak woodlands that harbored more life than any other terrestrial plant community would have been aflutter with butterflies and moths and the wide variety of birds that feed upon them and their caterpillars. Songbirds, like the Hutton's vireo, would flit through the trees, snapping up insects in flight. It would have been a noisy place with western meadowlarks, northern flickers, American kestrels, and California thrashers singing and calling to each other. This is a postcard on the left from the early 1900s of an oak tree in San Jose with a small person for scale. And on the right is a painting from 1877 of the oaks of Oakland. And this area is Madison and 8th Street, which is near where the Oakland Museum is now. There were vast meadows of long-lived bunch grasses that once surrounded San Francisco Bay and clothed the valleys and hills, providing a rich tapestry of forage on which the elk and antelope would graze. In spring, the hills were covered with wildflowers. At times, patches of one color were a mile or more across. There were electric yellow buttercups and tarweeds, purple lupin and yellow lupin, lavender gilia and phacelia, orange poppies, bright pink clarkia and owl's clover, cream cups, red Indian paintbrush, and 100 other variety of annuals. Entire plains and hillsides were covered with rose, scarlet, yellow, orange, and blue. So after hearing this and realizing, why the area was so fantastic, I wanted to take my lot and try to make up for the habitat loss that was caused by the construction of my house and the buildings that I used, like the grocery store and schools and the library and the roads. So I took out the non-native ornamentals from Australia, South Africa, and the Mediterranean that I had put in earlier. And in the next generation, I designed a native plant garden myself, using natives from throughout California, because that was what was available at that time about 30 years ago. And it was not lovely. It's really hard to design a garden. And my husband and his mom weighed in. And I have to say that my husband and his mom has died, but they are the loveliest people. They're tactful and kind and gentle and positive and careful. but they both told me separately that if I ever wanted anyone to garden with California native plants, I should not let them see our garden. So at that point, I realized that we needed professional help. And so we got it. We hired 4 Dimensions Landscape Company to help us design our garden. And so these are some of the lessons from my arduous journey. Hire a designer, either for a consultation or to give you a full design. And you'll find a list on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website under Find a Designer. Hire a designer who specializes in designing California native plant gardens. And the reason is that if you hire someone whose expertise and the plants they know how to use are non-native plants, then they're going to plant your garden with non-native plants. It's just what happens. I've seen it happen so many times. So go for someone who specializes in California native plants. Either shop at our local native plant nurseries where you're only going to walk out with a native plant, or if you buy from a nursery that carries others, make certain that what you're buying is native if that's what you want. It's easy to get confused and it's easy to get kind of sidetracked, I think, if you're in nurseries that carry both natives and non-natives. So you might want to browse CalScape. You can go to calscape.org, type in your address, and it will tell you what plants are local to your area. And I often go to the Las Politas Native Plant Nursery website, which has been a great source of information for me. So here we go. Here is our lot. We have a slope, that little thing in the back we call the shed. It was overflow housing for kids maybe 50 years ago when the family lived in our tiny house. And look where the lawn is there, just behind the trampoline. So that became this pond. And I have to say, the pond has really brought birds into our yard, and it's been such a pleasure for us to hear the water trickle. So some of the things you might want to note are this California lilac, the purple blue in the center of the photo. It's actually in flower right now. It's a lovely plant, delicious smell. The yellow flower that you see is the aquatic monkey flower. It's in the pond, and in the back of the photo, the tall white ones are cow parsnip. They're a really fun plant, and I'll show you another later on, but they just grow super rapidly. Susan talked about how the birds like to perch on something before they go down to water. So on the left, those tall, thin rushes sticking up are bulrush. And really from the hour we planted the bulrush, the birds come, they land on them, they bob up and down, the plant bobs under their weight. When they make sure it's safe, they hop down to the pond to bathe and drink and splash. There are also juncus, common rush are these large plants up on the hillside. Here's another before view. We took 40,000 pounds of concrete out of our backyard. That's the royal we. The we was really Pete Fayou's hardworking crew from East Bay Wilds. And here's another photo of the yard now. So, okay. Here's moved a little bit to the right, to the south of our lot. I'm looking up, look at the stairs in particular, because they were replaced with these stairs, which are actually California, let me see, what are they? The stairs are granite. They came from the city of San Francisco. They were curbstone. It probably came from Hetch Hetchy 100 years ago. And when the city does renovation projects, this curbstone comes up for sale every once in a while, and it made just perfect stairs. On the left is a plant. It's a California buckwheat. It's like the hugest California buckwheat that I've ever seen. It is a wonderful habitat plant. In the pandemic, we spent a lot of time outside, and I have seen so many birds, not birds, but butterflies and bees and flies and other insects on it. It's just really fun. On the right, in the lower where those kind of two poppy blossoms are, is some milkweed. And we've had monarch butterflies lay eggs in our yard. In the bottom here by that orange planter pot is some cow parsnip growing in. And lest I seem like completely intolerant of anything that's not a native, we actually have a dozen fruit trees in our yard. So hanging over the stairs, you can see some apples there in the tree. And the trees line the perimeter of our lot, and they make a nice screening. I'm standing at the top of our lot now and looking down, and take a look at the stairs again, because that's kind of what will show up really. And here is our after photo. I should say that these stepping stones, some of them were painted. They had yellow or blue or red paint on the sides, and one was stenciled SFPD, which we thought was really fun. I like the wild look. I don't referee much. I like to see where the plants move and where they enjoy it. And I find it so fun that here between the steps of at the top here is soap root, just growing up in this harsh environment. It gets no water, it's dry and it's hot, and yet the soap root pops up there. Down below, you can see the back of that California buckwheat. On the right is a yellow lupin, flowering yellow there on the bottom right. And on the left in flower, you see the white blossoms of the apple tree. So our yard was such a wreck that we just took it down to bare dirt. And Michael Filgen from 4 Dimensions Landscape created our design, and he chose the plants. And my friend Kelly Marshall, who's a beautiful garden designer, she came out one day too and helped us throw ropes and hoses around. So we got basic layout for our yard. But take a look at the house, because that's what you'll see next. All right, another photo. Anyway, this is the finish. So on the right is a California sage. They're closest to us, an Artemisia. There's the tall, kind of a yellowy green one is a bulrush that's actually in the pond. Then I have a number of pond plants here. That's the yellow monkey flower in the pond. And to the left is yellow lupin, and at the bottom, I don't know, maybe it's aster there, the purple. And then across the way, you can see some of the fruit trees bordering the fence. This is a granite bench, and this is cow parsnip. So it's a herbaceous perennial that disappears at the end of summer and fall, and then it shoots up in spring just really rapidly and puts out these gigantic, almost tropical looking leaves, and then creates these large flower heads you can see on the right. I just saw an Anis swallowtail butterfly on it yesterday that I was perhaps laying eggs because it was just sitting there for a while. Don't know what else would be there. On the left, you kind of see that pinky flower is hummingbird sage. On the bottom, underneath the bench, miner's lettuce is growing rampantly around our garden. The ferns on the bottom right are California polypody, and there's some snowberry back there. So this is a shady area against the fence, and it's also area that when we water, the fruit trees get some water. So now we're in the front yard. So my husband and I planted that oak on the left 30 years ago when it was 6 inches tall. And we planted the buckeye on the right 25 years ago from a seed. And it's about 25 feet tall, and the oak is about 30 feet tall, something like that. The trees have both been such a pleasure. My office looks into them, and I see the bush tits gleaning insects from the branches of the oak, and the swallowtail butterflies nectaring on the flowers of the buckeye. And it's been so nice that really just in the lifetime of our son, we've seen these trees grow up to be these magnificent, assets to our neighborhood, and it really changed the whole character of our front yard. Mike and I had a major house remodel done during the pandemic, and the front and side yards looked like this during construction. So our work was done in 2020, and we moved back home in 2021. And so Michael Filgen helped us again with the front yard. And here we're looking at a list of potential plants, and Michael made this list up. And what I love about it is that not only does it have the basics, like what kind of plant it is it a tree or is it a shrub, and what kind of light does it need, but Michael used information from the Doug Tallamy section on the Garden Tours website to list the number of caterpillars and ants and butterflies, of butterflies and moths that could lay eggs on that plant. So it was very easy for me to choose the plants I wanted. I could just run my thumb down the list, see which numbers were highest on the Tallamy index, and those were the plants that we put in. So here we are walking to our front door, and from the bottom here, the green plant with no flowers on it is a Santa Cruz Island buckwheat. On the right of that, we have native strawberry as ground cover. The flowering red plant on the left is California native fuchsia. The yellow is goldenrod. And the beautiful grass near the gate, you can just kind of see its lovely form, is melic grass, which I'm really enjoying. I love this gate, so I thought I would talk about it for a moment. I didn't want this kind of barricade palisade look, but we were looking for something that would be inviting yet also secure. And Mike found this metal grill online for $120, and we had the gate built around it. In the shade of the front yard, in the shade of the oak, the front yard is growing in. These are oak woodland plants, including sword ferns and coastal wood fern, Douglas iris, fescue, pink flowering currant, huckleberry, cow parsnip, coffeeberry, hazelnut, snowberry, thimbleberry. And I'd like to talk a little bit now about some of my favorite plants, and I'll start with the oak. So it has just been magnificent. I love how many, what a powerhouse tree this is, and what I feel that we are doing for the environment by having an oak in our front yard. And I regret that my husband and I did not strew acorns up and down our street many years ago, but we kind of strew them in buckeye seeds now. Workhorses for sunny areas in our garden are the manzanita on the left and the California lilac on the right. Both of these plants are beautiful, evergreen, drought tolerant. They're great plants for wildlife. They're both keystone species. They both come in forms that range from prostrate, so just a couple of inches high, so they make a great ground cover, to 20-foot tall shrubs. The California lilac on the right was planted just over a year ago from a 1-gallon pot, and it's now more than 3 feet tall. About 120 species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on California lilac, and nearly 70 on manzanita. The lavender aster on the left is super easy to grow. Here it is growing in among our stepping stones on the hillside in the backyard. 65 species of lepidopterans can lay eggs on it. On the right is monkey flower. This is a hardy plant that attracts hummingbirds with its long tubular flowers. I have it in kind of a shady area in my yard, so it keeps a little bit better. It doesn't get quite as dry and crispy as it does in sunny areas, but it will also, do perfectly well in a hot and sunny area of your yard. On the left here is a hummingbird sage. It's framed against our compost bin. And on the right is, so its leaves have a delicious scent, and it has these long, beautiful flower stalks. If you plant it near a path, as you brush it, you can smell it as you're walking by. On the right is the aptly named bee plant. And bee plants like shade and coolness and a bit of moisture. It also likes to move around. So I enjoy seeing where bee plant goes in my garden. Both of these plants spread, so you need to take that into consideration. Bees love the bee plant, and variable checker spot butterflies lay their eggs on it. On the left is California native fuchsia, and the goldenrod make a nice pair as they bloom at the same time, as you might have seen in the photo of the walkway leading up to our front door. Fuchsia attracts hummingbirds with its long tubular red flowers, and 55 species of butterflies and moths can lay their eggs on goldenrod. On the left is a native strawberry in flower. We use it as a ground cover. This is another keystone species. And you can see it here growing under our dryer vent. So this is a hot area. It doesn't get any water. It's blasted by dryer heat. So the strawberry is doing really well here, along with common rush, the tall one, which is next to it. And those are, let me see, coral bells on the left-hand side, and Douglas iris are in the bottom of the screen. Well, the common name of this plant is hedge nettle. It doesn't sting. This plant is spreading nicely around my garden in both it kind of like, I guess, partial shade. It has attractive pink flowers, and I've seen caterpillars on it, which I have really enjoyed. And here are two wildflowers that reseed well in my garden. There's the pink Clarkia and the purple Gilia. The Clarkia is from local seed that a friend gave me, and I love knowing that this plant could have been growing in this area for hundreds of years. The Gilia is a super tough plant, and it comes up between the flagstones in our garden. So it's hot, it never gets any water, you know, occasionally they get tread upon. I find it really fun to have a path of wildflowers, so I welcome their popping up wherever they want to. My friend Bob Sorensen gave me some buttercup seeds, and these buttercups with their amazing yellow flowers are among my favorites. They're growing in a few different areas of my garden at this moment. They're in flower now, and I'm really hoping that they spread around. This photo shows the kind of rambunctious growth in springtime that I really enjoy. There's on the right, yellow lupin. There's orange poppy moving left. There's yellow aquatic monkey flower. And then the plants growing between the flagstones there are the Gilia, which are just starting to flower now. In the front, the tall spires are bee plant. This is a narrow leaf milkweed. And if you've grown milkweed, you know, if you have milkweed, you get aphids, which you see on the right there. And that's really a good thing, as aphids are at the base of the food chain. Shortly after aphids appear, so do ladybugs and syrphid flies and other creatures that control the aphid populations. I used to hose the aphids off or rub them off with a paper towel, but now I just leave them alone. And if you do as well, you'll shortly see ladybugs come in. Mike calls it hoovering up the stem, like a vacuum. They go up and down and they just nosh on aphids, and we'll clean them off. In addition to monarch butterflies, when we planted milkweed, we also got the milkweed bug. And I was so excited when we first saw the milkweed bug in our garden. It came to us because we had the milkweed, just like the monarchs come to us because we have milkweed. So native plants in our garden and the pond have really brought in the wildlife. Nothing much was happening here ecologically when I bought the house, but since we have put in the natives, we've seen 30 species of birds in our little lot in San Pablo. Our lot is 5,000 square feet. So here are some of the birds that I have seen in our yard. On the left is a northern flicker. Let's see, sorry. On the left is a tanager, western tanager, and this is a pair of snuggling mourning doves, which mate for life. On the left is a northern flicker and a hooded oriole. They're so bright, it's always very exciting when they come to us. Here is a robin and a hooded oriole in the pond. And these are lesser goldfinches taking baths. We have had bush tits nest in our garden twice, once right outside a bedroom window and the other time right outside of our kitchen window. So we were able to watch the two busy and hardworking parents going back and forth all day, bringing food to their chicks. Recently, I bought a $99 Sandmark macro lens. It comes with a case that fits on my iPhone and a lens that screws into the case. And with this lens, I've taken these photos in my garden. This was one of the first photos I took with my new Sandmark lens. It's a close-up of the California buckwheat blossoms. This lens is so easy to use. It's been so fun. Here is a honeybee on an aster flower on the left and a wool carder bee on hedge nettle on the right. And I just saw a wool carder bee again yesterday at my California buckwheat, which was very exciting. And have you ever seen anything as adorable as this sleeping baby caterpillar, which I found in the leaf litter and the wood chips? So the lesson here is leave the leaves, as the pupa of butterfly and moths, almost all of them spend the winter in our leaf litter. So if we rake it up or compost it and put it in the green waste bin, we're just throwing butterflies and moths away. Let it compost in place so the butterflies and moths can emerge in the spring. Here is a monarch caterpillar on our narrow leaf milkweed, and the adult that had just emerged from its chrysalis in our backyard. This is an Annis swallowtail caterpillar that was on cow parsnip. And this adult butterfly, actually Stephanie Freugel took this adult photo that is not from my yard, but the caterpillar is. And I'm so proud I took this photo on the left. It's Ackman blue caterpillar on cow parsnip. It was just about 1/4 of an inch long. And I was out prowling in my yard, just searching for caterpillars to see if I had any. And I saw this tiny little pink thing. And with my macro lens, I could just see how amazing it is. And this is the Ackman blue caterpillar on the right. I didn't take that photo on the right, but I did take the caterpillar. So this was extremely thrilling for me. And do you see the inchworm on this goldenrod on the left? So inchworms have these little prolegs just at the front and back. So when they want to move, they draw themselves up, they inch up or measure the earth. This is a geometrid moth caterpillar on the goldenrod. And here's another caterpillar on the hedge nettle. And I'm just showing you all my caterpillars because I'm just so proud of them. So on the left is a caterpillar that was in the dirt. I don't know what it is. And on the right, so this was amazing. I was out patrolling in my yard looking for caterpillars, and I saw this caterpillar was being entwined with silk by this spider. And as I watched, this little tiny spider would run out to the caterpillar. It would sting it. The caterpillar would thrash. The spider would wrap some silk around it, and then it would run back to the safety of the interior of the cow parsnip. And this went on for a long time. So it was really epic and something to see in my garden. Here's an umber skipper on Burr marigold, which is an aquatic plant. And we have narrow leaf milkweed in our backyard. And narrow leaf milkweed is a kind that you should be growing if you're gardening here in the Bay Area. And these are the chrysalises of 2 monarch butterflies. I know the one on the left looks like it's something from ET, but it's really, this amazing, beautiful chrysalis from the monarch. And then on the right, when it's getting ready to emerge, the case becomes, almost translucent, and you can see the wings, and that's when you know to start watching. So I was keeping my eye on this chrysalis on the right, which was laid on our patio furniture, as you can tell here. And this very blurry photo is because when I saw the butterfly was emerging, I sprinted into my house, found my Sandmark lens and my phone. I ran outside, screwing the lens on, trying to get the butterfly coming out of its chrysalis. And then I sat there for a long time watching it finish its transformation. So as you can see on the left, this butterfly has these very folded wings, and it also has a very large abdomen. So the abdomen contains fluid that the butterfly pumps into its wings. So it stayed there for hours, like getting ready to fly. And the adult at right is getting ready for its first flight. So that is the end of this formal presentation. And I'm going to just put this up here to remind you that if you're supporting this program, if you're enjoying this program, I hope that you support us. And we have a few moments for questions. So I wonder, I can't see the chat. Can you bring the chat up for me, Mike? Or Stephanie or Jessica, if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, there was a question about the pond, and I've been to your wonderful yard, Kathy, but I don't remember what's sort of the size. Talk a little more about that. And you don't have fish in it, do you?
No. So I've always hoped, a number of my hosts have told me, thank you, sweet, that when they put in a pond that frogs just came, Pacific chorus frogs just came. I've been waiting for a long time, but they haven't come to my yard. And if you have fish, you won't also have frogs because the fish eat frogs' eggs and tadpoles. So I don't have any fish. I wait hopefully for one day that I will get chorus frogs. Then we have to treat the water because it contains chloramine here in the East Bay, and you have to get the chloramine out. And I've just never figured out how to actually do that on any kind of regular basis. Our pond was designed by Kelly Marshall from Kelly Marshall Garden Design. It actually has 3 parts to it that are kind of connected, so we can walk over the pond when it's not too overgrown with aquatic plants, but the water moves between the 3. One of the pieces is higher than the others. The water is constantly flowing from the higher part to the lower part. The water is recirculating, so we filled it, and then Mike set it up so that it's on the connected to a water device that is connected to a satellite that knows how much water evaporated the day before, and it just refills automatically at 9 o'clock in the morning with water that had evaporated the day before. So I don't have to stand there with a hose and fill it. And in the rain, when it overflows, we have a little swale that carries the water off of our yard. Does that seem like it answered enough about the pond?
Yeah, that sounds great. It's really gorgeous. Like any water feature, it's just so nice to have in the yard.
Let me say that I knew that I wanted a pond because it's just so beautiful to hear trickling water, even if people have just a burbling rock fountain. It sounds nice to us. It brings the birds in. It provides water for birds. I mean, if you think about how wet the East Bay would have been hundreds of years ago when there's seeps and springs everywhere. Berkeley was apparently called the city of springs because wherever people tried to dig, water just came spurted up out of the ground. So putting fresh water in your garden will bring a lot of birds in. But also our pond is deep. So it's 2.5 feet deep, which keeps the water cool. So you don't get so much evaporation or algae. And it's also large because 2 people that I had talked to told me that their regret about their pond was that it was not big enough. Al Kite was one, and Michael Filton told me that people often wish they had put in larger ponds. So ours is pretty big. I think it's 15 feet across at the widest, and it takes up a big chunk of our backyard. But it's such a beautiful feature that we just really love it.
And seems there's not really any cleaning, or I know my bird bath is of course very small, and I do have to clean out the algae and the bird poop every so often. You don't really do any of that maintenance on the pond, right?
I do not. We don't clean it. That once in a while something will happen, like a branch will grow into. We have a thing called the rivulet, which like trickles water 12 hours a day. It's on a timer. Sometimes a leaf will grow in there and it'll like bring water out of the pond, or leaf litter gets like piled up near the plastic edging and water gets over. But really it's been very carefree. We've had it for the last, I would say 12 to 13 years. And it's just been a fantastic feature in the yard.
And just another plug for Kathy's iPhone macro lens. She actually let me practice a little bit with it and try it out. It does take a little practice, but really amazing photos. I saw Kathy's first ones and now the ones you shared in this presentation. They're really quite nice.
It's just super fun.
It's Sandmark, right? It's the brand, because folks are asking.
Brand, and it fits on an iPhone. It's $99, and I have to say, it's just been a blast, like looking at what's in my yard and seeing what I can photograph and being able to get like pretty amazing photos in pretty short order.
Yeah, there's also been some interest in that satellite-based evaporation device. Maybe later, if you want to put into the chat, or Mike could do it, what
the water,
that is.
The thing that tells how much water needs to go into the pond every day. How does that work?
Oh, that, yeah, that's the
Right,
irrigation system. And it's like a lot of the more modern ones, it's hooked into weather forecasts. And so if it realizes, as it has a lot in the last few months, that rain is coming, then it will shut off the irrigation. And irrigation systems with that feature now have qualify for rebates, either larger rebates or rebates in the first place, because water districts, of course, are interested in having folks not watering their gardens when it's pouring out. And so it's a great way to save water. And let's see, the name of ours will come to me and we'll post it in the chat.
And you can also go to American Soil Products to get products like this. There's all kinds of this kind of product. I think that I will push on now just to this on time. So let me go to share my screen and say that if you are enjoying this program, I hope that you'll support it. We rely on donations to keep going, and we want to keep going next year. Even though I wondered yesterday, why was I even doing this and would I ever do it again? But hard to do it next year. We need funding to keep going. You can donate online on the Donate Here page. You can donate via Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail in a check, and we would certainly appreciate your support. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Native Here Nursery, which grows locally native plants in Alameda and Contra Costa counties, for supporting the tour. Native Here is an all-volunteer project of the California Native Plant Society's East Bay chapter. It is dedicated to growing plants from ethically collected seed and cuttings from Alameda and Contra Costa counties. So what this means is if you go to Native Here, you're only going to be getting local native plants, which is really exciting. It's the only nursery here in the Bay Area or anywhere that I know of where you can get only locally collected plants. You can visit Native Here online at nativeherenursery.org for information about gardening with local native plants. You can order plants for curbside pickup, or you can learn what hours you can shop in person. Contact them through their website or call 510-549-0211 with questions or to ask how you can volunteer. So you might be wondering, why am I even talking about electrification on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour? And it's because when I first started gardening with native plants, it was just so hard. There weren't resources around. There weren't native plant nurseries really where you could get plants. There weren't designers who could help you. And I felt like it shouldn't be so hard to garden with California native plants. And I felt that the tour could help make it easier for other people. And similarly, when my husband, Mike, and I remodeled, it was a pretty grueling experience. And I felt like it shouldn't be this hard to make good decisions about greening our home. We spent a lot of time educating ourselves and finding good contractors, and I hope that our experience will make it easier for you. And another reason to think about why electrify is that every day we set millions of tiny fires to heat our homes, to heat our water, and to cook our food. And these fires are fueled by gas, which when burned causes global warming. And behind cars, the gas that we burn to maintain our homes is the second largest cause of global warming. So here's our before photo from the house. And in a few minutes, I'll be taking you on a video tour of our remodeling project, but this is the before. And oh, here's the garden I designed myself. I had manzanitas in the front yard, and I see some monkey flower there and some Salvia clevelandi. There's a ceanothus on the right. Okay, and here are some after photos. So on the top left, I'm standing at the top of our yard looking at the house. We put in a solar panel system and we electrified our dryer. We have an induction range and we put in a heat pump system for heating and cooling the house. So recently, the Secretary General of the United Nations said we are on a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator. And what brings us home for me is thinking about my children and their as yet unborn children and what kind of life they will be leading long after I have died, and I fear for them. It was Mike's and my concern for their future and the sense that we had to do everything we could to ameliorate our own environmental impact that drove us to do the project that we did. I want to say it probably looks as though we are wealthy, but we are not. We spent money on greening our home until it hurt. When we ran out of money, we took out a second loan. When that wasn't enough, we borrowed money from my mom. It's clear that we need to stop burning gas as quickly as possible, and we felt that we needed to do our share to reduce our contribution to global warming. I hope this presentation convinces you to consider replacing your gas furnace or your gas burning water heater with heat pumps, and to install solar panels or take other measures to reduce your contribution to global warming, as we all have a role to play. So the benefits of electrifying. We have a newly comfortable home. We replaced our gas furnace with a heat pump, and it gave us free air conditioning. While we don't use it often, it has been nice to have. Let me go back here. We have a healthy home. We're not breathing in pollutants when we cook on our gas stove. You've probably been hearing more and more about the health impacts of cooking with gas. We're not worried about our children getting asthma because we're cooking with gas. I used to have a Wedgwood stove. It was beautiful. It was very hard for me to part with, but I'm very happy with my induction range, and I'm glad I made the change. Our solar panels generate more electricity than we use. We gave 3.5 megawatt hours of excess energy to PG&E last year, which felt really great. As a result, we have no PG&E bill. We pay just about a $12 a month hookup fee. Because we have an electric car, we spent nothing on gas. Neither do we pay for oil changes. Our house is not fully electric. We'll be replacing our water heater this year when the Inflation Reduction Act rebates are available. And then our house will be fully electrified and we will have a zero emission home. Perhaps best of all is the sense of satisfaction we have gotten from knowing that we have done what we could to reduce greenhouse gases and global warming. So there's the pie chart of what causes greenhouse gases, what's contributing to global warming. Cars are the biggest one at about 60%, but the two orange and the mustardy colored thing are about 37% of the contribution to global warming comes from how we manage our homes and our offices. So burning gas in household appliances, in your furnace, in your gas stove, your water heater, results in our breathing in carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, and other harmful pollutants that can increase the risk of or exacerbate asthma and other respiratory problems. Studies show that children living in homes with gas stove have a 42% higher chance of developing asthma. There's long-term cost savings to electrifying. Gas use is expected to decrease as more people electrify their homes. The Inflation Reduction Act is really encouraging all of us to electrify. And as it does, gas rates are going to increase. You've probably already seen an increase in your PG&E bill. With the Inflation Reduction Act, 30% of the cost of installing solar panels can be taken off your tax bill. And if you have solar panels, your PG&E bill can be greatly reduced, as ours is. If you have an electric car, you're no longer paying for gasoline or for oil changes. So information on rebates can be found at the Switches On, or by calling BayREN, or by contacting Quit Carbon. I have to say, Quit Carbon is great. They'll give you a free, they call it a quitting plan, help you think about your own home and your own impact and what is a priority for you, and help you plan to electrify your home. The free East Bay online East Bay Green Home Tour takes place on Saturday, May the 20th. You can get more information on electrification through them. They have a whole half an hour long presentation on rebates during that webinar. So what does it really mean to electrify? It's not that hard, though it seems hard at first. Electrifying means replacing appliances that use gas with efficient appliances that use electricity. And the main appliances are gas furnaces or HVAC systems that can be replaced with highly efficient heat pumps that provide both heating and cooling. And we love ours. Gas water heaters can be replaced with electric heat pump water heaters. And there are lots of rebates for the gas water heaters, I know. Gas stoves can be replaced with induction ranges and cooktops. Note, we are not talking about the old coil electric stoves. We're talking about the new modern induction ranges. And gas clothes dryers can be replaced with an efficient heat pump dryer. So this year, there are 55 homes on the in-person Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and 20 of them, have green home features. You can talk with any of these homeowners about their solar panels, batteries, heat pumps, insulation, induction ranges, electrical panels. You can go inside of 4 of these homes where electrification volunteers will be on hand to talk with you at length. If you go to the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour website and look at View the 2023 Gardens, All those 20 homes are marked with green home features. The 4 that you can go inside have big, like, come on inside, so you might see where you want to go. So let's get back to my remodeling project. Our house was less than 1,000 square feet. It was originally built in 1935, and cheap additions were added on later. It was originally a 600 square foot cottage with these cheap additions. This is the back of the house during construction. We had the house reduced back to its original 600 square foot footprint, and then we added on to that. So this is the back, and now we'll go look at the after photo of the back. Oh, there's the Buckeye in the front, and there's our oak growing up. So here is our after photo of the backyard, and this was taken like days after we moved back into the house. So this is our native plant garden, just looking glorious, really, even after like a year and a half of no attention at all. And in this video that you'll see, and oh, here's the front. We're just moving in. You can see how that the garden is like really still a wreck here. And this is my office, that corner room. I'm talking to you from that very room, and I'm looking out into the oak and Buckeye even as we speak. So in the video that you'll see in just a moment, I don't feel I talk enough about bidets. And after you get one yourself, you'll never stop talking about them either, I'm sure. They're fabulous. So first, let me tell you, what is a bidet? It's just a toilet seat cover that goes on your regular toilet. You don't replace the whole toilet, you just buy a new cover. All you need is a place to plug it in. You can see our plug there on the left. And if you don't have a plug nearby, like in our old bathroom, we didn't. We just had the electrician like add a plug over there. It wasn't a big deal. You don't need a new water source. Bidets have warm seats, a warm wash, and a warm dry, and they are operated with a remote control. Once you have a bidet, you can pretty much quit buying toilet paper. So who should consider getting a bidet? Well, if you go to the bathroom, you should get a bidet. And here's why. They are amazing for cleanliness. So we're friends, I know, so we can talk. I will ask you, if you had poop on your hands, would you wipe them or would you wash them? So I'll stop there, but I'll only say that you are fresh as a daisy after using the bidet. And next is the environmental impact of making toilet paper. And you can Google Scientific American article on bidets. According to Scientific American, we Americans use 36 billion rolls of toilet paper every year at a cost of 15 million trees and 473 billion gallons of water that are required to produce that toilet paper, and 253,000 tons of chlorine to bleach it. And then you have to factor in the energy that it takes to create the packaging and to transport it. It is estimated to take 37 gallons of water to make a single roll of toilet paper and 1.5 pounds of wood. So I'm here to tell you that Consumer Reports highly recommends the Toto Washlet C5. Maybe you, Stephanie, could put that into the chat. The Toto Washlet C5. These things tend to go on sale at holiday time, like what's coming up next, 4th of July or Memorial Day. We got our bidet on sale on one of the holiday sales. And if you get one, my guess is that you will be thanking me every day for the rest of your lives. We love our bidet. I hope you consider purchasing one. And so let us go now and watch the video of our green home tour.
Hi, I'm Mike.
And I'm Kathy Kramer.
We've lived here in this house about 30 years and just completed a 10-month remodel where we added a lot of green features. So we've had a remodel in mind for the last really 10 years and finally got a chance to do it in this last year. And we knew we both have worked in the environmental field for many years, and we knew we wanted to make it as green as possible. So we incorporated that into the design.
So we've had this remodel in mind for quite a while, and we knew that we wanted to get solar panels. And then Mike went to an electrification expo that was put on by the city of Berkeley and Bayren and a few other organizations. And we really got religion about electrification. And that's what introduced us to the idea of getting the heat pump and the induction stove.
Welcome to our house. We thought we'd first show you our heat pump system. So this is the air intake for the heat pump. Before, we just had a gravity heater in the floor, and now we have heating and cooling in every room. It's a ducted system, so every room has a little vent like that for heating or cooling.
And one of the great things about the heat pump is that we basically got free air conditioning with it. We would never have bought air conditioning before, but because heat pumps work both ways, both heating and cooling homes, we basically got the air conditioning for free. Well, about 2 years ago, Mike went to the Electrification Expo in Berkeley. And when he came home, he told me, Kathy, if you heard what I heard about the adverse air pollution impacts of cooking with gas indoors, you would get the stove out of the house immediately. We had a beautiful Wedgwood stove, and I have to say, I loved my Wedgwood stove. I loved cooking on it, and it was a beautiful device, and I'd cooked many meals on it for 30 years. But I listened to the Brady Seals report and read her report and found out that cooking indoors with gas was one of the most polluting things that happens indoors, and that air pollution levels could reach levels that would be illegal if they were out of doors. So after thinking really hard about it, I decided to let go of the Wedgwood. I have asthma, my husband has asthma, and I didn't feel that it was right to inflict that on our daughter. So we got this GE induction stove. We just moved back home last month, so we've cooked on it for about 6 weeks now. And I have to say, it's a very nice stove. It's not my Wedgwood, but it's easy to operate, and it's easy to clean, and it is, not emitting, nasty gases indoors, and I feel very happy about that decision. All right, well, welcome to our bathroom. So there are a few different green features in the bathroom. One is the electric dryer. We are replacing everything that was gas with electric appliances in this house. And the next thing is the skylight. And we knew that we wanted as many skylights as we could get, and we just love them. They make the house so light and sunny. We don't turn the lights on as often. But because these skylights came with solar powered screens, we were able to get a 26% federal rebate off of both the cost and the installation, which made them less expensive than buying the skylight without the screen. So we got this nice feature, and it also saved us money. The third thing that we got is this Brondell Swash 1000 bidet. I had read about them, and people seemed to love them, and we had a friend of a friend who had one, and she said her only regret was that she had not gotten one earlier. So we got 2 bidets, and I have to say we love them too. You, for one thing, feel fresh as a daisy, but for the other thing, they're apparently much more environmentally sound than using toilet paper. Trees aren't chopped down, they don't have to be pulped, all the water is saved, the chlorine, the transportation, the creation of the packaging. And I read a Scientific American article about the environmental benefits of using bidets instead of toilet paper, and we are big fans. So our bidet is just a bidet seat. It's fitted onto our own regular toilet, and it's just the seat top and a water connection that were added. We did not have to replace the toilet. Before we remodeled, we had a lot of problems with birds hitting our windows and dying. Before we left the house for 10 months during the remodel project, we buried 3 birds in 6 months. And so one of my goals for moving back in was that we stop the bird collisions. And one of the things we did was get Kaleidoscape screening. So this large picture window has an exterior screen that adheres to it. We put it up while the scaffolding is on because we're actually up on a 2nd story here. And what happens is birds see glare, they see reflection in the glass, they think they can fly through it, which is why they hit windows. But the glare is stopped because of the Collide escape screen.
Also, to protect against bird collisions, the other windows in the house are all double hung. And the reason we chose those is double hung windows have exterior screens, so that protects against bird collision.
So another thing that we did to protect the birds and moths is to put in dark skies at night certified lights. So these we got through, I think, Home Depot. And the dark skies at nights mean that the lights shine down. They don't shine up. So these cans keep the light just coming down here where you want it. And another thing that we did is we got these motion sensor lights are only on motion sensor at night. They don't stay on all night long. So this protects migrating birds that get confused or by the lights of our cities, and also protects moths if you don't have so much light on at night.
So one of the other choices we made with the house is we used a very light roof shingle. So more sunlight is reflected, the sun is heating the house less, and so we have less work to cool the house. One component of the house we knew we would do is a solar panel array, and we chose a large system, 23 panels, with the intention of one day having 2 electric cars to charge. Currently we have 1, and it's not being driven much given COVID. So currently we're producing about 3 times the energy that we're consuming, and the rest is going back to the grid.
So we decided to purchase our system instead of leasing it. We put on 23 panels. It's 8 kilowatts. It's producing much more energy than we are using, and we wanted to do that. We wanted to make sure that we were generating more than we used. We used Sunwork, which is a nonprofit that only installs on homes with low energy bills. And they use trained volunteers to install the system, and which saves on labor costs. And they also don't mark up their materials cost, and they pass those savings on to the homeowner. So we felt that our large system was really very economical, and it should be paid off in 13 years or less. And at that point, we should be saving about $1,000 a year from then on out. Well, we have a California native plant garden. This garden is about 12 years old. It was designed by 4 Dimensions Landscape Company with help from Kelly Marshall Garden Design. We also have about a dozen different kinds of fruit trees that line the perimeter of the yard. One feature that we especially love is the pond. The moving water in the pond has brought in a number of birds. In fact, before we changed the garden, we didn't see much happening in the backyard, but since we have converted it to a native plant garden, we've seen more than 30 species of birds right here in our little lot in San Pablo.
So one thing to consider if you're doing a major remodel or a house construction is the foundation is a major contributor to the carbon footprint of your project. What you can do to mitigate for that somewhat is specify a low carbon concrete mix. We were able to do that with our house with the help of Verdant Structural Engineering in Berkeley. We got our concrete mix from Sugar City and Pinole, and it's a low impact, low carbon concrete mix. Well, thank you for joining us on our Green Home Tour.
So in summary, I think we wanted to say that we hope that touring our house with us helps you with your own project. Our contact information is on the website, on the site page, and you're welcome to email us with any questions you have. We're happy to answer them, and we hope that this helps you on your own path to getting a greener home. All right, I'm sorry the sound quality petered out at the end there, but wasn't that vital. I wonder, I did see that somebody asked about the solar installer, and it is not Sunworks that we use. That's a different company. It's Sunwork, singular. It's sunwork.org, and they are located in Milpitas, and their website, their motto is small solar made affordable. So that's how you would know that you are in the right place.
Kathy, I put in the wrong name. I just corrected. Sunwork people. There were
Yeah.
actually a good number of questions about, companies or brands. And Jessica put in the link to the East Bay Green Home Tour video, and there's more of a list, I believe. So check there.
Exactly. If you want to know, we use Eco Performance Builders to install our heat pump for heating and cooling the house. We had a great contractor, Sebastian Frances. He lives in Richmond. But all that information and the links to those companies and the link to Kaleidoscape and the link to our bidet and information on our solar panel system and costs is on that link that Stephanie has posted in the chat. And you can also find it if you just Google Kathy Kramer, East Bay Green Home Tour. You'll get to that page if you ever lose this in the future and want to see the video again or the list of our materials or contractors. Anything else we should cover, or should we hop on to the next?
I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, good. So let me share my screen. And is this it, Mike? All right. Can you help me, Mike? I need to move on to the next screen. Oh, thank you. So to learn more about electrification, sign up for the free East Bay Green Home Tour, which takes place on Saturday, May the 20th. So that video was actually made by the East Bay Green Home Tour in 2021. And Stephanie's garden was also featured on the 2021 East Bay Green Home Tour. You can register at eastbaygreenhome.com. And so we've talked about ways that we can plant natives to benefit wildlife, but another way that you can help birds, butterflies, and bees is by eliminating pesticide use. The Environmental Protection Agency estimates that on average, each American uses over 4 pounds of pesticides every year. A few things to know about pesticides. In addition to being harmful to wildlife, pesticides put the health of our children and pets at risk. Children are especially sensitive to toxic chemicals because they're small and they play in the garden and then they put their hands in their mouth. Studies have found increased health risks among families that use lawn and garden pesticides, especially among children and pets. As you look at the gardens on this year's virtual and in-person tours, you might keep in mind that no pesticides are used in any tour garden. So let's hear now from the Clean Water Program, Alameda County.
There are less toxic ways to control bugs, weeds, and even rodents.
Rodents?
Learn more at ourwaterourworld.org. Come back! Okay.
Too soon?
Yeah.
Okay. Squawk!
All right, so let me take this moment to say also that we sent you the evaluation along with the Zoom link. So if you would remember to help us by filling out your evaluation at the end of the day, we'd be grateful. So we're going to go on now and spend a few minutes previewing what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. And I hope that you will join us. So tomorrow morning, we'll be starting with a tour of Barbara and Phil Leitner's beautiful garden in Orinda. And there's a video that was made by Rachel Steyer, and she just did a terrific job. The Leitners have a mature local native plant garden in Orinda. This garden has a meadow in a sunny area. It's bordered by mature oaks with an oak woodland understory. They've seen 43 species of birds in or above their garden. On the green home front, the Leitners have a plug-in hybrid car, solar panels, and more recently, they installed a heat pump for whole house heating and cooling. Barbara notes that one of their most cost-effective actions has been to ensure that their house was adequately insulated. To that end, they added attic insulation. They recently replaced windows with more energy-saving dual-pane windows. And they had an energy audit to detect air leaks. You can ask them about any of these green home features. But at 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock, Barbara will be giving the talk, How and Why to Obtain Local Native Plants for Your Garden. This is Marianne Walsh. We'll go then next tomorrow morning to Marianne Walsh and Richard Carter's garden in Oakland. And this is a video that was made by Tam Starita. Marianne and Richard have attended the tour since its inception in 2005. Over the years, they found not only inspiration, but also Lois Simons, the owner of Gardening by Nature's Design, who worked her magic for them. The dry creek bed she installed is not only attractive, but it also captures rainwater and retains it on site in a small wetland. Retaining rainwater on site keeps the garden green longer, and as water slowly trickles into the soil, it helps to replenish the groundwater. This garden has a beautiful parking strip. If you have a parking strip to convert, you really shouldn't miss this one. Marianne and Richard have 30 solar panels on their roof, which generate all the energy they use in their house, and it also powers 2 electric cars. The Walshes have basically no PG&E bill, just a $12 or $14 a month hookup fee. And of course, they pay nothing for gasoline or oil changes. That tour of their garden will be followed by the talk, How to Choose Shrubs for Your Native Plant Garden, California Lilac, Manzanitas, Sages, Toyons, and more, by our very own Pete Veilleux from East Bay Wilds. Pete is a landscape designer and installer. Over the years, many of the gardens he's designed and installed have been on the tour, and you can see a portfolio of his work on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tour website under Find a Designer. And Stephanie Preugel, who is staffing the tour today, will be giving a talk tomorrow on keeping your garden green longer with a rain garden. So Stephanie's own beautiful garden and green home in San Leandro will be open on Saturday, May the 6th. And Stephanie will talk about how rain gardens keep your garden green longer, add interest and beauty to your yard. And she'll tell you how you can plan and build a rain garden and see examples from gardens on this year's tour. I also forgot to say that the 2 gardens I just mentioned, Barbara's and Marianne's, are both on the tour this year, so you can see them. I'm sure that you're dying to know what are our local keystone species for shady areas and sunny areas. So this afternoon, Jennifer Durking is going to be giving a talk on keystone species for sunny areas. And on Sunday, she'll be giving one for shady areas. Keystone species, as you know, are the most ecologically valuable plants for your yard. And Jennifer was the brain and brawn behind the creation of the keystone species signs that you can see on the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website under Keystone Species. So then there'll be a presentation that was created with photographs by May Chen and that May wrote, called Life and Death on Lupins. And May is a fantastic self-taught entomologist, and I'm sure that you will enjoy this presentation. We'll also have the talk, How to Choose the Best Native Street Tree for Your Garden by Lawrence Abbott and Brett Desmarais. And this presentation will be an overview of native street trees and their care. Bring your questions, and also note that we just added a new list of native street trees. So if you're wondering, well, what are native street trees? You can go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website, look under the Doug Tallamy section, and near the bottom, you'll see the street tree list that Brett developed. And it was a great street tree list. If you want to recommend that your city council put more native street trees on the list, that's the place to go to find out what they are. On the left is a ceanothus, in the middle is a redbud, on the right is the buckeye in front of my house. And we'll end the day tomorrow in Al Kite's beautiful garden in Moraga. So let's go now to the Watershed Nursery. If you're thinking about where can you buy native plants, this fun photo was taken in the Watershed Nursery in Point Richmond. And if you've been there, you know what cheerful and welcoming signage they have. The Watershed Nursery is owned by Laura Hansen and Diana Benner, and they and their team grow hundreds of species of California native plants. The Watershed Nursery is open Tuesday through Sunday from 10 to 4. You can shop in person in their large outdoor nursery, or you can place an order for curbside pickup. If you're looking for a practical gift for a friend, consider purchasing a gift certificate. You can reach them at thewatershednursery.com. And we're a little bit early right now. So I wonder if the Grossingers have logged on yet, or if we should answer some questions from the chat. Stephanie and Jessica, can you give me some guidance?
So there's been a lot of interest in all those links. So we've been frantically putting in links and info about landscapers came up. Want to talk a little bit about our list of native plant expert landscape designers, Kathy? I've shared the link on the website.
Sure. So if you go to Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, you'll find a list of Find a Designers. And in order to be added to that list, a designer has to have had a garden on the garden tour, so that it's clear that they are knowledgeable about natives, they're passionate about natives, and they can design a native plant garden for you. Under their contact information are links to the gardens that they have designed that have been on the tour, so you can really see a portfolio of their work. In that same area on the website is Find a Nursery. So if you're wondering where you can buy native plants, you can find links to about 10 native plant nurseries in the East Bay, or a little further beyond as well. It has their hours, and you can link right over to their websites.
Great. After you shared about the integrated pest management or gardening without pesticides, a few folks, including Karen, shared their aphid stories, and some hardware stores or nurseries sell ladybugs. Karen was saying, well, they haven't showed up. I have all these aphids. And where do you buy them? I'm wondering if Kathy, you or anybody else wants to weigh in on their experience. I have to say, I just had ladybugs and other insects show up and take care of the aphids. I have had some plant loss occasionally, but it's never killed off the plant. Anything you want to add to that, Kathy?
I do. So people should not buy ladybugs. My understanding is that they are collected from the wild. They're not grown and shipped out, but they are scooped up out of forests and natural areas and shipped where there's high mortality. They probably won't stay in your garden. And really, if you just let nature take its course, you'll find, I think, that your problems resolve themselves. If you go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel and search on May Chen, you can see a fantastic video that she made on called Life and Death on Milkweed. And really, it's all about aphids and how aphids are the base of the food chain. And I actually have been looking kind of yearningly for aphids in my garden over the last few days, because I see May's photos, and I was looking at the lupin presentation that's coming up. And, I can see that once I get aphids, I'm going to be getting syrphid flies and other interesting creatures. And, I want them. I want like a more robust life system going on in my yard. So not wanting aphids is kind of like not wanting plankton. Like, we have to just accept them and stop using pesticides and get to some kind of ecological balance in our yard where the aphids will come. It's just what they do. If you grow milkweed, you get aphids. And I had two hosts tell me over the years. One, she said she grew sacrificial milkweed because it brought in the aphids, which brought in the birds. And another told me that she grew milkweed specifically because it brought in the aphids. And then I realized that I should just enjoy the fact that they were there.
Yeah, I can only second that idea of, when you start gardening with natives, after a while, it really becomes about the whole ecosystem. It's like you want to see those bugs, and then the butterflies and the birds, and the plants are just sort of part of that. It's not anymore mainly about the plants. It's about that whole system. I wanted to just point people to one more resource, and Kathy gave a plug to that earlier, Our Water, Our World. They put out these fact sheets for specific pest issues and have a long list of practices that help you manage those if they get too overwhelming without pesticides, and also give a glimpse into the bigger picture. So I'm putting that link in right now.
All right, thank you. So we'll go on now. I see the Grossingers are online. So our next presentation is creating a pollinator pathway, 1 traffic circle, 2 front gardens, and 7 parking strips. You can visit the pathway on Saturday, May the 6th on the in-person Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour. This presentation is being given by Joey Grossinger and Robin Grossinger. So Joey is a 7th grade student at Willard Middle School in Berkeley, and he has led the Pollinator Pathway Project with his brother, Leo. And Robin Grossinger is the principal at Second Nature Ecology and Design, advising cities and businesses on ecology strategy. It was a desire to recreate lost habitats of the East Bay, the wildflower meadows, grasslands, and oak savannas that existed here hundreds of years ago, and to provide food, shelter, and nesting areas for the wildlife that depend upon native plants that started this project. Rewilding the neighborhood began in 2005 when neighbors planted coast live oak, seedling and native plants such as gum plant, manzanita, California lilac, and fuchsia in the traffic circle at Russell and Fulton in Berkeley. And it continued 14 years later when tweens and brothers Leo and Joey Grossinger removed the scruffy lawn in the parking strip across the street from their house and replaced it with California native plants. And I'm just going to show a couple more photos, and then I'm going to turn it over. I'll go back right there. I will turn it over to Joey and Robin. So thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Kathy. Glad to be here.
Okay. I'm just going to turn it right over to you, Robin.
Okay, great. So I need to share a screen and all. Oops. Sorry. Wait, do you need to enable me to share a screen?
Kathy, if you could right click on Robin's name and then make them co-host, that will let them share the screen. Or maybe Mike, if you could do that. Sorry, Robin, 1 second.
Thanks.
While we're doing that, would you like to tell us your very favorite plant that you planted?
Oh, Joey.
I like the blue-eyed grasses because they spread a lot, and yeah, and they just.
I find those particularly beautiful as well. Kathy or Mike, we just need you to put Robin as a co-host.
Oh, there we go.
Looks like you got it now. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Great. Great. Here we go. Is that working? Can you see it now?
Unfortunately, I'm seeing all of the black Zoom boxes all over it. If you would like to move those away from your screen or minimize them.
Okay, these. Got it.
Yeah. So we don't see what you're seeing, but we do see all the, yes, if you want to just drag them up towards the top. And there's a second very thin Zoom box right over Pollinator Pathway. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, how's that? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, well, thanks for having us. Really nice to be here. Really nice to be here with Joey. So as Kathy said, we're going to talk a little bit about a project, kind of organic project over the past 3 or 4 years that really Leo and Joey have led in the neighborhood, ultimately creating a bit of a pollinator pathway through our little corner of the neighborhood. And it, as of this morning, actually has 8 parking strips involved because Leo and his friend Ben yesterday and today have been working on another neighbor's strip. So, as there we go. So as Kathy said, the project started kind of around this traffic circle in it's been in the centerpiece of the neighborhood. We're here in South Berkeley. Not far from Berkeley Bowl. As she said, it's accessible. You can see where it is for real in the tour 3 weeks from today in person. And so as she said, we planted this tree in 17 or 18 years ago. It was a small seedling that had been planted from an acorn by a neighbor. This is Leo, Joey's older brother, 15 or 16 years ago. And it became, it grew, it was pre-planted with native plants. It grew over time, became kind of a focal point of the neighborhood. It's a little celebratory place where some of the neighbors would actually hang ornaments on the tree in the holiday season. And one year, actually during the pandemic, somebody temporarily put cotton down, which made it really look like it had snowed. A lot of people took selfies, and it was a little bit of a popular pandemic spot for a little bit. But anyways, it became kind of a real source of pride in this. And then when the city had a stretch there, was planning to cut down trees in all the traffic circles, that led to local activism, and the kids got quite involved in this tree and traffic circle, which they had played on and collected acorns from and looked at birds in for their entire lives. And so the idea was going to be cut down was very disturbing, disheartening. So the neighborhood kind of coalesced around saving the tree, and its Berkeley activism prevailed. And so we still have the tree, continues to grow. And then at some point in the last few years, a neighbor across the street, Jesse, commented that wouldn't it be nice if the cool plantings in the neighborhood were extended out, in the circle were extended out into the neighborhood. And he said he'd be interested in turning over his parking strip, which is there, the kind of greenhouse on the right of the image there. And so Joey and Leo offered to dig up the strip and transform it into a pollinator pathway. So over to you, Joey.
Jesse's parking strip was about 80 feet of pasture grass and weeds. Leo and I put cardboard down and gradually dug it all out. Jesse and us replaced it with a nice combination of native plants. We selected one that seemed likely to be tough enough to survive and also be good for pollinators and birds. Some of the plants we planted were California sagebrush, manzanita, Douglas iris, and low-growing ceanothus.
In addition to starting to look really good, people working on the parking strip had this really interesting effect. It drew interactions and engagement from people. Like this is a passerby taking a selfie or taking photographs of the poppies. So people were really appreciative of taking this kind of neglected semi-public space and making it more attractive, more ecological. And we got to know a lot of neighbors through the process who, even though living there many years, we hadn't really got to know. This is Carol, who brought by seedlings of yellow-eyed grass, which had spread in her yard. So we started developing these synergies, and then other neighbors started asking about doing the same thing.
Our neighbor 2 doors up, Michael, had recently put down weed fabric and some white stone. We realized that we could keep the stone and just poke holes through the fabric and plant the same sets of plants. It worked really well because the stones acted as mulch and kept down weeds. Good. In addition, our new neighbors next door asked us to design and plant their parking strip. Leo and I dug up the area again and planted a bunch of plants like California fuchsia. They also extended native plants into their front yard. Then Susie's around the corner and Don's across the street.
So all in all, these relatively small projects have added up to over 200 feet of pollinator plantings radiating out from that central oak tree. And so it's been really neat to see this sort of synergistic community dimension where, it's great to do things in your backyard. You can do a lot there for ecology, but the front yard and the parking strip have this other dimension where they're visible and public facing. And so what you do there leads to, we've found, community interactions and can kind of have this influence on the broader neighborhood. So I've got really fascinated by parking strips and just how they're this kind of undervalued, privately managed, but public space, which really affects your experience walking also as you start to pay attention to them. And the difference between these just kind of crabgrass, strip zones and the more beautiful aromatic flower-filled corridors that we've ended up creating, and they really buffer your experience as a pedestrian from the street, so that you're really walking through something instead of just alongside the cars. And also then this continuity along the block that has kind of tied things together and had a bigger visual and ecological effect. So that's been really interesting to see. The other dimension is interesting, is that we think about habitat complexes in my work. And this is a good example of kind of a small piece of what one might think of at a neighborhood scale, at the 10, 15, 20 block scale, where you can actually support some of the resident species that you might be interested in, like an acorn woodpecker colony, or the foraging area for bumblebees, or a territory for a chestnut-backed chickadee. And so this is a small piece of what can kind of spread ideally to a bigger neighborhood endeavor, where you might aim for a certain number of trees, and a granary tree for the woodpecker if you're aiming for acorn woodpeckers, continuous pollen and dense, available pollen for bumblebee colonies. We have a nest box in our backyard that's been occupied by the chickadees, and this is about the range that they want. Ideally having a water feature, even thinking about some of the other things Kathy, I know, talks about in the program in terms of lighting and bird safe design, and think about how you could do that all in a neighborhood scale and really have an impact. And think about certain plant species you might plant in abundance and continuity across the neighborhood. So that's been pretty fascinating for me. And that's our little spot.
It has also been a good after-school project and has been fun to connect with neighbors some more. Some of the most vibrant flowering plants we've used have been common yarrow, golden yarrow, showy penstemon, redbud, iris, multiple types of poppies, fuchsia, red bloodgrass, and native milkweed. Another big part has been seeing the different animals thrive using these native plants that could not have just been using regular grass. For example, ladybugs, bumblebees, milkweed bugs, Jerusalem crickets, and even slender salamanders. We made a milkweed patch that immediately attracted monarch butterflies, leading to caterpillars and chrysalises. Thanks for listening. We'd be happy to hear your own experiences and questions.
Thank you. I think hopefully we actually do have maybe a little time for questions.
We do. So let's see if we have any questions in the chat. And I guess I would ask, how do you think that people watching this presentation can get started if we all don't have a Joey and Leo in our house?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how would you motivate the neighbors and make this happen?
Right. I think it's a good question. And certainly, their energy and enthusiasm. Joey just spontaneously dug up Don's across the street a few weeks ago. He had some time after school. That has been a real driver. I think there's a more organized way to approach it. This has been just sort of synergistic, or casually has expanded. I think the way I would do it if I was thinking at scale, or starting from scratch, would be maybe get everybody together and see who's interested, and then think about who has what resources or abilities or time, and how we could work together to do the different steps that are required. How do you get the plans? Who's going to pay for this? Who's going to do that? So I think there's a way to do that that's probably a little more organized than how we approached it. But it does help if somebody has time and energy to be a catalyst. I don't think that has to be, I don't know how old they were when they started, but it could be anybody. And I think it certainly has, and then more people join in as you get more momentum. So it doesn't all fall on anyone's shoulders.
And you had mentioned, I think, that some people brought in some natives to their backyard, like it was more than just letting the boys tackle the parking strips, but it's sort of grown beyond that. Is that right, Joey?
Because the neighbors on our next door neighbors have really just without us, a little bit more without us doing it, have also incorporated natives into their yard, front and back.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of folks are, open to doing natives, but aren't necessarily, that ready to, have the time or energy to figure out what they would be and go get them and stuff. And so removing that hurdle of like what would make sense. Also, just it's interesting. It has sort of served as a little visual library for people, kind of like what you do with the tour. Be like, well, I would like that. I'd like some of those. That looks nice. That's clearly doing fine and it's quite pretty. And if that's a native plant, all the better. So I think it's been a good, little marketing advertising for native plants, just them being there.
They're very attractive. Parking strips are not easy to plant and have look good. Do you have any particular recommendations for plants that do well in parking strips and look good in parking strips?
Do you have thoughts? What's worked best, Joey?
Well, just in like definitely planting like the big sagebrushes have really done well. They have grown a lot, and yeah, they kind of fit nice. And just putting down some poppy seeds have worked really well.
Yeah, I know we have relied on it for kind of a set of backbone species that have been most successful and have taken up space nicely, and not we're not the best maintainers. I would say we're not out there all the time. So these have done well, pretty independently without a whole lot of much watering or a whole lot of maintenance, which I think is probably makes it more replicable. But yeah, it's true. Having some larger shrubs that are just really reliable and effective has been nice as the backbone, those sagebrushes and manzanitas. And then a lot of success with the fuchsia, with some lower stuff, the fuchsia and the blue-eyed grass, and then some yarrow, and then mixing into milkweed and the penstemons and some kind of showier, pollinator-oriented plants. The golden yarrow has been nice. But some things certainly haven't made it, but those have all done well.
Yeah, a few questions actually came up about maintenance and watering. You probably did have to water in the beginning when you established the plants. How'd you do that? Just go out there with a watering can every week, or?
Well, I feel like I'm not sure, but we mostly just watered it like right after we planted them. We gave them like a really big water, and so then they got kind of like situated, and but I don't think it didn't take that much maintenance.
Yeah, we haven't watered them that much. I think some of the natives maybe occasionally give them some water, when in the really dry, long, hot seasons. But when we planted them a little too late in the spring, like now, we definitely had to water them to keep them alive that first year. But after that, they've been pretty much on their own. And that means we have lost a few things here and there, but things that have survived have been pretty much with little or no water.
Yeah, the poppies are definitely troopers like that. Like they need no care. Neglect is what they like. Somebody actually asked where your pollinator corridor is in Berkeley, but I don't even know the address.
Sorry, I know I meant to should have put a map. It's at Fulton and Russell, and it's actually described. Is it described in the
I
tour?
don't say the street because I'm hoping that people actually go on the weekend of the garden tour. So you can go yourself when Joey, probably Leo, Robin, neighbors are going to be out front showing off this project on Saturday, May 6th. And the address will be emailed out with the all the garden addresses toward the end of this month.
So that's North Berkeley. And I seem to remember that it's nice that more of the neighborhood, it's really visible. Walking around is a lot of fun because of the kind of side strip work you guys are doing.
Let me say also that on Saturday, May 6th, when this project is open, the Audubon Society is going to have a pop-up chalk art event. So they'll have chalk there, and people will be invited to draw birds or bees or butterflies or native plants on a couple of driveways and on the sidewalk. So if you're artistically inclined, you should definitely stop by this project and have a look at it. I see that Jessica posted, just in case everybody's not monitoring the chat, as an aside for folks who are planning unconventional native plant gardens, sidewalks, traffic circles, public schools. I'm writing a grant this weekend for the native gardens that I installed and am caring for at my house of worship. And I am looking for other folks who want to support getting native plants into unconventional spaces. If you're interested in partnering, feel free to text me or email me. And so it's her contact information is in the chat. It's Jessica Dickinson Goodman. And it's also jessica.dickinson.goodman@gmail.com if you want to reach out to Jessica. I do know of 2 other projects like this that were neighborhood-based projects. And one of them was on the garden tour last year. If you want to read up on it, if you look at view the 2022 gardens under Find a Garden, that was Victoria's Garden in Oakland. And that was a neighborhood project where 15 homes offered part of their front yards as a memorial to a neighbor who had died. And it was planted with local native plants. And also there's another one on the tour this year, that's Anita Pereira's garden in Richmond, where Anita and 2 of her neighbors have native plant gardens. So there are 3 native plant gardens within just a couple of houses of each other. And they have gotten other neighbors to let them use their parking strips or plant in their front yards. They've held neighborhood tours of their gardens, and you see many more natives in the neighborhood now than you used to. So you might want to check out Anita Pereira's in Richmond if you're interested in this sort of community gardening idea. Do we have any other questions, or Robin or Joey, anything else you'd want to say about your project? Okay, well, I'm going to thank you and say
You
that
have something you were going to say? Oh, no. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I guess not. My bad.
My pregnant pause was not pregnant enough, I think. So
Yeah,
thank
no,
you,
thank you.
Joey and Robin, for making the presentation, showing your project. I'd heard Robin give a talk on this project a year or 2 ago, and always had it in mind. And I thought one day I'm just going to drive past and look at it. And when I did, and I saw the plants in the parking strip, I stopped. I was taking pictures and took notes and knocked on Robin's door unexpectedly. And it was just a great project and a wonderful model. So I applaud you for doing it, and I hope it's something that spreads.
Yeah, well, thanks. Thanks, Kathy. And yeah, it's really neat to hear those other neighborhood projects that are taking shape, because yeah, it's neat to see you can do a certain amount on your own little footprint, but then when it starts multiplying out, it's going to be really going to have a big effect. So.
Yeah. Well, come and meet Joey and Robin in person on the 6th. And I want to thank you very much for being with us today.
Thanks, Kathy.
Okay. So we'll go on now to the, can you help me here? There it is. So we talked earlier about East Bay Muds grant program. If you're wondering how you can find funding to help convert your own garden and you live in the Contra Costa Water District service area, the Contra Costa Water District has a fabulous landscape design assistance program. Actually, if I start first with their rebate program, you can get a rebate of $1 per square foot, up to $2,000 total from the Contra Costa Water District. And the district's rebate now allows you to get paid for removing your back lawn as well as your front. The Contra Costa Water District was started years ago offering rebates and landscape design assistance program. They've been a longtime supporter of the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour, and I have really enjoyed collaborating with their dedicated and hardworking staff over the years. In addition to getting funding for removing your lawn, The district also has a lawn to garden rebate program. And in this program, customers can receive a free 2-hour consultation from a professional landscape designer to help explore ideas and make recommendations on the layout, plants, and other features that may work for your front yard. As an example of the kind of assistance you can receive through the district's landscape design assistance program, this is Dan and Lisa Wankett's garden in Concord, which was designed by Kelly Marshall, who was one of the designers available to work with you through the Contra Costa Water District's Landscape Design Assistance Program. And you can visit the Wankett's garden in Concord on Sunday, May the 7th. And this is Kelly Marshall's own garden in Clayton. And you can visit this garden also on Sunday, May the 7th and chat with Kelly, who will be there to answer your questions. So do contact your local water district if you are looking to remove your lawn. So we will go now to hear from Harvest Thermal. Harvest Thermal was started right here in Kensington, California. In 2022, Harvest Thermal's co-founder, Jane Melia, was named one of the 100 Women of Influence by Entrepreneur magazine. Fast Company named Harvest Thermal to the world's most innovative companies list for 2023. And do we have Michel Maasso with us?
He has just been promoted to a panelist and he should be here in just a moment. It looks like he is there. Hi, Michelle.
Okay. So I understand that replacing our gas burning water heaters and furnaces are the two best things we can do in our homes to combat global warming, and that Harvest Thermal has a way to do this affordably and easily. So Michelle, do you want to tell us a little bit about Harvest Thermal?
Thank you so much, Kathy. First of all, for having me on the program. It's a wonderful day to talk about native plants and green homes. Harvest Thermal's vision is to make homes massively more sustainable. So we're completely aligned with you and your audience.
That's nice to hear. So tell us, what does Harvest Thermal do? I should have had you right after the Green Home program, but I'd already done the scheduling. I'm glad to have you here. But so relate us back to electrification and Harvest Thermal, and what do you do?
Well, as I mentioned, it's very aligned with your topics today. And by the way, just as a side note, I wrote down natively applicable oak and cherry trees. And let's avoid the eucalyptus. I really enjoyed some of the topics here, and hopefully your audience can spend a few moments with me and learn a little bit about how they can do the most meaningful thing as a homeowner to decarbonize and help the planet.
Okay, so tell us about it.
I have actually some slides, if I can figure out how to get this to work. Share screen. Let me just get the slides up, so bear with me. And I loved how you mentioned about Jane, Dr. Jane Melia. She's very, very modest and quite brilliant. And she and the team have come up with an amazing solution for home heating and hot water. So to answer your question, this is a system that does home heating using either ducts or using radiant floors, whichever is your preference. We typically reuse whatever's currently there in the home and leverage the fully electrified solution. I think I've got this ready to present and share screen. And I think this is it. Share. And then I'm going to go full screen with this. And let me minimize this so you don't see.
Oh, we can't see it at all. You're doing good. But you do want to hit, I think it's going to be view, so that we can see it as like a full PowerPoint presentation, so we don't see your notes.
Okay, let me hit
so right now, so where it says slideshow, so animations, then slideshow.
Yeah, the problem is everything's blocking that.
Oh no. For us as your viewers, it's invisible.
Bar, right? It's on your control bar.
Yeah, but no. So it'll be on yours. Okay, so slide your PowerPoint down so you can see it, and you're going to hit slideshow.
There we go. Thank you.
And then you're going to hit play from start on the far left.
There we go.
And can you see your notes? Are you all good?
I think I'm good.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you everybody again. And today I'd like to talk about the heating and hot water. I don't know if you knew, it makes up, 2/3 of the energy that you use in your home. I didn't know that before this. And most of the homes in California, I think it's something well over 90%, close to 95% of homes currently are burning methane gas. And you have really a challenge for the environment because of that. So switching out your gas furnace and hot water heaters is the most impactful thing you can do to fight climate change, as I was mentioning before. And heat pumps are the workhorse. I see my slides are delayed, so I'm going to let everything catch up just a little bit. You see 2/3 of your home energy use on the screen?
Yep, it looks great.
Wonderful. All right, let's move on here. I'm going to let my computer catch up with my conversation. So, heat pumps are the workhorse of electrification, but to fully decarbonize our homes affordably and responsibly, they need to be smarter. Harvest Thermal developed a thermal battery system governed by our Smart Harvest Pod. This pod, and can you see my mouse moving?
Yep, we can see your mouse.
Perfect, thank you. So this pod is governing the heat pump and also the water tank. This is just potable water, and this is an air handler, and of course providing also water for domestic hot water for your family. So this pod operates as a single heat pump when renewable energy. Sorry about that. It operates a single heat pump when renewable energy from the grid is cheap and plentiful, and manages a water tank to distribute heat and hot water whenever needed. The genius of our system is called load shifting. Regular heat pump systems use electricity most in the morning and evenings when we turn on the heat and take our showers. That's when the grid is most expensive and powered by gas power plants. By shifting the electric load to the middle of the day, we're utilizing more renewable electricity, increasing the reliability of the grid, and reducing its cost. The results are outstanding. So this is showing the load shift. And now we're talking about the results. Our system cuts emissions by over 90% compared to gas and by 50% compared to any other heat pump system. And it reduces heat costs by up to 45% compared to gas, uniquely giving a positive feedback. So that gives you a positive payback. The system is extremely comfortable and quiet, delivering stable and warmth to your home, meeting all of your home hot water needs. But don't take my word for it. Here are some comments. I'll give you a moment to read those comments. Customers can attest to the comfort and the savings, as you can see. And as we like to say, this is best for your home, best for your wallet, and best for the planet. Are there any questions from the audience?
Thank you, Michelle. While we wait and see what comes up in the chat, I have a question, and that is, so would this be something that the Inflation Reduction Act would have a rebate for, since it's heat pump related and helps get gas out of homes? Do you know?
I absolutely know. There are local, state, and federal incentives. So you're talking about the IRA tax benefit. We have the biggest benefit of any heat pump solution out there because of our patented thermal battery technology, which is a fancy way of saying we smartly govern the temperature, the flow rate, and volume of water going in and out of that water tank because of the patented technology. And by the way, we're using artificial intelligence. This system is able to benefit from the battery rebate, which is 25D, and that is 30% of the total cost of installation. So you get a third off right there. And then there are local incentives that you get. There's Bay Rent incentives that we qualify. And there's another incentive called SGIP that's going to kick in. So if anyone is thinking about doing this in the next, in this year or next year, they should reach out to me. just use my email address, Michelle@Harvest Thermal, and you will benefit from the fact that these incentives can happen now, and we can walk you through all the benefits that you would have and actually calculate how much the system would cost for you in particular.
A quick clarification. Thank you, Brian. There's a typo in your email on the slide. It's Michelle@harvest with an R -thermal.com.
Thank you. Fix that.
And Michelle, I have heat pumps in my home as well, but I understand that your system does not have the coolant other heat pumps have. So you use CO2 to basically transport the energy. Is that correct?
Yes, we do have this built-in thermal battery technology, and current heat pumps today just operate when you need it, which is typically in the evening, in the early mornings when you take showers or want to heat the home. What we're doing is we charge the thermal battery in the middle of the day when energy is cleanest and cheapest, and then that battery supplies the use for your home through the next 24 hours, if that makes sense.
Do we have another moment? There were a couple of questions, but Kathy, I'm not sure. For you.
Sure, let's take a couple minutes here.
Just sort of about cost, if you can give people a sense. We know there's big rebates available, but what's the ballpark?
Well, I think people are going to be shocked at how much the HVAC industry as a whole has gone up. We've witnessed 3 price increases, so it's probably a lot more expensive than you might expect. We're seeing systems in the high 20s to the low 30s or more. And if you need special work, for instance, some homes need to be set up to remove their asbestos, or they need to completely reduct. Most homes don't. And so you'd be there. That's before the rebates. And I've seen people cut their costs in half by buying a Harvest Thermal system with it. So if there is interest in this, it is very simple to calculate these numbers and give you first a quote, and then calculate the SCHIP and federal tax credits and the BayREN credits and all the other ones that could be available for you. There's some geo-specific credits for people who are not in East Bay that could even take it further. So depending on where you are, it can be very meaningful, and the timing is definitely right now.
Let me say that Harvest Thermal is going to have staff members at least at Janet Park's garden in Kensington on Saturday, May the 6th, and perhaps also at Sue Meller's garden in Albany on Saturday, May the 6th. You'll be able to look on the tour's website a little closer to the date. And if you're interested in talking with a Harvest Thermal staff member, you'll be able to talk with them there. The systems are not installed in those homes, but Harvest Thermal will have staff members there to talk with.
We do have quite a few homes installed in the area. Jane's home is actually in Kensington, so those who are in Kensington, but you could consider that an epicenter, and there's homes throughout East Bay that have it. And many of these homeowners are delighted to speak with you and share their experiences. I invite everyone to go to harvest-thermal.com. We've actually recorded some of these testimonials, and there will be many more posted there in the coming weeks. The solution has really caught the attention. Quite a few awards we've received for this, and you are supporting a Bay Area company that is supporting the environment. So if you could reach out to us, we welcome your questions and we'll help you on your journey.
Well, it's a very exciting and novel idea, and I've been really intrigued by it. You know, we already have our home done and our system in place, but it's been interesting to me to think about Harvest Thermal. I enjoyed looking through your website, and I would urge you, if you're interested in learning more, go to the Harvest Thermal website and browse around, or come and meet their staff members on Saturday, May the 6th, or contact Michelle. His email address is up there on the screen, or you can email, I'm sure, through the Harvest Thermal site. So Michelle, would you be able to stay on for a few minutes in case if you want to answer any questions that have come into the chat?
Sure. And I guess you'll send those to me via chat, or how do we communicate?
I think I'm gonna let Jessica answer that one.
Yep. So you're just going to look in the chat on the right-hand side on Zoom, and you can answer in line there.
Sounds perfect. I will definitely stay online and look forward to getting questions, and feel free to email me. As we said, I did correct the spelling. Thank you for catching that. And we'll be there for you when you're ready.
So Michelle, let me say that I hope to have either your or Jane's green home and Harvest Thermal System on the tour one day.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that. And thank you again for having us. We're very excited and love to support your efforts here. I think it's wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on now. And let's see. So we'll spend the next few minutes previewing the Bayside Gardens that you can see on Saturday, May the 6th. And I'm going to start at Sue Meller's garden and green home in Albany. So here's her before photo on the left. This was actually a crabgrass lawn. So if you have Bermuda grass and despair, know that you can persevere. Sue's lawn was heavily sheet mulched and then diligently hand weeded afterward. Sue and her husband did the planting and installed the drip irrigation system. And in addition to native plants, Sue and Mark's other gardening interest is in growing food. You're welcome to visit the backyard, which has numerous fruit trees and other fruits and vegetables. And I know they're very proud of their blueberry patch. And also here's monarch caterpillars on the left, which of course we're all yearning to have in our own gardens now. And this is Sue's green home, and you'll be able to go inside this home. I'm just really pleased that this year we have 4 homes that we can open up so that you can go inside and look at their green home features. So volunteers will be on hand to answer your electrification questions. Recently, Sue and Mark replaced 2 gas furnaces with 2 Mitsubishi heat pump systems. One is a ducted system and the other is a ductless system. And outdoors, you can see there are 2 compressors for the heat pumps, and inside you can see the registers for the ducted system. I know it sounds so complicated, but when you see it, it becomes easier. So you can see, what does it look like it's a forced air system, just a regular forced air system if you have ducts already. And then you can go upstairs and you can see one of their ductless mini splits, just like you have in a hotel and you have that little thing on the wall. There it is on the left-hand side, so that they can cool that room and heat that room as they want to. Last year, Sue and Mark replaced their gas stove with a GE Profile electric induction range. So you can go on into the kitchen to see their stove. And you might have heard that induction ranges require that you have magnetic pans. So sadly, our old Revereware doesn't work on them anymore, but you can look at their Tramontina and Farberware new generation pots and pans and see what pans look like, and look at their stove. They also upgraded their electrical panel. They have solar panels. We'll have volunteers on hand to take you around and answer your questions. So I hope you join us at the Meller's Garden on Saturday, May the 6th. This is Joanna Reed and Paul Fine's garden in Albany, and I just love this garden. I was on my way home from Sue Meller's garden. She was giving me some lupins, and I was driving home. I stopped at a 4-way stop in Albany. I was looking left, looking right, and then I saw all these ceanothus and manzanita in this little garden. I thought, I'm just going to stop. So I stopped. I knocked on the door, and it turned out that Joanna and her husband Paul had been on the tour like 10 years before and had gone home and sheet mulched their lawn and planted this beautiful native plant garden. So I said, well, why don't you offer your garden for the tour? So they did. It's charming, it's low maintenance, it's water conserving. It was designed and installed by Joanna and Paul. But the thing about this garden, and I stop there often actually because I love it, is that whenever I go there, I hear birds in this garden. They have so many keystone plants and they're so densely planted that there is always a flock of birds there, it seems to me. And as you approach it, it's like you come in this kind of magical fairyland that, it's just, you enter this little patch of nature because they have enough density of native plants here that brings in the birds. So if you have a small space, want to see what can be done with it, or if you'd like to see a garden that is just really well planted with a dense variety of keystone plants, you should go to Joanna Reed and Paul Fine's garden in Albany. There's, I think, 5 Albany gardens on the tour this year. So Dave Savage and Jennifer Braun are longtime homeschooling friends of Mike's and mine. And their garden is a riot of color in spring and summer. They have nearly 100 different types of natives that bloom in succession. Dave is a terrific propagator, and he is particularly good at propagating and collecting monkey flowers. So he has more than 40 monkey flower plants and a wide variety of other plants, 10 varieties of buckwheat, 7 types of sage, 5 types of I say buckwheats again, but he has a plethora of berry-bearing shrubs, such as pink flowering and golden currants, Nevin's barberry, coffeeberry, ninebark, toyon, thimbleberry. So this is a collector's garden that is really a lovely garden to visit. It's high up in the Berkeley Hills, sort of near Grizzly Peak. We saw Susan and Bill Teefe's garden in Castro Valley this morning, but this garden was inspired by the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour. They took out their lawn, 4 Dimensions Landscape designed and installed this garden. They have a small pond and waterfall, and you can see both the video that Susan made 2 years ago, I think, and later on the video that she made this morning are on her garden page on the website. This is Janet Park's garden in Kensington. We have 2 Kensington gardens on the tour this year, inspired by the Bringing Back the Natives garden tour and also by Doug Tallamy's talks. Janet and Ed asked Pete Veilleux to design and install a low-maintenance, water-conserving garden that would provide food, shelter, and nesting areas for birds, bees, butterflies, and other forms of wildlife. So Pete is a very talented garden designer. This is a new garden. It was installed about 1.25 years ago, so it's still growing in, but it is lovely, and you can really see what great bones it has and what a nice variety of native plants. Ed designed and made their Share Shack, their little neighborhood library with the succulent living roof on top. It was made from a farmhouse window and other reused materials. And I had intended to put some more photos up here, but I did not. So this is another home that you can go into. It's in Kensington. Janet and Ed they started with insulating their attic, floor, and exterior walls. They replaced the windows with dual pane windows. Then they installed 14 solar panels. As they have an electric vehicle, they were insulated from the recent high gas prices. They bought an induction range, and you can go into the kitchen and see it. And in 2022, they hired Eco Performance Builders to remove their inefficient gas heaters. They have 2 of them because they have an Airbnb rental on the property, and install a Sanco heat pump for heating water, and 2 ducted Fujitsu heat pump systems for heating and cooling their house and also the Airbnb unit. So as Janet said, not only are she and Ed protecting the environment and their own health by getting gas out of their homes, but it's paying off financially. Their PG&E bill last year for both their home and the rental totaled about $800, and that included charging the car. So come on in this home, check out their induction stove, take a look at their air return and their vents for their ducted heat pump system. They got free air conditioning when they installed this system, which they have really enjoyed on hot days. You can see the compressors outside of the house. Information on the Sanco water heater will be available. Harvest Thermal will have a staff member there all day long, and Quit Carbon will have a staff member there all day long. And Quit Carbon, I'll just mention them for a moment. They're just fantastic. It's a company that will give you a free kind of plan for electrifying your home. You tell them about your house and they talk with you over Zoom, and then they help you figure out what would be the most efficient and best way for you to achieve your goals with electrification. And Mike and I worked with Quit Carbon to discuss our replacing our heat pump water heater, and their services are free to homeowners. So anyway, you could talk with a friendly Quick Carbon staff member and an equally friendly Harvest Thermal staff member all day at Janet Parks Garden in Kensington. Other volunteers will be on hand as well, and they'll be happy to answer your electrification questions. This is Alton Jelks Garden in Oakland, and this is a small garden, but it's very inviting and beautiful. It has great plants for wildlife, water for thirsty creatures, a seating area from which one can enjoy this lovely garden, which was designed by Donna Bodine of Beeland Farms and also by Alton's daughter. The path is bordered, you can kind of see them here, you see them better in person, by birch stumps that were salvaged from a neighbor's tree that was removed. So I'll tell you here on the right, the cream colored one is yarrow. Above that is rosy buckwheat. Above that, I'm not sure, that yellow. On the left-hand side is monkey flower. We have poppies close to us on the left-hand side. But I found this, I was going to see Alton Jelks Garden, and I parked around the corner. And as I was getting my stuff out of the car, I realized, gosh, that's a beautiful native plant garden that I had parked right outside of. So I was looking at it, and then I just knocked on the door, and there was this construction was being done, and construction workers were there, and I was writing a note to the homeowner. And anyway, I was delighted to also meet Julie Benson, and her garden is right around the corner from the Jelks Garden. So you can park once, see two gardens. Julie's garden is beautiful. This is her back garden. She has seen hummingbirds, Bewick's wrens, chickadees, towhees, flocks of goldfinches. They have a bird bath with water trickling into it, and the sound of water trickling really attracts birds. They particularly like hummingbirds, like the California fuchsia and the penstemon, because of their long tubular flowers. So drop down into one of these nice Adirondack chairs and enjoy this garden. This is Valerie Matzker's garden in Piedmont. Now I want to start by saying that this garden is on a steep lot. It has many steps. Some of them have no rails. This is not a garden for anyone with balance issues to visit, but if you are sure-footed, you should come and see the Matzker garden. So the cobbler's children have no shoes, and successful landscape designer Valerie Matzker's garden was scant on native plants until she heard Doug Tallamy speak, and she learned three things: that 3 billion North American breeding birds have disappeared since 1970, that this population crash is due, among other factors, to habitat loss, pesticide use, climate change, and predation from cats. And third, for the sake of our own survival, we all should, indeed must, include native plants in our own gardens to create habitat, eliminate pesticide use, keep our cats indoors, and take action to reduce our contributions to global warming. So during the pandemic, Valerie retired, and she transferred her own garden. Her sense of artistry, knowledge of garden design principles, and creative placement of California native plants have resulted in just a spectacular, elegant, natural garden. Out went the lawn and most of the non-native ornamentals, and in came this delightfully diverse array of keystone species. 40 species of birds have been seen in this garden. They're drawn in by the insects they find on the native plants. Valerie considers chewed leaves a happy find. The seeds they glean from plants that have gone to flower, and the sound of splashing water in the fountain in the front and back garden. This is our very own Stephanie Preugel's garden in San Leandro. And this large corner lot contained an enormous lawn when Stephanie bought it. And now more than 100 species of native plants, plants of varying heights, a fountain, and a plethora of seed and berry-bearing plants have attracted 25 species of birds, including orioles, warblers, bush tits, wrens, and goldfinches, bumblebees, skippers, monarchs, pipevine swallowtail butterflies, hair streaks, Ackman blues, and orange sulfur butterflies buzz and flit through the garden. This butterfly on the bottom is a pipevine swallowtail butterfly. The only plant it can lay its eggs on is the Dutchman's pipevine plant. Like the monarch, it is specific to one plant. So Stephanie has Dutchman's pipevine in her garden, and all these photographs were taken in her garden. And this is another stop where you can come on inside. Stephanie has a ductless heat pump. So you can see that on the upper left in one of her rooms. She has a fully electric home, so a 0 carbon emission footprint from her home. You can ask her about the insulation that she put in her attic walls and under a SPAN smart panel, her ductless heat pump HVAC system that both heats and cools the house, a heat pump water heater, an induction range, and more. Stephanie's home was also featured on the East Bay Green Home Tour, as was mine. And if you go to her garden page, you can see the video of her home if you would like. Thanks to the solar panels and the electrification she has done, Stephanie has no PG&E bill. She just pays a $14 a month hookup fee and gives energy back to PG&E. All day, Harvest Thermal will have a staff member at Stephanie's home to answer your questions, and also Quick Carbon will have a staff member there as well. And we have 2 other electrification experts who will be there all day to answer your questions. So I hope that you'll come through Stephanie's house and tour it and tour her beautiful garden. Also at Stephanie's house, we are delighted that a locally produced climate-friendly cookbook was recently published, and you can purchase it at Stephanie's garden. You'll be welcome to step inside Stephanie's kitchen to see how the induction range works and enjoy a taste of some of the delicious recipes from this cookbook. And you can ask the author to autograph it, and she will be giving induction range demonstrations twice during the day. So we will be going now to hear from my friend and colleague, Jennifer Durking. So Jennifer was the brains and bronze behind the Keystone Species cards. I know you've been dying since Doug Tallamy's talk to find out what are our own local Keystone Species plants. And if you go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours website, look under Keystone Species, you'll find 43 of them with these beautiful cards that Jennifer has designed, and you'll be able to see the signs this year in the garden tour in the gardens. So I'm delighted now to introduce Jennifer, who'll be talking about Keystone Species for sunny areas. Jennifer, I'll hand it to you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Just a quick qualifying question here. Is Glenn supposed to speak first?
So Glenn, I saw you, and then I did it. Thank you very much. You talk, Glenn. So this is my friend, Glenn Phillips from the Golden Gate Audubon Society, and we have been working closely together over the last year on the Keystone Species cards, on the chalk pop-up event that will be taking place in Berkeley. And I asked Glenn to come and talk about Keystone Species and the importance to birds. So Glenn, I'm sorry I pushed past you. If you would take some time, I'd be glad.
That's quite all right. You've got a very full schedule today. So it is our pleasure at Golden Gate Audubon to partner with Bringing Back the Natives and Kathy to support the creation of the materials detailing the critical Keystone Species. Kathy has mentioned, and I'm sure Doug has mentioned, and you've probably heard everybody talk about the crisis in our bird populations. And while the causes and solutions are complex, there is just so much reason for hope. So, just thinking this year we had bald eagles returning to nest in Alameda after over 100 years of absence. Ospreys are flourishing around the bay. And efforts like this are really working to open people's eyes and help people make that first step to making our own backyards a critical part of the landscape for birds. Once upon a time, it was almost 30 years ago, Stephen Kress was speaking to an Audubon group in New York City, and I asked him at the end of his lecture. Stephen Kress, for those who don't know, was the pioneering ornithologist who restored Atlantic puffins in Maine. And so he's a very successful conservationist. And I said, what's one thing that we can all do? Because we can't restore puffins in our backyards. That's just not going to happen. And he said, plant an oak tree. That's what he said. He went on to explain a little bit, but I'm not going to, because Jennifer is going to explain why planting an oak tree is the best thing you can do. I'm really thrilled to welcome Jennifer to speak with us all today. I'm looking forward to having my own garden. This is a photograph from this morning of my front garden. Most of the plants are very teeny tiny, but one of the joys of planting with natives is that there are all these fantastic annuals that you can grow from seed, like these phacelias in my front yard. So I'm very excited to watch my native garden grow. We just planted it in December, so it's quite a baby, but it's very exciting. So without further ado, Jennifer, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Glenn. And I'm so excited to be here today to have the opportunity to talk about these keystone plants, because like you, Glenn, our garden's actually fairly new. It's just under 2 years old. And so I'm just really thrilled. I'm going to share a little bit about that too. But without further ado, I will pull up my PowerPoint and I will share. Hang on one second. Sorry. Let me try that again. Share screen. Host disabled participant share screening. Oh, I thought I was in as a.
You're currently in as a panelist, but Kathy, if you could hover over Jennifer's name and mark her as a co-host, that will allow her to share her screen.
There we go. And I will hit share again. Great.
Thank you.
Perfect. And let me just make this full screen. Excellent. And everybody can see that well?
Yep, looks great.
Excellent. Good. Well, as you heard earlier this morning, Doug Tallamy talked about including native plants in our gardens and the importance of the native plants, especially those that are keystone. And so that's what I'm going to focus in today, is the keystone plants that are for sun. And also, if you missed Doug Tallamy's talk earlier today, I just wanted to do a really quick sort of review of that the birds and insects really need our help, because the native plants are pretty much the only plants that our native insects, especially caterpillars, can eat. And this is what the birds primarily feed their young. So 96% of our birds feed caterpillars and other insects to their young, but the caterpillars are really the best food for them. And the plants that feed the most caterpillars are the keystone species. So the plants that the most moths and butterflies can lay their eggs on, and that's the right food for those caterpillars. So I want to visualize that with you for a moment. You all saw this earlier from Kathy, and I believe Doug as well. But for those who may have missed those talks, I just want to show a quick overview of the plants to the left. All of the green bars are California native plants like oak, cherry, currant, ceanothus, also called California lilac. Those all feed a very high number of caterpillars, and those are the keystone plants. And to the right, the red bars are the invasive species that have been brought over. They've been imported from other countries, and these are eucalyptus and acacia and tea tree and periwinkle. Ice plant is everywhere. These are not feeding anything really, creating a huge food deficit. So we were so inspired by Doug Tallamy's talk 2 years ago that we started tearing out our lawn. That's the biggest crop in the United States, 40 million acres, and it feeds nothing. It's not food for humans or for animals. So that is, I think, the first thing we need to tackle. And then we took out all the imported, the box hedge and the sarcococca and all of those sort of imported plants that weren't feeding anything. We even took out those 2 Japanese maples you see in the front up against the house, and heavenly bamboo, which, by the way, is poisonous to cedar waxwings. They're gorge feeders. And so if you have heavenly bamboo in your garden, I would take it out today and I would replace it with something like toyon that the birds do love. And people say, oh, that's so much work. Well, on the lower left is my husband and his sister removing the trees. That took about an hour. And then we all had some lemonade. In the front middle is my husband taking out that box hedge. We worked on that together during the rainstorms in January. That too took about maybe 3 hours in a rainy afternoon when the ground was soft and wet. And then, I work full time during the day at Stanford Medicine. And so here I am planting at night, because when you run out of hours in the day, you can plant at night. And we did all this in our front yard. As Robin said earlier, when you do things in your front yard, it's an opportunity for community conversation. And we really wanted to inspire other people. So what did we plant? We planted keystone plants, and we started with manzanita. And these they're evergreen, they're water conserving. They come in all sorts of forms. So we have some that are ground covers. We have some that are small trees. We have some that are like shrubs. They're all covered with blossoms in the really late winter, early spring. And the bumblebees just come out in force. They love this plant. And these are really versatile. They grow in full sun, but also in part shade. So just grow as many manzanitas as you can. And 68 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. I won't go into all the details about the butterflies, but this brown elfin is a beautiful shimmery butterfly, and you want this in your garden. Also, another evergreen shrub is the California lilac, or also called ceanothus. They're water conserving. They have flowers in dark purple, lavender, white. I think there's even like a golden version of them. They're beautiful, and they grow like the manzanita in many different forms. So this could be a ground cover. It could be something in a pot, even in a balcony garden, as can the manzanita. So really think creatively when using these plants, and they do love sun. I accidentally planted a dark star in part shade, and it's actually doing pretty well. So I'm testing that theory there. But 117 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. And the Ceanothus silk moth is gorgeous and huge. I hope that we get one someday. And even more amazing is that awesome looking caterpillar. So again, this is food for birds. And we really want as many birds as we can in our gardens. In a sunny spot in our yard, we planted a purple sage, and there's 18 varieties of sage to choose from, and then also a lot of hybrids and cultivars. So these are drought tolerant. I barely water this. It suppresses all the weeds around it. A piece of grass grew up through it, and I pulled that one thing out. And the bees are flocking to it, as are some of the butterflies. I've seen nectaring on it. And it's actually the host plant for this adorable moth, the wavy-lined emerald. It looks like a piece of jade to me. But the caterpillar, I just will take a moment to say this caterpillar is awesome. It actually takes bits of the plant and sews it onto itself with silk. And you can, if you go to iNaturalist and you search for the wavy-lined emerald caterpillar, it'll be hard to find it unless you drops onto a piece of wood like this one did. And then you can spot it. But awesome plant and great wildlife around it. Oh my goodness, lupin. I don't know if everyone's seeing that out in the countryside now, but we're sure seeing it over here in the peninsula. On the upper left is some lupin growing in a garden. This is Lane Salinger's garden over here, and it pairs really nicely with poppies. It just grows beautifully. It's a lovely shrub. It's perennial, and it has these spires of really rich purple blooms. And 75 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including this beautiful Akmon blue butterfly. For anyone out there who's like me taking notes wildly, I do have a QR code at the end of this and links to the talk and to all of the keystone plant signs that we have. So I'll mention that later, but you will have opportunity to just download this. Coyote brush is awesome. This comes also, it's an evergreen, drought tolerant, water conserving plant. And it blooms when a lot of other plants have gone dormant. So it's a great choice for the garden. It has especially cover for birds. You can grow it as a high shrub, or you can grow it as a low growing prostrate plant. But the birds love to nest in it, and they love it for cover. And they probably love to eat the 37 species of butterfly and moth caterpillars that they discover right there next to their nests. So this is a really good one for a habitat garden. And this too will take full sun or part shade. So it's versatile that way. And I love this salt marsh moth. I won't go into details, but read the slides later or the signs, and just fall in love with these amazing creatures that are in our backyards. This is a showstopper. I'm transitioning now from the evergreen perennial shrubs to some perennials that you can grow that will add like pops of color and feed even more diverse species. So here we have the red flower buckwheat on the top. It blooms, it has a great long range bloom time. And so you get a lot of butterflies and other pollinators. And then the seeds for all of these buckwheats provide food for birds. You'll see flocks of little birds just feasting on these if you grow them in your garden. This loves full sun, and it comes in these great colors like the red flower buckwheat, and then below that it's the California buckwheat, and then below that is the sulfur buckwheat that's a really vivid gold, and you see that up near Tahoe growing wild sometimes in the summer. But grow these. As a mentor of mine once said, you will see such a variety of pollinators on buckwheat. It's like a disco on a Saturday night. That's Juanita Salisbury, who created the Palo Alto pollinator gardens. And if you grow these, you might see a beautiful lotus hair streak like this one. So grow lots of these in your garden. Penstemon, we're growing some of this in sun, and neighbors actually stop and ask us, what is that? So it's really beautiful and popular. It grows in full sun. Ours is in a little bit of shade and it's doing well. And 30 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant. So the gray buckeye butterfly is just one example of those 30 different species. I can't decide if it's more beautiful as a butterfly or a caterpillar with these great vivid blue spikes. I think this would be fun for kids to study if we grow these in our garden. I'm switching over to annuals for a moment. This, as Doug Tallamy mentioned earlier, sunflowers are really, really important, not just for butterflies and caterpillars, but for the bees. Certain bee species really need these. These grow beautifully in full sun. They can get 4 foot to 10 foot tall, and leave them on the stalk for the birds to eat in the late summer and fall. And 60 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including this beautiful painted lady. She just looks like a jewel nectaring on some thistle, and I think equally beautiful is the caterpillar. I'm sorry, I flipped back to perennials now, but I had to throw in the seaside daisy. As a friend pointed out, this blooms 3 different seasons. It has great lavender blooms, blooms into late fall, when often a lot of the butterflies and moths are looking for nectar sources that are late in the year. And this too is versatile, about full sun or part shade, and supports 24 species of butterflies and moths that can lay eggs on this plant. And the northern checker spot is just an example of one of these, with a beautiful caterpillar as well. Ground covers are really valuable in the garden, and this particular one, all parts are edible to humans and to all of the different wildlife we have in the garden. And the beach strawberry especially, it's tolerant of sandy soil. It makes a great ground cover. It has these kind of shiny, broad leaves and delicious fruit. I leave the fruit for the wildlife, but it's also fun for little kids to pick it maybe. And I want to add too that 58 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, including the 2-banded checker skipper. Switching over to a few trees, we have the elderberry, or sambucus as some people call it in the Latin name. It's a beautiful plant, and not only does it feed 31 species of butterflies and moths, but it also has these berries that the birds just flock to. We're actually growing 6 of these in our small garden because we're so excited about that. And once again, one of the butterflies and caterpillars it feeds is this salt marsh moth. If you have a little bit of space in your yard, the big leaf maple is gorgeous. It's a large tree, 30 to 114 feet in height, but it changes color. It has those great fall colors, also grows in sun and part shade. 87 species of butterflies and moths can lay eggs on this plant, and some species really need the trees. And so this gorgeous morning cloak really needs trees to lay its eggs on. And so I hope that you'll grow some of those in your garden. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention an oak after hearing Doug Tallamy say it supports more life forms than any other genus in North America. And so this is actually an example of a small oak, and you can actually kind of prune it to fit in your garden. And it does tolerate some part shade in addition to full sun. 270 species of butterflies and moths lay eggs on this plant. That's a whopping number of species. We definitely want to grow that. And it is the only food for this beautiful butterfly here, the California sister, as a caterpillar, equally gorgeous. It feasts on oak leaves, and you won't even notice way up in the canopy that a few leaves got eaten, but we get to have these beautiful butterflies and caterpillars in our gardens. Now, some people will say, oh, but I have a butterfly garden. I have lots of beautiful plants and the butterflies come. And it's true. They will nectar on cosmos or on daisies or on marigolds. But those imported nectar plants are like a bar. So they can have a drink, like pictured at the lower right, but there's no food for their offspring. You need a restaurant, and that's the native plants. They provide food for the caterpillars that eat the leaves and either become bird food or become the next generation of beautiful butterflies. So Doug Talmy pointed out, 70% is kind of the threshold where we need to be with native plants in our gardens. So if you just love your grandmother's cosmos, grow some of those, have a little bar in the corner, but definitely have a restaurant with the rest of your yard. It's really critical. This is our garden now. We tore out that hedge, we tore out the lawn, we put in a small courtyard, and we have manzanita growing all around it. We have sage, we have ceanothus, and this is the sunny area of our garden. We also have penstemon and beach strawberry and seaside daisy pictured along the bottom there. All of these are feeding the ecosystem, and they're not just feeding the caterpillars, but they're being visited by bees, hummingbirds. The hummingbirds are just zipping through our garden now. We see them all the time. And we don't even have hummingbird feeders anymore because we're growing so many plants that the plants serve as the feeders for the hummingbirds and for the birds. And we don't have to clean those out and worry about passing any diseases along. And we try to aim for a full year of bloom. And I think it goes without saying at this point, don't use any pesticides or herbicides. I've gardened for over 40 years. I've never touched them. I've never been down that aisle in the store. They really are dangerous to plants and animals and people. They're carcinogenic. So we just created a resilient habitat garden. We're going to let nature work it all out. And we're doing very little cleanup or watering. We left the leaves on the ground. We left the acorns on the ground. This nourishes and softens our clay soil. This provides insulation, but most importantly, it's a warehouse of food that feeds all of these different species. And this is the key thing for us. This made the wildlife really expand more than anything else we did, because we saw that all of these acorns were being eaten by little insects that were being eaten by birds that were feeding birds directly. Our ground is so much more nourished and softer. And it's just the best thing we ever did for our garden was leaving the leaves. And wildlife has exploded as a result. We've got more bees, birds, salamanders, hummingbirds, a whole list of birds. The list would be so long, it'd be half this page. So many more birds are in our garden now, and we've never seen western bluebirds in our neighborhood. They're finally nesting here. So it's just thousands of more species now, and especially the insects, than we ever had before. And one more great thing before I close, we're saving a lot of water. I just want to point out, this is in the slide deck if anybody downloads it, but that blue line along the bottom is typical precipitation pattern in California. The green line is the native plants that map that precipitation pattern. A lot of people say, I'm growing drought tolerant plants from Australia or the Mediterranean. That's the yellow line. It needs summer water. So instead of that really low water use, you're still with a quote drought tolerant plant having to water it. And the most egregious consumer really is that red line along the top, which is lawn. Again, the largest crop in the United States that feeds nothing. So I think that is the thing that we really need to do. And for us, we don't even have an irrigation system. We're just doing a little bit of watering by hand to supplement what nature provides and what these plants are used to. Finally, I am so excited to A, say take action, and B, talk about these keystone plant signs that Kathy and Stephanie Pergola and I worked on together. These keystone signs, the link is here. You can use them in your garden. You can use them in public gardens. They're great for schools and classrooms. There's a nursery actually in Mill Valley that's going to start using them, and at events. And what these signs are is pretty much all the slides I showed you, plus I think about 20 more, are all captured here on these signs. And they're a great way to kind of educate the community about what these native keystone plants can do, and some of the data about them, and then a QR code linking to CalScape. and where people can learn more about the plants on the signs in great detail. CalScape's an amazing resource. And I just have to do a shout out to the Golden Gate Audubon Society for supporting these signs, and for Kathy Kramer for coming up with the idea a year ago over a little French lunch in San Francisco, I think it was. It's just a great resource and a lot of fun. So download the signs. You can print them. You can use them any way you want for free. You just can't sell them. Explore the native gardens. I know Kathy has a pitch for this, but I'm telling everybody about the in-person garden tours, May 6th and 7th. The details are here. And then start growing those keystone plants today. Go to the nursery today, start growing these in your garden. And here are QR codes if anybody needs to download these. And I think I stayed within my 20-minute allotment. We got a late start.
You did. So thank you very much. That was a fantastic presentation, Jennifer. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So Stephanie, maybe you can help me look through the chat and see if there's any questions. So let's see. One thing I saw that isn't relevant specifically to Jennifer, but I'll answer. Somebody said, where are the plant lists for the gardens? And I want to say every garden that's on the upcoming tour, all 55 of them, have plant lists on their garden page. So you can go to the garden page and look at their plant list. It's near the bottom. So Jennifer, you've worked on your front yard so far. Is that right? And you're starting on your back?
Yes. We can't wait. Actually, we are chomping at the bit. We kind of gave ourselves a little kick, and I recommend everybody do this. We were at about, I think, 50% native. And there was one evening in November when I saw the deadline for signing up for our garden tour, the gngt.org is their website, the Growing Natives Garden Tour. And I said, I think I had a glass of wine, and I said, why not? Just sign up and be on the tour. And that just lit a fire under both of us. And we did so much more getting our garden ready. And our neighbors are so excited now. So now they want to plant some of the plants we've planted, and we're putting out free seeds for them, and we're putting out free plants. And there's 4 more gardens starting on our block because of this. So it's very exciting. Backyard is next, and that's going to be, I'm going to call it Bird Riot. We're just going to grow so many things for birds along our riparian corridor.
Would you like to talk for a moment about the wildflower program, the seed?
Oh, sure. I wasn't rolling it into this, but yeah. So, I got to tell you, I got so fired up about native plants, and it was really Doug Tallamy's talk. And especially I watched the one for CNPS, and I watched the one for the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour that was more oriented to California. And I got so fired up. I thought, I can work on my own garden, but it's not enough. What else can I do? And I started sharing free seeds on Nextdoor. And oh my goodness, the word free on Nextdoor, you can give away anything. So I started giving off, maybe 50, 100 packets. It's now 3,000 packets of seeds that I've distributed, partnered now with CNPS Santa Clara for the Wildflower Ambassador program we created. And so through them in our district, we're distributing free seeds for anyone who's in the CNPS Santa Clara Valley chapter area. But I personally am happy to share seeds or share seedlings with people. So I have kind of, 2 hats I wear there. But anyway, it's great.
Would you give contact information for the Nextdoor group that you started?
Oh yeah, it's actually on this. It's on this slide right here, if that's still visible. It's along the top. So if people want to email me for free seeds, there's my email. ND is Nextdoor. That's the Nextdoor group that I started. And Nextdoor, it kind of goes beyond the CNPS or any boundaries, because on the Nextdoor group, people can join from actually anywhere, and we can have a robust conversation, share ideas, share seeds, and share information about talks like this one. I think we had 9,000 people in a gardening group, another gardening group that's associated in San Jose, saw about this talk, and I think some of them have joined. So it's a great resource.
If I may type in, Kathy, do we have a moment? Just a couple of things people brought up, and one that came up in another presentation about, Doug said, 70% of natives in your yard, and you'll kind of, that's what's necessary to keep our, the caterpillars at a healthy number. One thing somebody shared that I want to pass along is, if you're just starting out, really just start replacing non-natives. Any number of native plants is a great step and a great success, and you will see the difference right away. I can attest to that from my own yard. But I think it would be nice to get a bit of clarification on that number. Is that biomass? Is it number of plants? Is it different species? Kathy and Jennifer, what's the word?
I think it is by cover. I think it's 70% by cover. Glenn, you tell me if you have a different opinion about what he means by the 70%. Whoops, you're muted.
That's my understanding as well, is that it's 70% by cover, not by biomass. But even so, that means, planting an oak tree. When I give lectures on gardening for birds, I say, if you've got an oak tree in your yard, you're consider yourself blessed. If you don't have one, just wait, because the birds will plant one for you. Just don't take it out. Let it grow and nurture it, because those, not only are they the most critical keystone species here, but they also provide a lot of cover for their relatively, small space. I mean, not that an oak tree is small; they're huge, but they, their canopy covers a lot of ground that you could plant other things under, and it's the canopy cover that's really what matters.
Yeah, and I'd like to dovetail on what Glenn just said, because we moved to our house in 2007. We didn't start gardening with Native Gardens till 2021. For all those intervening years, we had a gardener who came, he mowed, he blowed, and he took every scrap of litter off of our property. He removed all the acorns, he removed all the leaves. And so even though we had an oak tree, the different butterflies and moths that were trying to reproduce using the oak tree were swept away and taken to the garbage dump to create methane. So I think that's a big message. People plant an oak and then they sterilize the space under it. And so we've got to really leave the leaves. And it's hard the first year because you wind up like this deep in leaves. And then they all start to break down and they all just go back into nature, and they're awesome. So I had to chime in about that.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad you said that, Jennifer. It's like, yeah, natives alone is one thing, but how you have them, leave the spent flowers and leave the leaves. Yeah, I can't say that enough. Thank you.
Right, right.
If you're working to add one plant at a time, Golden Gate Audubon and the California Native Plant Society, Yerba Buena chapter have a Plants for Birds program that's really been our approach. Is let's pick 4 plants that are easy to use in urban gardens, that no one's going to have struggle with, that are going to add some value to birds. Like it's a harm reduction approach. Like just do a little less damage to the world. And by planting a native, you can do a little less and a little more good. It's a great way to dip your toe into it. If you just Google Plants for Birds, you'll find the local version of it. There are Plants for Birds programs all across the country. Choose the one that's closest to you, and just start with a little something. You don't have to be like me and sheet mulch the whole yard and pull out and compost every single non-native plant that you've got there. It was hard to do. I mean, the lawn was easy. That was like, nothing. Getting rid of the lawn it was easy to do and a pleasure. I took great joy in watching that lawn disappear under the sheet mulch.
Glenn, I hope you bought a hammock, because there's so little maintenance now.
I want to thank Jennifer. So let me say that, like, my favorite people are online right now. I have Stephanie, who's been such a great colleague and help with the tour. I have Jennifer, who I just so fortuitously, I remember I told her, Jennifer Durking, I bow to you across my computer screen. That was how we met, because
I was so honored.
we were chatting in the Gardening with Natives group. And I have Glenn, who, I'm sorry I forgot you earlier, Glenn, but has been such a great partner with the Keystone Species, and Golden Gate Audubon has got so many great materials on gardening with native plants and gardening for birds. And so it's just been wonderful working with all of you. Unfortunately, I have to stop this conversation because we have another speaker who's going to be giving a great talk. And we need to give her some time too. So Jennifer,
excellent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Glenn, will I be seeing you tomorrow?
Yes, you will.
Okay, great. Don't let me forget you again in my headlong rush.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce Ray Scampavia. And Ray is a biological consultant She completed her PhD in entomology at UC Davis, where she studied native and managed bee reproduction. She'll be describing how to create monarch-friendly gardens. She'll review some of the common mistakes that well-intentioned gardeners often make and let us know what we can do to support the monarch butterfly, as well as other native pollinators and beneficial insects. Ray is my neighbor, really. She lives not far from my house in Richmond. Hello, Ray. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well, thank you. It's so nice to be here.
Good. Well, welcome. And I'm going to turn it right over to you now.
Wonderful. Okay. Let's see here. Let me open my slideshow.
So you're just gonna hit the green share screen at the bottom. There you go.
Can everybody see?
Yep, it looks great on our end. Thank you.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right. So thank you so much for having me here today. I've heard some wonderful talks, and a lot of the things that I say, you'll hear some commonalities between some of the other talks that were given today. So hopefully that will help reinforce the message. My talk is titled Monarch Friendly Gardens, More Than Just Milkweed. And I say more than just milkweed because very well-meaning gardeners who love this really charismatic insect in decline and want to help out, the first thing they think to do is to go to the store and buy a milkweed plant. But there are so many other and arguably better things that we could be doing to help support monarch butterflies, and I'm going to talk about some of those today. First, I'm just going to give a really brief overview of the status of Western monarchs and discuss monarch biology. Then I'll go on to describe basic monarch habitat requirements. I'll describe how to plant monarch-friendly gardens, and then once those gardens are planted, how to manage and maintain them. And I'll finish up with a list of useful resources in case you want to learn more information. And I first want to apologize before I get started that I have some non-native plants in some of these slides. These photos were very generously donated by Kathy Keatley-Garvey and Marissa Ishimatsu, who are excellent photographers, but they're definitely more wildlife oriented than plant oriented. So please forgive me. I promise I will only talk about native plants in this talk. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, the status of Western monarchs. So west of the Rocky Mountains, monarch populations have been in decline since the 1980s. We've seen an over 95% decline in that time span. And 2019 was particularly dramatic. Overwintering counts revealed less than 1% of the historic numbers of monarch butterflies that were recorded pre-1980s. The good news is last year there was a partial reversal of that trend, so we are seeing the monarch populations bouncing back a little bit, but the numbers are still incredibly low. And these numbers come from overwintering counts that are conducted by the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation. And those overwintering counts are actually conducted by volunteers. So another way that you could help contribute to the science around monarch butterflies, if you are so interested, is by volunteering with the Xerces Society to help with these overwintering counts as well. Monarchs have a pretty typical butterfly life cycle. The egg stage lasts 3 to 5 days, and the larvae are growing for 10 to 14 days. They go through 5 instars or molts as they grow, and then they spin their chrysalis, and they're in the chrysalis for several days to weeks before they emerge as adults. So the adults will live 2 to 3 weeks during the breeding period and up to 6 to 9 months during the overwintering period. And one thing that I really want to stress while we're on the slide is that less than 10% of eggs that are laid survive to adulthood. There is a really low survival rate for monarch butterflies. And some of the main causes of mortality include disease, predation, and weather events. So what do I mean when I say Western monarchs? There is a divide in monarchs in North America between the Eastern monarchs, which are east of the Rockies, and the Western monarchs, which are west of the Rockies, and it has to do with their migratory patterns. So east of the Rockies, monarchs typically overwinter in the Sierra Madre Mountains in Mexico, but west of the Rockies, the monarchs will overwinter along the California coast, and then when it warms up, they'll move inland in order to breed. As most of you probably know, monarch butterflies are milkweed specialists. Now, what that means is that the larvae can only feed on milkweed to grow. I actually have also heard of monarch butterflies growing on other non-native plants that are in the milkweed family, like balloon plant, which is Gomphocarpus bisocarpus, but primarily and historically, monarchs relied solely on milkweed. Ingestions of the toxins in milkweed is what confers the toxicity to the larvae in adults that helps protect them against predation. So milkweed is critical in order to complete the life cycle of a monarch butterfly. However, that doesn't mean that the only thing that monarchs need to survive and thrive is milkweed. I'm going to break down monarch habitat requirements into what they're using the habitat for and the season in which they are using that habitat. So if we think about it in that way, there's three main types of habitat that monarchs need. In the spring and the summer, they need breeding habitat. And so that habitat is for the larvae, the eggs, and the adults. In the fall, they require migratory habitat between the breeding habitat and the overwintering habitat, and that's just adults. And then finally, in the fall and the winter, the adults require overwintering habitat. In the East Bay, we mostly have migratory and overwintering habitat, although there have been these recent observations of year-round monarch breeding in the Bay Area. And this is a relatively new phenomenon that we're still not entirely sure what's causing it, but it seems that at least one of the causes of this new phenomenon is that gardeners are planting milkweed outside of the historic range of milkweed. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later in the presentation. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the components of each of these habitats, starting with breeding habitat. So of course you need the native milkweed for the eggs and the caterpillars. And milkweed actually is a really wonderful nectar source for adult monarch butterflies, but also other butterfly and bee species as well. You also need other early to mid-blooming flowers to provide nectar to fuel adult flight. And of course, protection from pesticides and pathogens. And finally, trees and shrubs for adults to perch on and to provide shade. So we're moving a little bit closer to home. We have this migratory habitat as the adults are moving to the overwintering grounds. And during this time, they need late blooming flowers to provide nectar for flight. They need trees for roosting, and again, protection from pesticides and pathogens. And finally, we have overwintering habitats, and maybe some of you have seen these beautiful clusters of monarch butterflies that are sheltering in groves of trees. Overwintering habitat consists primarily of eucalyptus groves or Monterey cypress groves, but really it can be any type of grove with the right conditions, so that south, southwest, or west-facing slopes, less than 1.5 miles from the coast. And they have to have really specific physical properties, including high humidity, dappled light, a nearby source of fresh water, no high winds, and no freezing temperatures. So the most common overwintering groves, again, are made from blue gum, eucalyptus, Monterey cypress, or Monterey pine, but also sycamore oaks and redwoods as well. And actually, it's been shown that monarchs will use native trees at a higher proportion to overwinter on than would be expected at random, given the number of groves that have the correct physical characteristics. However, monarchs typically tend to go back to the same established sites and use those sites year after year. And this doesn't necessarily affect you as gardeners, but it's just an interesting aside as native plant enthusiasts, that this is one of the very few times that you will see conservationists actually advocating for the planting of eucalyptus trees in California, which hurts my heart as someone who loves native plants, but as someone who also loves native invertebrates, I understand. And the reason for this is because we have these old stands of eucalyptus that were planted a really long time ago and are nearing the end of their life. But they've dropped so many allelopathic chemicals into the soil that the only thing that you can grow there that will grow fast enough and will have the correct physical properties to for overwintering monarchs is more eucalyptus. So you'll actually see restoration plans that include the planting of eucalyptus for monarch butterflies. But I don't recommend that you do that in your own private gardens. Okay, let's move on to plant selection and planting monarch-friendly gardens. And I am going to talk about milkweed, but I want to start with a quick reality check, because currently there is little evidence that Western monarchs are actually affected by a lack of milkweed except maybe in the Central Valley. So there's no evidence that planting more milkweed is actually going to help Western monarchs. There are identified culprits of population declines, and those include habitat loss, climate change, disease, and importantly, pesticide use, including glyphosate, which is an herbicide. So please avoid using pesticides and herbicides if you can. Now, having said all of that, planting the appropriate milkweed in the appropriate context isn't going to hurt. And as a matter of fact, you'll be helping a lot of other native species that drink milkweed nectar as well. So I'll talk a little bit about the context in which it does make sense to plant milkweed. Before I do, though, I want to mention one other thing, which is that I have a lot of people asking me about bringing monarchs inside to rear them in captivity. And these are, again, really well-meaning people who see monarchs outside. They're worried about people stepping on them. They're worried about predators. They're worried about the monarchs running out of food outside. But please let the monarch caterpillars stay outside for 3 very important reasons. The first is that the larvae are relying on temperature and photoperiod or day length cues in order to time their life events. So if you bring them inside, you're decoupling them from the cues that they need in order to develop appropriately. Also, these indoor captive rearing of monarchs often lead to these super spreader events. So disease, again, is one of the main culprits of population declines for Western monarchs. And either you bring in contaminated caterpillars or contaminated milkweed, all of them come together and then are released into the wild and spread that parasite around in the wild as well. And even healthy looking adults can be parasite vectors as well. So please just let them be where they are. And finally, incidentally, it's actually illegal in California to rear monarchs indoors unless you have a scientific collection permit from CDFW, which are really hard to get unless you're doing research. So for these 3 reasons, I strongly recommend just letting the caterpillars grow outside. Even if you are worried about them, they will be better out there than indoors. Okay, now that I got that out of the way, I'm going to talk a little bit about milkweed, which is the genus Asclepias. There are 15 native species in California, and these are great drought-tolerant, sun-loving plants. They create abundant, high-quality nectar, and they create this milky latex sap that contains alkaloids and cardenolides in them, and consuming the milkweed vegetation is actually what gives the monarchs their toxicity. And the seeds, as you can see here on the right, are wind dispersed. There are 2 commercially available species of native milkweed, and I'll talk about them a little bit more in depth in this presentation. There are also 4 other common species, including California milkweed, which is soon to become more available. And then there are 9 other milkweed species that are either super rare or restricted in distribution, so they're not really suitable for most gardening projects. The first commercially available milkweed I want to talk about is narrow-leaved milkweed, or Asclepias fascicularis. It has these nice pink or white blooms in May through October. It grows about 3 feet tall, and it's the most widespread species in California. You can also see in these photos, it has these really nice linear, narrow leaves, which is how it gets its name. It grows pretty much in every region except the Sonora Desert and elevations above 9,000 feet. So it's suitable for growing in most places. And again, it does well in dry to moist soil and open sunny areas. Narrow-leaved milkweed is also the best option if you're establishing from seed, but in general, milkweeds tend to emerge later than other annuals and forbs. And they tend to be more slow growing, so they're easily outcompeted. So if you're using a seed mix, it's actually recommended that you mow in the early spring to knock everything else back a little bit and give the milkweed a chance to catch up. And narrow-leaved milkweed and other milkweeds do really well if you irrigate them until they establish, but then after that, you don't really need to irrigate them. They will die back in the winter, but they'll resprout in the spring. The second commercially available milkweed is showy milkweed, or Asclepias speciosa, and it has these really beautiful clusters of these large, showy pink and white flowers and this fuzzy foliage. It blooms May through September, and it's less widely distributed than narrow-leaved milkweed. It mostly grows inland and in Northern California, so it's not as good of a choice for the Bay Area. Actually, showy milkweed establishes best from rhizomes, but those aren't commercially available. So if you are going to grow showy milkweed, I would recommend doing so from transplants. I'm really excited about California milkweed, or Asclepias californica. This one is not yet commercially available, but it's soon to become commercially available. I apologize that I don't have a picture, so you'll have to take my description for it, and you can look it up later. It has pink to purple flowers that bloom April through July, and it grows up to 3 feet tall. It grows in the Central Coast Ranges, Southern Sierra Nevada, the Transverse, and the Peninsular Ranges. And the reason that I'm excited about this plant is because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service plans to propagate and distribute Asclepias californica because it is earlier growing than narrow-leaved milkweed and showy milkweed. And so actually, 2 things about that are cool. One is that makes this plant a good choice to plant in the Bay Area. So if you live in the East Bay Hills, this will be a good option for you because it's earlier growing and you're sort of at the edge of the beginning of the breeding season and breeding habitat for monarchs. But also, one of the main threats to monarch butterflies is climate change. And so if we have monarchs that are relying on temperature to come out of overwintering and go into the breeding habitat, but there's no milkweed yet because the milkweed has not yet sprouted, that could cause a mismatch between the needs of the monarch and the timing of the milkweed. So if we propagate and are planting California milkweed that is growing earlier, that can help close the gap for this species. So keep your eyes out for California milkweed. I know this is a native plant talk, but I do want to talk a little bit about tropical milkweed, or Asclepias curassavica, because it is an extremely popular ornamental that is very easy to find and grow, and it's beautiful. It's got showy year-round growth and these orange and yellow flowers. And a lot of people who are interested in planting milkweed go to Home Depot or wherever, and this is the first milkweed that they find, so they go ahead and plant this. There are some issues with using tropical milkweed. First of all, because they grow year-round, they may prolong breeding into the overwintering season for monarchs. And this is an issue because in order to conserve energy during the winter, monarchs go into reproductive diapause, which is a state of like extreme physiological hibernation. And breeding keeps them from going into that reproductive diapause. Also, and this is just a personal observation, I've noticed that monarchs tend to overlay on showy milk or tropical milkweed, and they can end up getting depleted really quickly, and the caterpillars then have nothing to eat. Again, because these plants are growing year-round instead of dying back in the winter, this can also lead to the buildup of a protozoan parasite. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. We'll call it OE. And OE, basically, the infected adult has spores on the outside of its body. And when it lands on the milkweed, it's scattering the spores onto the egg in the milkweed. So the larvae are ingesting the spores and then they become infected. And really severely infected larvae either can't emerge, they die before they can emerge from the chrysalis, or they have wings that are too deformed to fly. But some adults who are infected can fly, but have shortened lifespans. Like they're not able to fly as well, and they're also spreading the spores around. So if you have milkweed that's growing year-round, that parasite is building up on that milkweed and it's never getting knocked back, and that can cause super spreader events as well. And then finally, under warmer conditions, the cardinalide concentrations in tropical milkweed can become toxic to monarchs. So in summary, if you are going to plant native milkweed, which you don't need to help monarchs, but if you do, make sure that you're planting native milkweed species, or if you have to use tropical milkweed, please just cut it down to the base every winter. It will grow back. That will prevent the parasite buildup, and it will prevent monarchs from breeding year-round. I want to talk a little bit about common milkweed pests. They're typically not a huge problem. If you see them, I would just let them be. But in case you're wondering what they are, we have the monarch or the longhorn milkweed beetle here on the right. It's this beautiful red and black spotted beetle. The oleander aphid is another really common one. It's this bright orange tiny aphid. Milkweed pests are mostly specialists because they've evolved to be able to survive eating the toxic sap. And for that reason, they're also usually not an issue with other co-occurring plantings. So if your milkweed's infested, it's probably not going to infest your other non-milkweed plants. And if you want to, you can usually knock down the aphids by spraying water, but also ladybugs, for example, are really great natural predators of aphids as well. So if you're going to plant milkweed, the best places to plant milkweed, or the priority areas for planting, are areas that have supported milkweed historically, especially agricultural areas converted from native grassland, areas in the Central Valley and the Sierra Nevada foothills. So these are the places that you really should be, if you live here, you really should be planting milkweed. However, there are some places where you should not be planting milkweed. It is not recommended that you plant milkweed in areas outside of the known historic range of the species or close to overwintering sites. So Pelton et al. And the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation do not recommend planting milkweed within 5 miles of the coast north of Santa Barbara and within 1 mile of the coast south of Santa Barbara. And again, this is because it interferes with normal monarch migration and overwintering behavior. And when growing so close to the coast, even native milkweeds may grow year-round, which again can cause the buildup of that OE parasite. Some people ask me, does 5 miles of the coast include the bay itself? And the answer is no, this is based on the coastline. So within 5 miles of the actual coastline, avoid planting milkweed. And I say this recommendation is based on current research and may be updated in the future, although hopefully not. I can foresee a future in which, for example, migratory monarchs become extinct and we only have year-round breeding monarchs along the coast. In that case, there may be a time when it is recommended that you plant milkweed, but hopefully that won't happen because that would mean a drastic reduction in the range of monarchs. So for now, just avoid planting milkweed in these areas if you can. So I told you not to plant milkweed along the coast, but there are things that you can plant in order to help monarch butterflies. For example, if you have the space for it, roost trees are really great for hosting monarch butterflies and also for a lot of other native butterflies and bird species as well. Good roost tree species include sycamores, native oaks, and redwoods. And of course, I want to focus also on planting nectar plants. Again, it takes a lot of energy to stay alive over the winter and to fly those long distances. Some adult monarchs fly up to 25 to 30 miles a day while they are migrating. So food is important. In general, if you are planting for monarchs, for nectar plants, these are some guidelines that you could follow. Typically, it's recommended that you prioritize planting perennial species because they bloom during the drought. And in general, perennial species create more nectar per unit area than annuals. If you can, also try to have at least 3 blooming plants at a time throughout the season when monarchs are in your area. So in the East Bay, again, that would be the fall through the early spring. Nectar plants that are attractive to monarchs are typically yellow, white, blue, or purple. And a lot of them have an umbel inflorescence or some sort of inflorescence that has a large landing area for the butterfly because monarchs are actually pretty large bodied and they have really long legs. So an umbel inflorescence has a nice flat top where they can land, like this yarrow that you see here on the right. And again, the bloom period should correspond with the habitat. So here in the East Bay, we have migratory and overwintering habitat primarily, so we should be choosing plants that bloom in the fall, winter, and spring. And in general, asters are really popular nectar plants for monarchs. Or I shouldn't say asters, but plants in the sunflower Asteraceae family. I'm going to go over 4 really great monarch nectar plants. One is yarrow. You really can't go wrong with yarrow. It's just about one of the best native butterfly plants out there. It grows well in most environments. It's perennial, and at least in my yard, it really readily self-seeds. And this one blooms summer to fall, so it's good for the migratory period. Another good migratory species is goldenrod. This one is also really popular with a lot of other butterfly and bee species as well. Next, I'm going to move on to really good overwintering nectar plants. Coyote brush and mealfat, so this is the genus Baccharis, are 2 just incredibly important food sources, not just for monarchs, but for a lot of native pollinators. Coyote brush blooms in the winter when almost nothing else is blooming. And they have these tiny little inconspicuous kind of floofy looking flowers, but they're so prolific. It's just an amazing nectar food source. Mule fat will grow pretty much year round. Both will grow pretty much anywhere. And actually coyote brush is really tough and can even become invasive if you're not careful. Mule fat is better for wetter areas because it requires more, it'll grow in dry areas, but in order to look nice, it requires a little bit more water. And coyote brush, there's multiple cultivars. There's the erect forms, and then there's also some prostrate versions that make good ground cover or erosion control. The erect ones provide really good habitat for birds and other insects as well. And I really often find songbird nests in coyote brush. The last nectar plant I want to talk about is manzanita. It's an evergreen shrub with this beautiful kind of shiny peeling red bark and these bell-like flowers. It's California supergenus. There are more than 100 described species that are native to California, and likely all species in this genus are attractive to monarchs. So it's likely that you can find one that is suitable for your area or the habitat in your yard. Again, it blooms in the late winter and early spring, and the berries also provide an important food source for wildlife. I'm going to talk just a little bit about managing and maintaining these gardens once you've planted all these wonderful nectar plants. First of all, if you are thinking about doing things like cutting back vegetation, mowing, applying pesticides or herbicides, try to time these for when monarchs are not present, which in the Bay Area is going to be you don't want to do this in the fall and the winter and the spring. Also consider providing a water source for monarchs, and you'll also see a lot of other native species utilizing that water source as well as some invasive species. Actually, this is a honeybee, which is a non-native, but also popular with natives. If you are going to use pesticides, again, this is one of the major causes of declines of monarchs, so please consider not using pesticide, but if you absolutely must, reduce the use to the minimum amount possible, or use less toxic pesticides. Spray when the monarchs aren't there, so after dusk or before dawn. Avoid spraying flowers and follow label directions. So a lot of the major insect die-offs that have occurred as a result of pesticide application are in urban areas because it's inexperienced applicators who are using the pesticides and not following the label directions. And if you can, create a pesticide-free source of water or mud, not just for the monarchs, for the other insects and wildlife as well. And finally, make sure that any nursery stock you're purchasing for both the nectar plants and the milkweed are not treated with neonicotinoid insecticides. These have names like imidacloprid, clothianidin, thiacloprid. These are neonicotinoids are a relatively new group of insecticides. And the way that it works is that the seed is coated with the insecticide, or the soil is watered with the insecticide, and it's taken up by all parts of the plant. So you find it in the plant tissue, in the pollen, in the nectar, in the glutation fluid that's exuded from the leaves. And all of this is now toxic to monarchs and other insects. So you could buy really nice looking plants and not even realize that you're poisoning the monarchs unless you really make sure that the stock you're buying is neonicotinoid free. If you want more information, I highly recommend checking out the litany of resources that the Xerces Society for Invertebrate Conservation has available. They have some really comprehensive guides for best management practices for monarch butterfly and habitat, as well as evidence-based region-specific planting guides for this species. Also useful are the Western Monarch Milkweed Mapper, which has just a ton of resources on both monarchs and milkweed, as well as best management practices for monarchs, and the Monarch Joint Venture, which has a bunch of fact sheets on a wide variety of topics that are all downloadable and printable for free. And they also have these great downloadable signs and displays to educate the community about monarchs and milkweeds. So thank you very much for listening to me talk about monarchs. And I wasn't checking to see if there are any questions, but I guess I could do that now.
Yeah, we do have some questions. So let's take a few minutes and then we'll wrap up because we're running a little bit over. So how does one avoid buying plants that have been treated with neonics? How do you know? One can't go in and like rattle off all those long chemical names.
Mm-hmm. So the best way to do it is to ask, honestly, to ask the vendor. And I would say that most, not plant nurseries that also happen to have native plants, but most native plant nurseries typically will advertise that they have bee-friendly plants, and that what they mean by that is they're not treated with neonicotinoids, but really I would ask and try to stick to the native plant nurseries if you can.
So there is a list of native plant nurseries on the Bringing Back the Natives Garden Tour websites under Find a Nursery. And to say it in short, it's neonics. If you just remember neonics, you can just ask, do they use them? Yeah. There were some questions about aphids. I have my own opinion about aphids. What's your opinion about aphids on milkweed?
Oh, I didn't see what the questions were. My personal opinion is to let them be. I don't think that unless the plants are clearly suffering, I think that nature will typically take its course. And again, they're not going to infect your other plants. So that's my personal feeling about it.
We are so simpatico. So people who are worried about aphids on milkweed, you should go to the Bringing Back the Native Garden Tours YouTube channel, which is, there's a link in my signature line, and search on milkweed or search on Mei Chen. And she did this whole just fabulous presentation called Life and Death on Milkweed. But basically aphids are like one of the bases of the food chain. And when you have aphids in your milkweed, if you have milkweed, you're going to have aphids. And when you have aphids, you got to really rejoice, because then you have all these other insects that come in. Like, it's not supposed to be a sterile environment. Like, the aphids are going to come, and you shouldn't hate them or fight them or hose them or whatever, just leave it alone. And I'm actually, because I'm going to be giving a presentation tomorrow on lupins, and May talks about aphids on lupins. And I've been going out looking, I wish I had aphids on my lupins, because I want to see the syrphid flies come in. Like, I've been kind of yearning, like, how come I don't have any aphids on my lupins? Maybe I might, but anyway, don't worry about the aphids, just leave them alone. It's just like part of what happens. And I see that Stephanie just put up the link to Life and Death on Milkweed. It's really a good presentation. Somebody asked about butterfly puddles. Can you talk about puddling?
Yeah, so not just monarchs, but a lot of butterflies will drink water, and also sometimes salts that occur in these puddles can be something that butterflies are attracted to. And that's why I mentioned that if you don't use pesticides, I guess is what I feel like that's a through line of the day, is don't use pesticides. But if you do, you also have to be careful that you're not also poisoning sources of water for the butterflies as well. Does that answer the question, or was there?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe just, if I may chime in, would you add salt, like cooking salt? That just doesn't seem right. So what would you use to make the mud, if you will?
I would just, honestly, one thing, and this is not necessarily specific to monarchs, but one thing that I see people do is just leave a dripping hose on a little flagstone. Then you don't have to leave it dripping all the time, because that's a waste of water. But if you leave it dripping when it's hot out, then the clean water will puddle on the flagstone, and then it will drip around the edges of the flagstone and create mud as well. And there's a lot of native insects that use not just the water, but the mud in order to build their homes. So that's one thing that you could do in order to create that. And the salts are naturally occurring in the soil. You don't need to add.
Right.
Salt, yeah.
So I see that Sue Hall says, I keep shallow clay pans filled with sand and rocks for bees and butterflies to drink water. That way it's not deep and they don't drown.
Yeah, that's excellent.
So we are running a little bit behind now, and we should end our day. Ray, I want to say thank you so much for that great presentation. It was very interesting, and I'm so glad you took the time to make it for us.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for having me. This has been lovely. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. Can you help me do that? And I just want to say that as we wrap up here, I hope to see you tomorrow for the second day of the garden tour. If you have enjoyed the day, I hope that you'll support us. We count on your donations. You can donate online at the PayPal account, on Venmo at Bringing Back the Natives, or you can mail a check. The evaluation was sent with your Zoom link, and I hope that you will take the time to evaluate our day-to-day and let us know what particularly worked for you and what you would like to hear more about next year. And also the sessions were recorded, and they'll be going up on the YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the channel to be notified when new videos are put up. So I want to thank you very much, and we'll end our day here. I hope to see you tomorrow.
So I would just recommend leaving and it'll close it out for everybody.
Okay, see you guys tomorrow at 9:30.
It was lovely to see everybody. Bye.
It was so nice. It was just a great day.
Oh, and we've still got 137 people watching us. So I think we'll just.
Yeah, I just sent the link for the evaluation in case people didn't.
Perfect.
There.
Awesome. See everybody.